Chapter 384. The boundless netherworld was always gray, always monotonous in color. There were all kinds of undead creatures, fighting and killing each other endlessly. There was no sign of life. There was no alternation of day and night, no concept of time, only deathly stillness and desolation. Above the barren land and gray sky, the undead creatures followed their ancient beliefs and fought tirelessly for a vaster territory. However, they did not know the purpose of all this. Han Shuo followed his connection with the little skull and floated in the direction of the little skull. Since there was no concept of time, Han Shuo did not know how long he had been in this world. As he walked in the direction of the little skull, Han Shuo encountered all kinds of undead creatures along the way. Many of these undead creatures had extended their sharp claws and fangs at Han Shuo in an attempt to devour the weak and small Han Shuo. Low-level undead creatures would often be destroyed by Han Shuo's soul tremor magic that could directly impact the soul. As for the higher-level undead creatures, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense their existence. Through this, Han Shuo could determine the strength of these undead creatures. He would take the initiative to avoid these ancient undead creatures, detour around their territory, and continue in the direction of the little skull. After what seemed like a few days, Han Shuo sensed that the little skull was getting closer and closer to him. Based on the connection between the two, he knew that the little skull was rushing in his direction. This made Han Shuo feel a little touched. He was touched that the little skull had come all the way here to find him without any orders. In the netherworld, where the aura of death was incomparably dense, Han Shuo, who was only in the form of a ghost, had been constantly refining his consciousness. He tried to use the power of his demonic consciousness to manipulate the aura of death in this world. Gradually, Han Shuo even began to grasp some insights. Demonic cultivators had the reputation of being immortal as long as their consciousness was indestructible. After reaching the separate demon realm, the soul would become a consciousness, possessing many special uses. Even if the physical body of a demonic cultivator was destroyed, as long as the consciousness was strong enough to attach to another body, they could use the new body to cultivate demonic arts again. After spending 100 years, they could recover to their original state. After escaping into this strange world, on one hand, Han Shuo was looking for a way to return to the profound continent. On the other hand, he was using this strand of consciousness to find a way to increase his strength. Before he could find a way to return to the profound continent, Han Shuo first needed to ensure that he could survive in this strange world. Slowly, Han Shuo discovered that his consciousness had a miraculous ability to sense the aura of death. As Han Shuo explored, Han Shuo discovered that he could completely absorb and manipulate the aura of death that existed everywhere in this world. He could even condense the aura of death into sharp weapons to attack those undead creatures that had ill intentions towards him. In the beginning, Han Shuo could only condense the aura of death into the form of arrows. Using Han Shuo's consciousness to activate the arrows, they could only pose a threat to some low-level skeletal warriors and zombies. They were even inferior to a simple bone arrow magic. As Han Shuo's consciousness gradually drew upon the aura of death, Han Shuo discovered that as long as he was given enough time, he could completely condense his consciousness into powerful attacks. The strength of those attacks could even surpass the soul tremor that Han Shuo deployed. After a few more days, Han Shuo gradually discovered that condensing the aura of death with his consciousness could produce even more wondrous uses. Han Shuo even tried to use some high-quality skeletons to condense a dense, crystal-like aura of death within the bones, forging a skeleton body that was as white as jade for himself. This pure white skeleton contained the aura of death condensed by Han Shuo's consciousness. Under the relentless compression of Han Shuo's consciousness, the aura of death condensed into crystal-like spots hidden within the bones. However, the quality of the bones that came from ordinary skeletal warriors really wasn't that great. When Han Shuo tried to condense more aura of death within them, the bones couldn't withstand it and exploded. Han Shua's use of this sparkling and translucent skeleton really did frighten many undead creatures that tried to attack him. Even a few high-level evil knights retreated in fear when they saw Han Shua's enormous skeleton flickering with brilliant white light. The evil knights obviously thought that Han Shua's jade-like skeleton was the Skeleton King, the apex of the undead creature food chain. The Skeleton King was an apex existence, just like the bone dragons. The Skeleton King's body contained an incomparably dense aura of death and possessed terrifying strength. Weak, undead creatures were simply no match for it. However, Han Shua knew that this skeleton body, condensed purely from the aura of death, absolutely couldn't be compared to the Skeleton King's body. Even the bones of a bone demon were much weaker. However, Han Shua wasn't discouraged. While searching for a way to return to Profound Continent, he continued to silently study the application of his consciousness in this world. He could feel that the distance between him and the little skull was getting closer and closer. When Han Shua passed by a desolate mountain with a dense aura of death lingering around it, his consciousness suddenly sensed several powerful presences. These presences were abnormally chaotic and unstable, as though a great battle was going on. There were many low-level, undead creatures on the outskirts. These undead creatures were fighting each other, obviously from different camps. Looking at the desolate mountain valley from afar, there were clouds of dense blue gas amidst the dense aura of death. The blue gas rose in spirals and slowly spread out from the valley. Some of the low-level undead creatures that were fighting extended their necks to suck in the blue gas, as though it was a delicious feast. In this desolate netherworld, there were very few colors other than gray, white, and black. It had been a few days since Han Shua entered this world, but this was the first time he saw the existence of blue. This caused Han Shua to be flabbergasted. Looking at the raging battle in Tanai and sensing the killing between the presences, Han Shua was somewhat puzzled about the scene inside. While Han Shua was puzzled, the dense blue gas slowly spread to the area where Han Shua was located. The strands of blue gaseous substance submerged into Han Shua's consciousness. His consciousness, which had consumed a lot of mental power, seemed to have been replenished and recovered bit by bit. Han Shua was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he was just passively letting the dense blue gas seep in. However, when Han Shua sensed the benefits of the blue gas to the mental power inside his consciousness, he immediately began to operate his consciousness. Little by little, he analyzed the blue gas lingering around Tanai and used the power of his consciousness to slowly pull and absorb it. During this period of time, Han Shua had been studying how to use the power of his consciousness to manipulate the ubiquitous, deathly energy of the undead world. Regarding this blue gas, which was completely different in nature but had the same characteristics of the undead world's aura, Han Shua very quickly figured out the trick to absorbing it. When Han Shua's consciousness was operating at full strength, a large portion of the deathly energy that pervaded from the center of the valley was pulled by Han Shua's consciousness and slowly submerged into Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua had consumed a lot of mental power. Following the innumerable strands of blue gas, he recovered little by little. The numerous undead creatures on the outskirts of the valley were still fighting fiercely. Broken bones and rotten flesh were everywhere on the gray earth. Under the orders of their respective masters, these low-ranked undead creatures fought with all their might. Midway, they didn't forget to greedily absorb the wisps of dense blue gas that drifted and dispersed. After a short while, Han Shua used his consciousness to absorb a lot of blue gas. His mental power had recovered to 80% of what it was when he came. There was no longer any dense blue gas spreading from the center of the valley. The blue gas further away was either absorbed by the numerous undead creatures or disappeared between heaven and earth. Han Shua, in the form of a pure white skeleton, stood in an area extremely far away from the valley. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly walked towards the center of the valley. At the same time, Han Shua sensed that the little skull was getting closer and closer. There was definitely something mysterious in the center of the valley. Han Shuo could sense it from the dense blue gas that was spreading out. Things that could increase one's mental strength were rarely heard of in the profound continent. Han Shuo didn't expect that there would be such a special thing in this strange and desolate world. What made Han Shuo even more apprehensive was that when the dense blue gas was absorbed by Han Shuo's consciousness, there was actually a vague sense of familiarity. At first, Han Shuo didn't react. It was only when the dense blue gas stopped spreading from Tanai and Han Shuo stopped absorbing that Han Shuo reacted. It seemed that when Han Shuo absorbed some kind of special energy at the bottom of the cemetery of death that greatly increased his mental strength, the energy he absorbed seemed to be somewhat similar to when he absorbed the dense blue gas. However, the energy last time was incomparably enormous, directly allowing Han Shuo to possess the mental strength of a grand magus. Although the dense blue gas he just absorbed was far inferior to the energy last time, its aura was indeed somewhat similar. I wonder what exactly is in the valley that can emit such a bizarre blue gas. It was precisely with such doubts in mind that, although Han Shuo had sensed a few undead creatures that could threaten his existence in Tanai, he still decided to rush and to take a look. Perhaps he would be able to dispel some of his doubts in the valley. A skeleton that was as white as jade, slightly taller than the average skeletal warrior, about 8 meters tall, was heading towards the source of the battle. Along the way, many low-level skeletal warriors and zombies immediately split off to attack Han Shuo's condensed body when they saw enemies of different camps approaching. Along the way, Han Shuo's consciousness began to condense the aura of death. When those skeletal warriors and zombie warriors surrounded him, a crescent-shaped, grayish-white beam of light condensed from the aura of death suddenly shot out from the front of his tall skeleton. The first dozen or so skeletal warriors and zombie warriors that surrounded him were hit by the beam of light condensed from the aura of death. Their frail souls couldn't withstand it and collapsed one after another. With a burst of creaking sounds, the skeletal warriors' bones fell apart one by one, while the zombie warriors also became a pile of rotten flesh and fell down. A beam of light condensed from the aura of death flashed, and a dozen or so skeletal warriors and zombie warriors fell down. Another group of skeletal warriors and zombie warriors that had originally planned to come over paused for a moment. Then, under the powerful force that Han Shuo deliberately released, they discovered that this skeletal warrior was even taller and its bones were even more sparkling and translucent. It was not quite the same as their bodies. Many of these low-level undead creatures had never seen what a skeleton king looked like. However, from the moment they were born, their souls had the imprint of this high-level undead creature. When they carefully looked at the body that Han Shuo had condensed, they mistakenly thought that Han Shuo was a skeleton king at the top of the undead creature food chain. A path suddenly automatically opened up. These undead creatures were still fighting each other, but none of them intercepted Han Shuo as if they were ignoring Han Shuo's existence. However, Han Shuo knew that this was a kind of instinctive submission to high-level undead creatures. The path that automatically opened up led straight to the depths of the valley. These low-level undead creatures knew that Han Shuo's goal was the depths of the valley, so they naturally opened up a path for him. Clang! Clang! Han Shuo's consciousness drove this condensed skeleton body and walked step by step towards the valley. The surrounding undead creatures were still in full swing, and there was no longer a single low-level undead creature intercepting Han Shuo. In the center of the valley, those formidable undead existences were still fighting each other. Han Shuo could sense their strength. As he gradually ventured deeper, Han Shuo gradually slowed down his pace. He began to carefully observe the situation around him, preparing to leave as soon as possible if the situation was unfavorable for him. There were even more undead creatures fighting in the surroundings. There were many hate warriors and a few evil knights mixed in. Han Shuo knew that he was close to his target. Han Shuo deliberately released a tough stance and passed through these higher-level undead creatures, finally entering the center of the valley. What first reflected in Han Shua's eyes was a pitch-black spring. A malevolent plant was floating in the middle of the spring. It had many branches and looked somewhat frightening, like a man-eating flower that displayed its evil beauty to its heart's content. Tens of thousands of withered branches and leaves held up a cloud of blue smoke. Within the blue smoke was a teardrop the size of an eyeball, like a sapphire that burst forth with a resplendent and bizarre luster. Chapter 385. In this world of monotonous colors, Han Shua was stunned to see such a bright color. In the center of the pitch-black spring there was a malevolent plant. Its withered branches and leaves were lush and grotesque, supporting a mass of blue smoke that curled around a hazy blue cloud. Within it there was a sapphire-like resplendent teardrop that circulated with a dazzling radiance. It was certain that the blue smoke that had just spread out from Tanai should have come from the frightening plant in the center of the spring. The beautiful blue smoke, curling up in spirals, was enough to prove this fact. From Han Shua's point of view, he could clearly see that the masses of misty blue smoke were flowing out from the teardrop-like liquid in the center of the spring. The pitch-black spring was filled with a deathly stillness and desolation. This kind of strange spring would always nurture malevolent, undead creatures and plants. There would never be any friendly existences. Han Shua carefully observed for a moment and discovered that there were many black, seaweed-like plants floating in the spring. These plants were one with the spring water, their tentacle-like streamers extending along the swaying spring water, seeming to want to grab something and pull it into the bottom of the spring. After taking in the panoramic view of the scene in the center of the valley, Han Shua's gaze began to wander around the spring. Only then did he notice the few undead creatures that were still fighting around the spring water. A mummy lord, a drifting specter, and a 5 to 6 meter tall knight riding a flaming horse and wielding a broadsword. These 3 high-ranked undead creatures surrounded the center of the spring and fought fiercely. Han Shua only swept a glance before focusing his attention on the huge knight riding the flaming horse. This huge knight wielded a huge, rusty broadsword that was about 2 meters long and was filled with a dense aura of rotting corpses. His appearance was somewhat similar to the evil knight, but his arms, knees, and shoulders had barbs that were connected to his body. He was also much taller than the evil knight. Han Shua had some impression of this huge knight. A long time ago, when the little skull was still not very powerful, Han Shua had received a distress message from the little skull. At that time, Han Shua had anxiously summoned the little skull to the profound continent. However, due to the power of the contract, Han Shua could faintly see the powerful undead creature that was chasing after the little skull. That powerful undead creature was this huge knight. This strange knight was able to force the little skull to escape from the other dimension, so its strength was naturally very valiant. Han Shua had never thought that he would encounter this powerful undead creature in the other dimension. The mummy lord and the drifting specter were obviously working together to deal with this huge knight. Han Shua was very familiar with the mummy lord, but the drifting specter was somewhat unfamiliar to Han Shua. What made Han Shua feel incomparably astonished was that the mummy lord's huge body was carrying a grayish-white sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was just big enough to fit his body. This mummy lord was obviously using the sarcophagus as a weapon. He was able to skillfully manipulate the sarcophagus to deal with his enemies. Most of the terrifying knight's 2-meter-long broadsword's attacks were blocked by the sarcophagus. As for the drifting specter, Han Shua did not know what kind of undead creature it was. However, from this specter, Han Shua could sense the most common aura of wraiths that existed in the netherworld. However, the aura of this specter was thousands of times stronger than that of wraiths. This drifting specter had been hiding behind the mummy lord. He was like a mage from the profound continent, using mysterious spells to attack the huge knight. Waves of gray shockwaves shot out from the direction of the specter and attacked the huge knight's body. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, the knight's 2-meter rusty broadsword fiercely stabbed forward. The mummy lord swung the carrion belt in his hand, and the floating sarcophagus above his head collided with the broadsword. At this moment, the knight's broadsword landed on the sarcophagus with a terrifying sound, and the sarcophagus suddenly flew up into the sky. The knight took advantage of this opportunity to urge the flaming horse to charge towards the mummy lord. The flaming horse beneath him suddenly sprayed out a scorching flame, rolling towards the mummy lord. The mummy lord was clearly somewhat flustered. The sarcophagus, flying above his head, obviously could not be quickly mobilized. At this moment, the specter behind him suddenly transmitted a bizarre soul fluctuation. Thousands of wraiths suddenly swam out from the specter's body, arranging themselves in a neat square formation in front of the flame aura. They forcibly submerged the flames of the flaming horse and the numerous wraiths. The specter blocked the flaming horse's flame aura, and the sarcophagus flying into the sky was caught by the mummy lord, just in time to block the evil knight's next broadsword attack. The three undead creatures immediately started fighting again, tangled together, with no clear winner or loser to be determined. Around Han Shuo, the lower-ranked undead creatures were still fighting fiercely. These undead creatures could clearly feel the powerful aura on Han Shuo's body, and all of them completely ignored Han Shuo's existence. This allowed Han Shuo to watch the battle without worry, taking in the entirety of the battle between the three strange undead creatures. Han Shuo stared at the specter for a long time and suddenly understood. To be able to control so many wraiths and still have the aura of wraiths on its body, this specter was definitely a high-ranked undead creature that had evolved from wraiths. That especially strange giant knight was very likely to have evolved from an evil knight. In the Netherworld, which had a strict hierarchy, high-level creatures generally possessed extremely high combat strength. However, this wasn't absolute. Low-level undead creatures also had the possibility of becoming high-level undead creatures through evolution. For example, a skeleton king that was as powerful as a bone dragon was mostly born by chance and coincidence. However, there were also skeleton kings that were formed from the lowest level of skeletons that had undergone countless evolutions. Although this probability was extremely small, it still existed. In the Netherworld, souls could mutually devour each other. If a low-ranked undead creature could devour the soul of a powerful bone dragon, it would be able to greatly advance by a few stages. However, this probability was extremely low. Generally, weak undead creatures would only instinctively submit and flee when faced with an existence that was a level higher than them. They absolutely wouldn't dare to attack unless they had a master. Under the master's command, they would only attack without regard for their own lives. However, even if they attacked when faced with an even stronger undead creature that was a level higher than them, there was absolutely no chance of them surviving. They would definitely be killed by an existence that was a level higher than them, not to mention devouring the soul energy of a higher level. Those low-ranked undead creatures that could evolve, for the most part, happened to encounter a higher-ranked undead creature that was about to be killed by a stronger existence. When the stronger existence wasn't around, they took advantage of the situation and devoured the soul energy of a higher-ranked undead creature. For example, a powerful bone dragon could kill or seriously injure a group of hate creatures with a single breath. To a bone dragon, the soul energy of a low-ranked undead creature, like a hate creature, was simply uninteresting to them. If there was a zombie or skeleton warrior in the vicinity after the bone dragon left, they could take advantage of the situation and devour the soul of a high-ranked hate creature. When this extremely low probability of happening repeatedly to a low-ranked undead creature, the low-ranked existence that devoured the souls of many high-ranked undead creatures would gradually evolve into a high-ranked undead creature that transcended the restrictions of birth. This wisp of soul was perhaps this extremely astonishing luck. Han Shuo watched as the wisp of soul and the mummy joined hands to resist the knight's attack. He then looked at the drop of sapphire liquid that contained a strange energy held by the sinister plant's 1,000 hands in the center of the mountain spring. His heart was indecisive as he didn't know if he should take advantage of this opportunity to make his move. It seemed that these three powerful undead creatures were also preparing to fight over the drop of liquid in the center of the mountain spring. The enormous knight's strength was incomparably astonishing. Han Shua's condensed body of a fake skeleton king shouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the knight's broadsword. In addition, the wisp of soul and the mummy lord weren't benevolent creatures. Han Shua didn't have the confidence to deal with them without his main body. However, the sapphire-like liquid in the center of the mountain spring let Han Shua know that it could increase mental strength. This kind of good thing had never been heard of in the profound continent. Having finally arrived at this place with great difficulty, the greed in Han Shua's heart couldn't be contained. Just as Han Shua was hesitating again and again, Han Shua sensed that the little skull was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, the knight that was chasing after the mummy lord and the wisp of soul became extremely irritable. After a series of frenzied attacks with no results, the knight suddenly gave up and urged the flaming horse to charge straight towards the plant in the center of the mountain spring. The mummy lord and the wisp of soul paused for a moment, then hastily attacked the knight. The mummy lord's sarcophagus fell towards the knight with a loud bang, while the wisp of soul released thousands of wraiths that charged towards the knight. The enormous knight's rusty broadsword swept across, and a rotting aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rippled out. The thousands of wraiths suddenly turned into ashes and smoke, and the sarcophagus was smashed into the air by his fist. Afterwards, a dignified consciousness spread out from the enormous knight's body. "You two despicable and cowardly existences. That fellow from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Temple is coming. You two and I will kill him together. The serene luster gem in the dead water belongs to you. I only want that fellow's soul force. How about it?" When the mummy lord and the wisp of soul saw that the evil knight had given up and transmitted such a consciousness, they were clearly a bit flustered. The two fellows communicated with each other for a moment, and then the wisp of soul transmitted a faint consciousness. "All right, the three of us will make a vow together to abide by this agreement." Han Shua watched the three powerful undead creatures communicate from afar. From their conversation, Han Shua understood that the enormous knight had sensed the existence of the little skull. Their tone indicated that they were afraid of the little skull. Han Shua didn't think that in this netherworld the little skull from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Temple would actually have such great power. The enormous knight, the mummy lord, and the wisp of soul had decided to join hands because they were apprehensive of the little skull's existence. The fact that the three of them dared to stay behind to deal with the little skull showed that they had some confidence in themselves. Han Shua, who had been watching from afar for a while, thought for a moment, then walked out from the group of low-level undead creatures. "Me too, count me in." Han Shua transmitted a message through his consciousness, expressing his opinion to the three undead creatures. At the beginning, Han Shua was just standing together with a group of low-level undead creatures on the outskirts of the valley. Han Shua, who had been deliberately hiding, watched for a long time. The three undead creatures that had been fighting didn't notice Han Shua. When Han Shua slowly walked out from afar, it immediately caused the three undead creatures to panic. The three undead creatures were clearly panicking at first, frightened by Han Shua's skeleton king form. However, these three powerful undead creatures were different from the low-level undead creatures that had given way to Han Shua. They could feel from Han Shua's aura that was completely different from the skeleton king's. Moreover, Han Shua's aura wasn't as frightening as the skeleton king's. After being startled, the huge knight reacted and transmitted a message to Han Shua. "Cowardly peeper, what can you pay? What do you want?" "I want a third of the serene luster gems. I can help you deal with that guy together." Han Shua transmitted a message through his consciousness. "That depends on whether you have the strength or not." The knight impatiently transmitted a message and urged the flaming horse to charge at Han Shuo. Rotting aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out from his body, converging on the broadsword as it pierced towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled and hastily chanted an incantation. On one hand, he let the dense bone spears attack the 5-meter tall giant knight. On the other hand, his consciousness quickly condensed a dense aura of death, forming a huge long blade that smashed towards the charging knight. The dense bone spears landed on the body of the giant knight, but only made clanking sounds. They weren't able to harm this terrifying knight. Only the long blade that was condensed from the dense aura of death that smashed onto the knight's broadsword was able to obstruct his charge. Just as the knight dodged the dense bone spears and was about to charge in front of Han Shuo, he suddenly reined in his horse and turned his head to look at the spectre and the mummy lord, transmitting he has the qualifications to share a third of the serene luster gems. Do the two of you have any objections? The fellow from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Hall is extremely frightening. There will be more hope if we add a helper. The two undead creatures hesitated for a moment. After weighing the terrifying deterrence of the little skull and the benefits of the serene luster gems, they finally agreed to the giant knight's suggestion. It could be said that they classified Han Shuo as an ally. Chapter 386. As soon as the three undead creatures agreed to Han Shuo's participation, Han Shuo immediately began to communicate with the little skull. Due to the close distance, Han Shuo was able to easily convey his thoughts to the little skull. The little skull quickly flew over on the bone devil and very cleverly understood Han Shuo's intentions. Once the three undead creatures saw that Han Shuo had agreed, they didn't make a move on the serene luster gems in the spring water. Each and every one of them spread out in front of the spring water, causing the low-level undead creatures that were still fiercely fighting to stop and gradually encircle them. The two evil knights on the periphery slowly approached the huge knight wielding the 2-meter broadsword. There were also a few abominations standing in front of the spectre and the mummy lord, completely guarding the area. They planned to kill the little skull on the spot. Gradually, an ear-piercing whistling sound came from afar. Under the dusky sky, a huge shadow slowly approached. The wings connected by the mutated bone devil were 5 to 6 meters long when fully extended. In addition to the frightening bone spikes all over its body, this bone devil that could fly had a very strong deterrent force. On the back of the flying bone devil, more than 10 sparkling and translucent white bones were gathered together to form a cushion. The little skull on top was holding onto a slender and sharp bone spike. Its purple demon eyes shone brightly, and its small body emitted a terrifying might. The huge knight pointed the 2-meter rusty broadsword at the little skull that was flying over on the bone devil. Its angry consciousness spread out. This time, you won't be able to escape. The current you is no longer my opponent. Surrender to me, and I'll spare your soul. When the little skull arrived, it stood proudly in the air. Riding the bone devil, it looked down and conveyed its dignified consciousness. Don't even think about it. I'd rather have my soul obliterated than become your slave. The knight bellowed and ordered the surrounding undead creatures that had surrendered to him. Kill this damned skeleton for me. At the same time that the knight shouted, the mummy lord and the spectre simultaneously gave their subordinates the order to attack. Hundreds and thousands of undead creatures rushed towards the little skeleton, riding the bone demon like a swarm of locusts. Among them, the flying gargoyles formed an attacking formation and charged at Little Skull fearlessly. Looking down at the little skull that was charging at him with all kinds of low-level undead creatures, his purple demon eye suddenly circulated with a purple halo. Waves of ripples slowly extended from his purple demon eye, with the little skull as the center, gradually covering the distance. The entire space was filled with an evil and dignified aura. The low-level undead creatures that had rushed over suddenly froze on the spot when they felt the waves of strange aura. It was as if they had forgotten to attack the little skeleton. Even the groups of gargoyles that had been charging fearlessly at the little skeleton had circled around the little skeleton and gone far away. Lowly and weak existences, back down! A stiff and dignified consciousness suddenly came from the little skull's body and spread in all directions. The low-level undead creatures that were covered by the purple light of the purple demon eye were suddenly stunned. They hesitated for a moment, as though they were afraid of the might of the little skull. They actually didn't follow the knight and the mummy lord's orders to throw away their lives, and automatically opened up a path. However, the two evil knights seemed to be barely able to resist the corrosion of the purple demon eye's strong light on their consciousness. After being stunned for a long time, they unexpectedly rushed towards the little skull again. Halfway through, the two evil knights casually picked up a few skeleton warriors beside them, dismantled their bones, and shot them at the little skull who was riding the bone devil in the sky. Pa! 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 Before the bone spikes could get close to the little skull swept the extremely long-boned spike in his hand, and an earth-shattering aura of death surged forth. The bone spikes that were shooting towards him all exploded in the air. The little skull didn't seem to care about the two evil knights at all. He continued to look at the four undead creatures, including Han Shuo, from afar, and transmitted his consciousness. If you don't submit, then your soul will disappear. The bone demon beneath him suddenly flew out, aiming straight for the 5-meter tall knight. The 3-meter long bone spear in Little Skeleton's hand was tightly gripped in Little Skeleton's hand. An enormous aura of death accompanied by a dense killing intent assaulted Little Skeleton's face. The mummy lord sarcophagus was the first to be thrown, and it smashed towards the bone devil under the little skull. Once again, thousands of wraiths flew out of the ghost's body and neatly arranged themselves to entangle with the little skull. The giant knight spurred his flaming horse forward, raising his head to look at the little skeleton whizzing towards him. The 2-meter long broadsword flew out of his hand along with the momentum of his charge, chopping down at the little skeleton. That tremendous force contained an impressive momentum, appearing to be full of power. The knight pulled the spear back, and the spear absorbed the dense death aura around it, like a sponge absorbing water. Then, the spear stabbed forward like lightning, and the knight's broadsword fell to the ground with a clang. The bone devil's wings, which were connected by the rotten corpses, flung the mummy lord's sarcophagus to the side. As for the wraiths that were attacked by the ghost, they were blocked by the purple light of the purple demon eye before they could even get close to the little skull. It was as if an invisible barrier had suddenly formed, and the hundreds of wraiths could not break through the barrier at all. Han Shuo cooperated and shot out 2 rows of bone spears. Similarly, the bone spears could not penetrate the invisible barrier formed by the purple light of the purple demon eye, and they fell from the sky one after another. This surprised Han Shuo. He couldn't figure out how the eye of the demon Dadera, who was worshipped by the forest troll, could have such a magical effect under the control of the little skull. Han Shuo's mental power was at the level of a grand magus, so the bone spears shot out were full of momentum. Although they could not pierce through some incomparably solid physical defenses, this kind of invisible barrier should be able to block the wraiths in the state of nothingness, but it should not be able to block the bone spears with full penetrating power. However, the truth was so inconceivable. Han Shuo gradually felt that the little skull was becoming more and more mysterious. The little skull blocked the attacks of the 4 creatures, including Han Shuo. The bone devil turned around and flew towards the mummy, lord, and the ghost. At this time, the knight who had just caught the falling broadsword was still some distance away from the mummy lord and the ghost, so he could not help them in time. Instead, it was Han Shuo who was approaching the mummy lord and the ghost. Seeing the ghost and the mummy lord's panic state, Han Shuo took the initiative to send a message. "I'll help you." As soon as this message was sent by Han Shuo immediately rushed towards the mummy lord and the ghost. He had already prepared the soul tremor spell. He had already communicated with the little skull and was ready to wait for the little skull to attack the mummy lord. Then he would take the opportunity to cast the soul tremor attack on the ghost. No matter the form of an undead creature, the soul was their most fundamental existence. This special ghost was the same. As long as it was caught off guard and got hit by Han Shua's soul tremor, even if its soul was not destroyed, it would be severely injured. At that time, Han Shua and the little skull could easily eliminate the ghost first. Then, with Han Shua entangled with the mummy lord and the little skull killing the huge knight, the situation would be completely under their control. None of the three undead creatures would be able to escape from the hands of Han Shua and the little skull. Han Shua's wishful thinking was very good. If the situation really developed according to this plan, it would be very satisfactory. However, when Han Shua's consciousness was firmly locked on the ghost and was ready to eliminate it at any time, his consciousness suddenly felt a slight fluctuation from the bottom of the dark spring. That fluctuation was very slight, as if it was accidentally leaked out due to the soul being overly excited. If not for the current realm of Han Shua's consciousness, he might not have been able to detect that slight fluctuation. Within this slight fluctuation, there was an ancient aura. It was obvious that there was another powerful undead creature hiding at the bottom of the spring. This powerful undead creature was not detected by the surrounding knights, ghosts, and even the little skull, which was enough to prove its strength. Han Shua's consciousness spun rapidly in the blink of an eye. He carefully and attentively sensed that inadvertently leaked aura. Suddenly, Han Shua was shocked. In an instant, he connected that aura with a powerful undead creature recorded in necromancy books. In the netherworld, the strongest existence that necromancers knew of was the bone dragon. There was a bone dragon hiding at the bottom of the dark spring, and it was an extremely cunning bone dragon. The bone dragon had always been a domineering undead creature in the netherworld. Apart from some unknown and even more terrifying existences, the bone dragon, skeleton king, and zombie king were synonyms for the highest level of undead creatures. In the profound continent where Han Shua was from, necromancers that could summon a bone dragon could only be a sacred magus necromancer. The bone dragon had always been synonymous with the strongest undead creatures. This bone dragon that had been hiding at the bottom of the spring had always concealed the aura on its body. However, it had let the serene luster crystal on its head overflow with an aura that attracted powerful undead creatures. One could well imagine what kind of thoughts it harbored. It seemed that the drop of serene luster crystal at the center of the dark spring had always been the bait that the bone dragon used to lure some powerful undead creatures. The enormous mummy knight lord, as well as that wisp of specter Han Shua, had all fallen into the bone dragon's trap. If it wasn't for Han Shua's consciousness suddenly sensing a slight fluctuation that was caused by the bone dragon's excitement, Han Shua knew that the ultimate winner this time would be the bone dragon. Han Shua, who was charging towards that wisp of specter, suddenly communicated with Little Skull. He described everything that his consciousness had just sensed to Little Skull, and then asked Little Skull if he had the strength to defeat the bone dragon. "Father, I will definitely be able to slay the bone dragon in the future, but not now. I don't have the strength for the time being." Little Skull sent a message. On one hand, he explained that he had unlimited possibilities to evolve, and on the other hand, he stated the fact that he didn't have the strength for the time being. When he heard that the current Little Skull wasn't a match for the bone dragon, Han Shua's mind quickly turned. As he charged towards the specter, he immediately gave another order to Little Skull. The mummy lord's sarcophagus fiercely smashed towards Little Skull. That wisp of specter drifted back erratically. It was unknown how he released magic, but the wraiths that floated out of his body suddenly condensed into a huge wraith's net, trapping towards Little Skull. Han Shua released a white bone shield. The huge, ferocious white bone shield suddenly blocked in front of the mummy lord, establishing a solid defense for the mummy lord and the wisp of specter. With that, the mummy lord and specter let out a sigh of relief and continued to attack Little Skull with all their might. Little Skull, who was riding on the Bone Demon, was about to be wrapped up by the wraith's net cast by the wisp of spectre. However, the Bone Demon suddenly changed its direction and fell towards the direction of the dark spring. Then, before the undead creatures could react, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly burst out, shooting towards the ferocious plant. The 3-meter-long javelin-like bone spur in his hand fiercely pierced into the center of the spring. A terrifying roar suddenly came from the bottom of the lifeless spring. The pitch-black spring water instantly boiled, setting off huge waves. The bone spear, condensed with the surrounding surging death aura, fiercely sank into the bottom of the boiling spring. It seemed to have pierced the extremely cunning bone dragon, causing the bone dragon to temporarily be unable to fly out from the bottom. At this moment, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's body shot towards the sinister and strange plant, completely cutting off the plant's roots. The serene luster crystal that was held up by thousands of withered branches and leaves began to emit faint blue smoke. The 7 bone spurs that had cut off the plant took the opportunity to hold up the serene luster crystal. In the blink of an eye, it flew into Little Skull's hand. The 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly flew out from underground and returned to Little Skeleton's hand like a bolt of lightning. Little Skeleton didn't even spare a glance at the rapidly boiling, pitch-black spring water as he commanded his bone devil to fly towards Han Shua's location. Sinister and despicable skeleton, I, Bone Dragon Zasika, will exterminate you. A huge roar came from underground. A huge bone dragon, whose entire body was made up of long bones that were like steel bars, suddenly rose from the spring. A powerful aura of death spread throughout the entire valley. The giant knights and the mummy Lord Spectre, who were originally preparing to surround Little Skull, all looked at each other in fear. They no longer cared about Little Skull and hurriedly fled towards the periphery of the valley. The lower-ranked zombie warriors, including the hate warriors, all froze in place as if they were scared silly. They instinctively surrendered and didn't dare to move at all. Chapter 387. This was an extremely cunning bone dragon, Zasika. Its body was about 15 meters long. Its pure white bones were thick and sturdy, as though they were cast from the toughest iron and stone. Its entire body overflowed with strands of concentrated death chi. When it roared loudly, all of Tanai's high-level undead creatures scattered and fled in all directions. Those low-level undead creatures stood there motionlessly, trembling under the pressure of the bone dragon's enormous aura. The bone dragons of the Netherworld were different from the ordinary dragons of the profound continent. They were special existences of the dragon race that were born in the Netherworld. From the moment they appeared, they possessed extremely powerful strength. Because their entire body was cast from pure white bones, they were immune to the vast majority of physical and magical attacks. The peculiar environment of the Netherworld created such a peculiar creature. At the same time, they were also adroit manipulators of the death chi in the Netherworld. They even possessed some of the mystical attack power of the dragon's breath. Compared to the ordinary dragons of the profound continent, their strength was much higher. The gigantic knight and the mummy Lord Spectre that originally planned to besiege the Little Skull had already started to scatter and flee in all directions when the bone dragon's roar sounded. They no longer cared about besieging the Little Skull. Taking advantage of the fact that Bone Dragon Zasika wasn't paying attention, he retrieved the Little Skull's serene luster gem and directly flew towards Han Shua. When he was about to reach Han Shua's side, Han Shua abandoned the skeleton body, condensed from the death chi. His consciousness floated to the side of the Little Skull. When Han Shua's consciousness fell beside the Little Skull stuffed the serene luster gem into Han Shua's consciousness in the form of a vengeful spirit without a second thought. Then he urged the Bone Devil to similarly flee into the distance. As soon as the Bone Dragon flew out from the pitch-black spring, it first emitted the imposing aura of a high-ranked undead creature. When the numerous undead creatures all fled, it fixed its gaze on the little skeleton that was quickly getting further away and roared, "You can't escape, treacherous and despicable skeleton!" The bone dragon let out a long roar in the boundless sky and chased after the little skull. The bone devil beneath the little skull was also transformed by the little skull using the bones of a super-rank magical beast from the forbidden land of the profound continent. In such a netherworld, the transformed bone devil's flying speed was actually extremely fast. The bone dragon Zasika that was rushing over like lightning was unable to catch up in a short period of time. At this moment, the serene luster gem that the little skull had casually stuffed into Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly blended with the mental strength within Han Shuo's consciousness. In a split second, a mysterious mental strength energy surged into Han Shuo's consciousness, gradually converging and fusing with the mental strength within. Han Shuo quivered and shuddered. He suddenly reacted. This method of increasing mental strength was exactly the same as the feeling when Han Shuo received mental strength from the Cemetery of Death. In a split second, Han Shuo was almost certain that the mental strength that poured into Han Shuo's mental strength in the Cemetery of Death was also a serene luster gem. However, this wasn't the time to ponder why the Cemetery of Death would have a serene luster gem. Having experienced it last time, Han Shuo immediately absorbed the mental strength that flowed into his consciousness from the serene luster gem to his heart's content, desperately seizing the opportunity to digest the mystical power of the serene luster gem. Suddenly, an incomparably enormous mental strength surged into Han Shuo's consciousness at an extremely fast speed. A piercing pain instantly spread, and soon after, Han Shuo felt dizzy and his vision blurred, not knowing what to do. "Eh-ho-ho!" A loud and clear cry of pain sounded. On the profound continent, Han Shuo's main body held the skeletal staff in his hand and held incessantly. His originally muddle-headed eyes gradually regained clarity. An enormous mental strength was still flowing in his brain. Han Shuo suddenly felt that his left hand was holding a hard object. When he lowered his head to look, it was actually that mysterious skeletal staff. Han Shuo was startled, but soon after he became wild with joy. He understood that he had inexplicably returned to the profound continent from the netherworld. Amidst his excitement, Han Shuo didn't think too much about it. He hastily discarded all distracting thoughts and merged the pure mental strength that had flowed into his consciousness with his original one. His heart was filled with an enormous sense of joy. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo gradually sensed that the mental strength he had obtained from the netherworld's serene luster gem had been completely absorbed. Then an intense call from Little Skull from the netherworld was transmitted over. Han Shuo suddenly recalled his experience when he had just escaped into the other dimension. He recalled that Little Skull was still being chased by that bone dragon Zasika. Little Skull's call from the other dimension was obviously a distress signal. Without any hesitation, Han Shuo chanted the lowest grade necromancy summoning spell. Little Skull, who was riding the bone dragon, suddenly descended into this underground secret chamber. Little Skull was safe and sound. However, the bone demon he was riding had more than 10 bones broken. It seemed that it was destroyed by that bone dragon. As soon as he descended from the other dimension, Little Skull patted his chest like a human and sent a message to Han Shuo. "That cunning bone dragon is really very scary. However, I will definitely make him pay the price in the future." Han Shuo looked at the Little Skull in front of him. His heart was filled with endless emotions. This Little Skull, who had the ambition to slaughter the bone dragon, was this the guy who helped him throw the trash in the middle of the night? "Father, how did you enter my world?" Little Skull's purple demon eye glistened as he stared at Han Shuo and asked. Han Shuo gradually got used to the way Little Skull addressed him. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. However, I understand that it has something to do with the skeletal staff. For the time being, I still haven't figured out what's going on." However, I think I will figure out the situation very soon. Han Shuo explained to Little Skull. Then he frowned and asked Little Skull, "Do you know what the serene luster crystal that I absorbed is?" This kind of serene luster crystal is also a very rare thing in our world. It can temper our soul and make our soul more pure. It is very beneficial for our evolution. Little Skull explained, paused for a moment, and then continued, "Father, in our world, there are also some special things and special life forms. For example, that specter was evolved from a vengeful spirit. That tall knight was a soul from another plane that fell into our world and absorbed the aura of death, using the body of the evil knight to evolve." Little Skull seemed to be planning to explain the world he was familiar with to Han Shuo. He patiently explained the situation of the undead world to Han Shuo, as if to clear away Han Shuo's misunderstanding of the undead paradise. From Little Skull's description, Han Shuo gradually understood that his understanding of the undead world was still a bit one-sided. It turned out that the undead creatures that existed in the undead world were not just those that he knew from necromancy books. Those undead creatures that he knew from necromancy books were originally known by the ancient necromancers, and they were also undead creatures that had found the correct summoning incantations. In addition, there were some evolved or mutated undead creatures, or strange undead creatures that were naturally born from the aura of death in special situations and special places. These were undead creatures that the necromancers had never known or successfully summoned. These special existences were equally powerful, and some were even more powerful than the bone dragons. However, as the necromancers of the past had never encountered them, nor did they have the means to summon them, they did not exist in the necromancy books. However, Little Skull, who had lived in the undead paradise for so long, naturally understood some of the peculiarities that the necromancers of the past did not know about. According to Little Skull's narration, Han Shuo also knew that the undead world was also divided into regions and territories. Some of the most ancient and most powerful existences all occupied vast territories and fought endlessly with each other. There were also extremely powerful undead creatures that even possessed the terrifying strength to tear apart the bindings of the planes and use their own strength to cross over to the outside world. Just as Han Shuo was slowly digesting Little Skull's words, Little Skull suddenly transmitted a message. "Father, I should go back." After a long period of time, as Han Shuo still had a mental connection with the Earth and Fire Elite zombies, he could completely send Little Skull to the side of the Earth and Fire Elite zombies. Then Little Skull and Bone Dragon Zasika would be separated by tens of thousands of miles, and that bone dragon would naturally be unable to threaten Little Skull again. Han Shuo gave Little Skull such a reminder, nodded with a smile, and sent Little Skull to the netherworld. After Little Skull left, Han Shuo was still pondering over Little Skull's description of Han Shuo. Some of what Little Skull had said just now was beyond Han Shuo's understanding, causing Han Shuo to be unable to adapt for a moment. From Little Skull's description, Han Shuo had a new understanding of the netherworld. He also clearly knew that the world was not quite the same as what he had originally imagined. It seemed that not every creature in the netherworld could be summoned by necromancers. There were many powerful undead existences that transcended the bindings of the planes, and definitely could not be trapped by the power of a necromancer's contract. Shaking his head, Han Shuo no longer thought about matters related to the other world. Han Shuo chanted an incantation, and with a mental strength, rows of bone spears took shape in front of Han Shuo, quietly hovering in the air without moving. Han Shuo only counted the number of bone spears, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the number of bone spears had increased by a third compared to usual. This meant that Han Shuo's mental strength had indeed received a substantial increase. Although his mental strength was also at the Grand Magus realm, the higher one's mental strength was, the more powerful the magic released would be. Han Shuo was now able to release the bone spear technique. To be able to produce so many bone spears, it was enough to show that Han Shuo's mental strength had indeed received a substantial increase in the other world. The serene luster crystal is truly a good item. Only, Why would a serene luster crystal appear under the cemetery of death? And why is the skeletal staff able to allow souls to escape into the other world? Could it be that the cemetery of death and the netherworld's creatures have some sort of connection? Han Shuo furrowed his brows and began to ponder inwardly. Han Shuo couldn't understand this question for a while, but he knew that the cemetery of death definitely contained many secrets. He was prepared to properly explore the cemetery of death after a period of time and see if there was anything he hadn't discovered yet. After his consciousness had escaped into the netherworld, Han Shuo had lost the concept of time. Now that he had returned to the profound continent, Han Shuo didn't know how much time had passed. He hastily returned from the secret room to the Count's mansion and called Steward Kalos over. When Steward Kalos came over, he hastily said, "My Lord Count, where have you been these past few days? That Miss Phoebe has come over 3 times to see you. Also, His Majesty the King wants you to enter the palace to see him. In addition, there's also some bad news about you that's been circulating outside. I'm worried to death." What bad news? Han Shuo first grasped the main point and asked Kalos about the news that was unfavorable to him. This. Steward Kalos hemmed and hawed. After Han Shuo glared at him, he replied somewhat fearfully, "There's a rumor that you're a member of the Calamity Church. Ordinary people don't know much about this Calamity Church, but some nobles and people with status all know that the Calamity Church is an evil church." When these words were spoken, Han Shuo was horrified. In the eyes of some great nobles, the Calamity Church was synonymous with evil demons. On the continent, there shouldn't be many people who knew of the Calamity Church's existence that had a good impression of them. Han Shuo had never dared to have too much contact with people from the Calamity Church because he was afraid of leaving people with this kind of impression. He didn't expect that this kind of situation would occur even after he kept his distance from them. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo also knew who had spread the rumor. Apart from the Church of Light and some of Lawrence's political enemies, Han Shuo didn't have many enemies in the Lancelot Empire. These days, Han Shuo was at the peak of his power in the Empire, and it was precisely this rumor that could destroy Han Shuo. This matter was a bit thorny. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, and then said to Steward Kalos, "I understand. You can leave first. Invite Prince Lawrence and Miss Phoebe for me. Tell them that I want to have a talk with them tonight." After instructing Kalos, Han Shuo immediately left the mansion. After hesitating for a moment, he went straight to the Dark Mantle headquarters to find Candide. When Candide saw Han Shuo, he opened his mouth and said, "Why have you only appeared now? Come, follow me to the Imperial Palace first. I already know about your matter. I've already communicated with His Majesty earlier. This matter can be big or small. We must treat it with caution." On the way to the Imperial Palace, Candide pointed out that this rumor was spread by the Church of Light, first Prince Charles and the Duke together. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, it was naturally very easy for Candide to investigate this matter. Han Shuo and Candide discussed for a moment, then directly entered the Imperial Palace through the Dark Mantle's transportation matrix, heading straight for His Majesty Uhtred's palace. Chapter 388. The old man sitting on the throne had reached the final stages of his life. The aura of life seemed to be slipping away from his body at every moment. His frail body had to lean against the throne in order to sit up straight. His pair of originally bright eyes were also covered with a layer of gray. Han Shuo followed Candide in and shot a glance at Uhtred, who didn't have much time left. Han Shuo knew that Uhtred was indeed going to die. No wonder the princes of the Lancelot Empire were so brazen in their attempts to seize power. "Your Majesty, Count Brian has come to see you," Candide respectfully said after saluting. Uhtred coughed violently for a while. His gray eyes gradually regained some vitality as he forced himself to straighten his body. He swept his gaze over Candide and Han Shuo before finally fixing his gaze on Han Shuo. He weakly asked, "Brian, Candide has told me about your actions in Bretel City these days. You've done very well. Your Majesty overpraises me. This is what I should do. Han Shoa had communicated with Candide on the way here. He understood that it was best not to rashly open his mouth when facing such a character. He only needed to answer whatever the latter asked. I've heard rumors that you have some connection with the Calamity Church. How interesting. Your background is clean, and you've made many contributions to the Lancelot Empire. How could you be involved with that kind of evil church? Uhtred muttered to himself, as if he was only speaking to himself. Your Majesty is wise. That is purely a rumor spread by some enemies. Han Shoa replied. Then, do you know who is spreading this rumor and what their intentions are? Uhtred looked at Han Shoa and asked. Shaking his head, Han Shoa said, I don't know. Candide, you can leave first. I have some things I want to discuss with Brian alone. Uhtred didn't pursue this matter. Instead, he shot a glance at Candide and softly instructed. Candide didn't waste any words. He kowtowed towards Uhtred and turned to leave the hall. However, when he passed by Han Shoa, Candide gave Han Shoa a meaningful glance, hinting that Han Shoa shouldn't say anything he shouldn't say. After Candide left, Uhtred suddenly sighed and said, Among my sons, I feel that I owe Lawrence the most. I heard that you and Lawrence are very close. Is that true? Han Shoa was startled. He couldn't quite understand Uhtred's meaning. Most nobles in Awesome City knew about his relationship with Lawrence. It wasn't strange at all for Uhtred to know about it. Han Shoa hesitated for a moment before honestly nodding his head and replied, Yes, your Majesty. Then, you must be supporting Lawrence? Uhtred asked again. Yes, your Majesty. Han Shoa replied once again. Uhtred was silent for a long time. His eyes were staring deeply at Han Shoa. Only when Han Shoa felt a little uncomfortable did Uhtred open his mouth and say, Brian, there are some things I want to discuss with you. Your Majesty, if you have any matters, feel free to instruct me. As your subject, I will naturally share all of your troubles. Han Shoa replied once again. Uhtred sighed. He suddenly stared at Han Shoa and said, Brian, I hope you can promise me that no matter how my other 3 sons treat you, please spare their lives. Han Shoa was speechless. He looked at Uhtred in puzzlement and asked, Your Majesty, why do you say this? Brian, if you agree to this condition of mine, I will pass the throne to Lawrence and help you control the Lancelot Empire. Uhtred stared at Han Shoa and said solemnly. Han Shoa's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Uhtred in extreme shock. For a moment, he didn't know what was wrong with Uhtred for him to actually say such inexplicable words. Han Shoa could only stare at Uhtred in a daze, forgetting to reply. If you agree to this condition of mine, I will help you and Lawrence. What do you think? Uhtred immediately followed up with a question. His expression seemed somewhat anxious, even carrying a trace of pleading. As the true ruler of the Lancelot Empire, as long as Uhtred didn't die, no matter how sick he was, he would still be the person with the greatest authority in the Lancelot Empire. However, it was at this moment that Uhtred's tone of speaking to Han Shoa strangely carried a trace of pleading. This was something that Han Shoa had never expected. For a split second, Han Shoa even thought that Uhtred's illness was too severe, causing him to be absent-minded and speak nonsense. However, when Han Shoa carefully observed Uhtred, he discovered that although Uhtred's body was incomparably weak, his soul wasn't the slightest bit disordered. This meant that Uhtred's thoughts were indeed normal. Just as Han Shoa was extremely astonished, Uhtred once again questioned. Han Shoa's mind rapidly spun before he probed Uhtred. Is it fine as long as I leave the 3 princes alive? Nodding his head heavily, Uhtred's expression became joyful as he hastily said, That's right. It's fine as long as you leave them alive. You can strip them of all their authority, and even imprison them in a small place. It's fine as long as you let them live. In that case, I promise you, Your Majesty. Han Shoa no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. His Majesty Uhtred, the true ruler of the Lancelot Empire, actually heaved a clear sigh of relief. A trace of a smile appeared on his weak face as he waved his hand and said, "Brian, I will now bestow upon you the title of Marquis. In addition, I will have Space Sacred Magus Mr. Sabakas help Bretel City build a magical transportation array. In addition, I will help you get rid of the negative news that is unfavorable to you," and a series of promises suddenly came out of Uhtred's mouth. Han Shua was momentarily stunned, standing there blankly. He didn't know what had gotten into Uhtred's head today. After Uhtred's narration, Han Shua finally opened his mouth and said, "Brian, you may leave. I hope that you won't tell anyone about today's matter, not even Candide or Lawrence." "Your Majesty, I promise you. However, can you tell me the reason? I really don't understand why you would make such a decision." Han Shua stared dumbfoundedly at Uhtred and said, shaking his head, Uhtred smiled bitterly and said, "It's better if you don't know. I'm doing this out of consideration for you. You may leave." Han Shua felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He looked at Uhtred in bewilderment and stared blankly for a moment before creasing his brows. He bowed towards Uhtred and retreated. His heart was filled with doubts, but he didn't know who he should confide in. After Han Shua left, Uhtred seemed to have aged a lot more. He sighed and said, "As a father, I have done everything that I can for the three of you. I hope that you will be able to continue living after my death." Space Sacred Magus Sabakas, an old astrologer, Madame Grace, suddenly appeared in front of Uhtred. Old astrologer Madame Grace's face was pale, as if she was going to die before Uhtred. Her entire body seemed to be devoid of life. Uhtred sighed again when he saw the two appear. He looked at old astrologer Madame Grace and said, "Teacher, in all these years, I have never doubted your judgment. Do you think that this Brian can really help the Lancelot Empire prosper and become strong?" Grace's lips wriggled, as if trying to get rid of the wrinkles on her thick lips. She replied in a weak voice, "Your Majesty, I have been entrusted by you to expend my life force to divine ones. I only know that whoever this person helps will become the new king. As long as he is in the Lancelot Empire, the Lancelot Empire will not perish. That's all. This is already enough. I didn't expect that the person who will decide the future of my Lancelot Empire would actually be such a young fellow." Uhtred muttered to himself before looking at the astrologer and Sabakas. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "My days are numbered. I hope that after I die, you can promise me one thing." "Your Majesty, you don't have to remind me. I think that I will leave this world before you do. After so many years, I am also tired. My life should finally come to an end." Old astrologer Grace sighed slightly and said helplessly to Uhtred, "Teacher, I'm sorry. You have expended your life force for the Lancelot Empire." Uhtred understood that every time old astrologer Madame Grace divined the future, she would expend her life force. The more involved the matter, the more life force would be consumed. This time, the divination of the fate of the entire Lancelot Empire could be considered to have completely exhausted all of her life force. Her death could be said to have been caused by Uhtred. However, for the future of the Lancelot Empire, Uhtred had no other choice. He could only let the old astrologer give him a clear indication. Even without old astrologer Madame Grace's divination, the matter might still have proceeded according to the original trajectory. However, the struggle for power between the princes would inevitably cause irreparable damage to the Lancelot Empire's national strength. In that case, even if Lawrence, who was supported by Han Shua, succeeded in seizing power, the Lancelot Empire's strength would be greatly reduced. Uhtred was precisely afraid of such a situation occurring. That was why he was willing to let the old astrologer expend her life force to predict the future. This was to minimize the damage to the national strength, allowing the Lancelot Empire to remain as prosperous as before after Lawrence succeeded the throne. "You don't need to apologize. My teacher also toiled to death for the sake of the Lancelot Empire's national fortune. I'm afraid that this is the fate of us astrologers. Sigh. Old astrologer Madame Grace helplessly sighed before looking at Sabacas and said, "In the short time I have left, I hope that you can bring me to see some places that I have never been to." "Don't worry. No matter where you want to go, I can bring you there." Sabacas replied with a benevolent smile. He then turned his head to look at King Uhtred of the Lancelot Empire and asked, "Your Majesty, what did you want to tell me just now?" "If Brian doesn't keep his promise, I hope that you can help me kill him." Uhtred hesitated for a moment before saying to Sabacas, "Your Majesty, I promise you that I can only do my best. I might not be able to deal with this youngster in the future. I hope that you can forgive me." Space Sacred Magus Sabacas seriously considered for a moment before replying to Uhtred. At Sabacas's level, he was already considered to have transcended authority. Even the king of the Lancelot Empire didn't have the authority to order him to do things that he wasn't willing to do. Sabacas vaguely understood some things from astrologer Grace's prophecy, which was why he replied Uhtred in such a manner. Uhtred nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to thank Master." "All right. Your Majesty should have many matters to attend to. We won't disturb you any further." Sabacas replied in a manner that was neither overbearing nor servile. He glanced at old astrologer Grace, and a white light enveloped the two of them. The two of them instantly disappeared without a trace. Asterisk, 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 unbeknownst to Han Shoa, King Uhtred of the Lancelot Empire had already started to help Lawrence pave the way. After Han Shoa returned to his mansion from the Imperial Palace, he discovered that Lawrence and Phoebe had already been waiting for him even before nightfall. It seemed that they were extremely anxious to see Han Shoa. Phoebe's bright eyes glistened, her gaze never leaving Han Shoa. After Han Shoa dismissed the servants and led the two into the living room, Phoebe angrily pouted, coquettishly, "You bastard! Why didn't you come looking for me after arriving at Ossen City? Are you having too much fun in Bretel City that you've forgotten about an old friend like me?" Han Shoa's mind was a little muddled along the way. He kept thinking about what His Majesty Uhtred had said to him. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Uhtred for him to have such a strange suggestion. Now that he heard Phoebe pouting coquettishly, Han Shoa finally reacted. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Eldest miss, I can forget anyone but you. Do you know that whenever I have something good, the first person I think of is you? Otherwise, how could that starry sky have fallen into your hands so quickly?" Hearing Han Shoa's words, Phoebe's beautiful face became more joyful. Her voice also became much gentler as she snorted. "Then what shameful things have you been doing in Ossen City for so long? I've come here a few times already, but the housekeeper said that you weren't in the mansion." "That's because I have official business to attend to. Most of the time, I've been attending meetings at the Dark Mantle headquarters. I've just made a trip to the Imperial Palace. In short, I haven't been idle," Han Shoa explained to Phoebe. All right. If the two of you have anything to say, you can slowly talk about it after I leave." Lawrence teased. He then looked at Han Shoa and said, "Brian, you just came out of the Imperial Palace. What did my father talk to you about?" Hearing Lawrence's words, Phoebe's charming face blushed. She seemed to think of the wonderful things that would happen between her and Han Shoa after Lawrence left. She suddenly blushed and became silent. Han Shoa knew what Lawrence was thinking about. After hearing Lawrence's words, he recalled the agreement between him and the king just now and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hearing Lawrence's words, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said to Lawrence, "Lawrence, I promised His Majesty that the conversation between me and him wouldn't be leaked to a third person. His Majesty specifically warned me before I left not to tell you about the conversation between me and him." Lawrence's expression froze as he stared blankly. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then can you tell me if you talked about me? Will the things you talked about affect my interests?" Han Shoa thought for a moment and nodded. "Lawrence, I'll tell you clearly. The main point of the conversation between His Majesty and me was you. However, it was all beneficial to you. I think your chances of seizing the throne will greatly increase. Really? Brian, are you serious? Lawrence was obviously ecstatic when he heard these words. He suddenly stood up from his chair and couldn't contain the ecstasy in his heart. Lawrence directly walked in front of Han Shuo and stood on his tiptoes to press his hands on Han Shuo's shoulders. He looked up at Han Shuo and inquired anxiously, nodding his head heavily. Han Shuo said with certainty, "That's right. Although I can't reveal the specifics of our conversation, I can guarantee that your royal father will definitely pave the way for you. Lawrence, your luck has come this time." Lawrence laughed wildly. He, who had been oppressed for a long time, revealed his wild side at this moment. He laughed loudly at Han Shuo and said, "Thank you, Brian. You are my luck. No matter what you talked about with royal father, I think you must have occupied an important position. I will never forget your kindness." Lawrence was very quick-witted. From Han Shuo's words, he realized that Han Shuo was an important figure. Otherwise, why would Uhtred talk to him alone and not others? Brian, you're not joking, right? Could it be that His Majesty wants to support senior brother Lawrence? Phoebe recovered from her charming reverie and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, as if she didn't quite believe Han Shuo's words. Don't ask me about the specifics. To be honest, even I don't dare to believe it until now. However, you will know the truth very soon. Han Shuo spread his hands and made a helpless gesture as he explained to Phoebe. Lawrence hadn't recovered from the pleasant surprise and said excitedly to Han Shuo, "All right, then I'll go back and prepare first. If what you said is true, I need to make arrangements immediately." "Go, you should indeed prepare well." Han Shuo readily agreed. "Senior brother, you only remember your own matters. Have you forgotten what we just discussed? Brian is in a very dangerous situation right now. If you don't help him at this time, it's very likely that he'll be labeled as a member of an evil church by Charles and the others." Seeing that Lawrence was about to leave, Phoebe lightly snorted and couldn't help but reprimand Lawrence. Lawrence slapped his head, only now remembering the purpose of his visit. He first smiled apologetically to Han Shuo, then said with a grave expression, "Brian, there are currently some rumors that are very unfavorable to you. I think we should properly come up with a plan to deal with them." This matter was spread by the Church of Lightscoss and Charles. Their goal is to destroy the reputation and image you've painstakingly built up in Bretel City. Let's not worry about these things. His Majesty the King will help me clean up this matter. He has already promised me. Han Shuo said to the solemn Lawrence. Lawrence and Phoebe looked at each other in dismay, both of them looking stunned. Seeing Lawrence's expression, Han Shuo couldn't help but say with a smile, "All right, you can leave first. Go to your own things and don't worry about me. Your royal father will help us." "All right, I won't disturb you two then." Lawrence understood and winked at Han Shuo and Phoebe, chuckling as he walked out. "Hey, what's with that look? Damn it, you've been led astray by Brian." Phoebe's charming face was bright red as she loudly cursed at Lawrence's back. After Lawrence left, Han Shuo walked towards Phoebe with a grin on his face. He pulled Phoebe into the carriage and carried the screaming Phoebe into the bedroom. Along the way, his hands began to move restlessly up and down Phoebe's naked body. After the deed was over, Phoebe was exhausted and lazily curled up on Han Shuo's broad chest. She didn't have the slightest bit of strength left in her. However, Han Shuo was in high spirits and didn't look tired at all. Instead, he casually pulled out a necromancy book and diligently studied it. Phoebe hadn't used up a single bit of fighting aura within her body. Her exhaustion was purely physical. Looking at the spirited Han Shuo, Phoebe had a sweet smile on her face. The complaints from the past few days had all disappeared, and the extremely satisfied expression on her face couldn't be concealed. She was obviously very happy. A strand of strange energy flowed into Phoebe's body and slowly circulated within Phoebe's limbs and bones. It nourished Phoebe's body and gave Phoebe an extremely comfortable feeling. That feeling was as if that strand of energy was nourishing her body, helping her body to gradually recover and even become stronger. Phoebe carefully savored the nourishment of the energy on her body. She suddenly realized that this strange energy came from Han Shua. In the past, every time she had sex with Han Shua, Phoebe seemed to feel the existence of this strange energy in a daze. It was just that she had been too tired the past few times and had immediately fallen into a deep sleep. She had never felt it so clearly like this time. However, Phoebe could feel that her body was getting better and better. Her body that had been tempered by the Nirvana pill seemed to be even more refined. Her training of fighting aura was twice as effective as before. Even Phoebe's rapid advancement to Great Sword Master seemed to be thanks to the changes in her body. After slowly feeling for a while, Phoebe couldn't help but look at Han Shua, who was solemnly studying magic books with a burning gaze. She suddenly understood that after every time they had sex, Han Shua had transferred a strand of energy that she didn't know about into her body, helping her to change the toughness of her body and making her body's condition better and better. "Brian," Phoebe suddenly whispered softly, raising her head to look at Han Shua. Han Shua, who was studying the habits of bone demons, softly grunted when he heard this. He looked at Phoebe with a smile, and his big hand conveniently patted Phoebe's perky and round buttocks. He teased, "What? Do you still want it?" Phoebe's beautiful face blushed, and she shyly pulled at the thin blanket that covered her body, covering her perfect curves that could make one spurt blood. She said in a low voice, "No, I don't have any strength left in my body, you damned fellow." "Ha ha! Then what do you want to say?" Han Shua put down the necromancy magic book in his hand, and gently pulled up the thin blanket with his left hand to cover her fair, jade-like skin. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Did you leave something special in my body every time you made love to me?" Phoebe asked Han Shua in a low voice with a red face. "Of course I did leave something special behind. Ha ha! That is the seed of life, the most original essence that created the human race. It's just that it hasn't germinated yet. Why are you asking about this? Could it be that you want to ask why your belly isn't big? Oh, you can't blame me for this. You're the one who didn't live up to expectations, right?" Han Shua replied to Phoebe with an evil smile on his face. When Phoebe saw the evil smile on Han Shua's face, she knew that he must have misunderstood her meaning. She couldn't help but blurt out in embarrassment, "I'm not talking about that thing. I'm talking about the energy that helped me change my body." Hearing Phoebe's words, Han Shua suddenly realized and said, "So that's what you wanted to say? Ha ha! Don't worry, that energy will only be good for your body, absolutely no harm. You don't need to care so much. You just need to know that it will make your body better and better." "I know, of course I know that the energy will benefit my body. I'm just worried that it will harm your strength." Phoebe naturally understood the changes in her body, but as a young great swordsman, Phoebe understood that no matter what kind of energy left the body, it would have an effect on the owner. She was worried about whether Han Shua would be injured. "Ha ha! You don't need to worry. This is called body fusion. When I transfer energy to you, I actually get some energy from your body. It's just that you don't know it. Otherwise, why would I make you take so many special postures? This is actually a kind of martial skill, and you keep thinking about it." Han Shua explained to Phoebe with a smile. When Han Shua said this, Phoebe's blush spread from her neck to her whole body. She couldn't help but hit Han Shua's chest and said, "Nonsense! What kind of martial skill is cultivated like this? You made me take so many embarrassing postures to satisfy your special hobbies. You perverted fellow, you still want to lie to me." Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua explained with a bitter smile, "Eldest miss, I really didn't lie to you. There are many martial skills that you don't know about, but they do exist. The postures I made you take do indeed have a special effect, but you didn't carefully comprehend them and were instead lost to your desires. Next time, if you can carefully comprehend them, you'll know that I'm not lying." After Han Shua's explanation, Phoebe was a bit skeptical and looked at Han Shuo in a daze. When she discovered that Han Shuo didn't seem to be joking, she made a fuss and softly said, "Brian, are you serious? Is that really a kind of martial skill?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Of course, it is through this method that our love will help each other increase in strength. Don't worry, the energy in your body won't harm me in any way." Although Phoebe was astonished by Han Shuo's explanation, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, she furrowed her brow in deep thought. After a while, Phoebe suddenly thought of something, and her bright eyes stared deeply at Han Shuo. She asked, "Brian, there's a question I've been suppressing for a long time. Today you have to tell me. Speak, what is it?" Han Shuo's large hands groped Phoebe's smooth back as he said lazily with narrowed eyes, "What's the matter with Emily? Don't tell me that there's no relationship between you and Emily." "Humph, I've seen her a few times. Her skin and body are exactly the same as mine." "Brian, I hope you can tell me honestly about your relationship and don't lie to me." Phoebe's bright eyes stared fixedly at Han Shuo as she asked aggressively. When Han Shuo heard the 3 words Emily, he couldn't help but shiver. When Phoebe finished speaking, his mind abruptly became a mess. After thinking quickly for a moment, Han Shuo sighed and said, "Since you already know, then I won't hide it anymore. Last time in the dark forest, because I went berserk in my martial arts training, I lost control of my mind and raped her." At this point, Han Shuo knew that no amount of concealment would be of any use. He described everything that had happened between him and Emily in full detail. "As expected, you really did have an affair with her. I was wondering why her skin was as white and lustrous as mine. Great, so it was all because of you. Brian, oh Brian, you're really amazing. You even dared to rape the daughter-in-law of the Han family." Phoebe glared angrily at Han Shuo and made a ruckus. She ignored Han Shuo's obstruction and was about to put on her clothes and leave. Han Shuo hugged Phoebe tightly and hurriedly explained, "I had no choice in that situation. You must know that you're the most important person in my heart. Emily and I only got together by chance. I don't think it's that simple. This Emily has a seductive look on her face. Is she really good in bed? Are you dizzy from the fascination? Do you know that she's the daughter-in-law of the Han family? Her brother is that scary guy Ames?" Han Shuo nodded and then explained, "But when I raped her, I only thought that she was a spy from the Empire." Shaking off Han Shuo, Phoebe quickly put on her clothes. She glared at Han Shuo hatefully with a face full of anger and shouted, "Last time at Lawrence's father's banquet, I already felt that there was something wrong between you and Emily. It looks like you two have been together for a long time. Emily has gone too far. She actually conspired with you to deceive me." As she said this, Phoebe had already put on her clothes and walked out angrily. "Where are you going?" Han Shuo was shocked and hurriedly put on his clothes. "I'm going to find that coquettish hussy, Emily. Don't follow me. I want to talk to her alone." Phoebe answered and dashed out of Han Shuo's mansion. Chapter 389. Phoebe left in a huff, her last sentence firmly rejecting Han Shuo's request to follow her. Han Shuo hesitated for a while after putting on his clothes, but ultimately didn't follow Phoebe. The Betteridge family was an illustrious, noble family of the Empire. Even if old Han had retired from the military, his influence was still there. Phoebe wanting to talk to Emily alone might not cause any big problems. However, if Han Shuo were to follow her, it would be hard to say what would happen between the 2 women and Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't want to be targeted by the 2 women within the Betteridge family. Not only would it affect Han Shuo's career, it would also greatly damage the reputations of Phoebe and Emily. The distressed Han Shuo stood blankly on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. He could only release 2 mystical demons to follow Phoebe. Currently, Asen Duchy was in turmoil. Han Shuo was afraid that something would happen to Phoebe, who supported Lawrence. He also wanted to see what exactly Phoebe wanted to talk to Emily about. If the situation turned bad, he would have no choice but to step in. The mystical demons followed Phoebe to the Betteridge family. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, the originally furious Phoebe had already concealed her emotions when she arrived at the entrance of the Betteridge family. Instead, she calmly requested to see Emily. Han Shua couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Phoebe didn't make a ruckus the moment she arrived at the Betteridge family. He understood that although Phoebe was angry, she still had a sense of propriety. Emily was startled when she heard that Phoebe had specially come to pay a visit. She had vaguely felt that something was wrong when she had met Phoebe a few times before. She knew that a woman as intelligent as Phoebe would definitely have sensed something. This time, Phoebe had specifically come to look for her. Emily understood that what should come had finally come. She calmed her chaotic and uneasy mind and took the initiative to go out to greet Phoebe. "Hey, isn't this Miss Phoebe? Hee, long time no see. Why did you think of coming to look for me?" Emily had been in the dark mantle for many years. Although she had a guilty conscience, she was still incomparably natural on the surface. She had a bright and cheerful smile on her face and greeted Phoebe as if they were sisters meeting. "Hee, big sister Emily, I just missed you." Long time no see. Big sister Emily seems to be growing younger and younger. Do you have some secret? You must tell me about it." Phoebe had been in the business world for a long time and was able to keep her composure. She also greeted Emily with a smile. Emily's mind was in a mess. Hearing Phoebe mention her sore spot, she knew that the visitor didn't have good intentions. Emily naturally understood the reason for the changes in her body in the past few days. Phoebe's situation was 70 to 80% similar to her own. Phoebe only mentioned this matter. The reason for her words was naturally self-evident. "Miss Phoebe overpraises me. Perhaps it's because there's nothing going on recently, and I'm so bored that I've been sleeping a little too much. How am I young?" Emily smiled as she prevaricated. She looked around and saw that there were still guards around. She couldn't help but chuckle as she walked towards Phoebe. She smiled sweetly and said, "It's rare for you to come over. Come, let's go inside and talk about some intimate matters." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Phoebe replied with a faint smile and walked inside with Emily with a natural expression. The two looked like a pair of good sisters, no matter how one looked at it. There didn't seem to be any disharmony between them. Han Shua, who could clearly see the conversation between the two through a mystical demon, couldn't help but secretly admire the composure of the two women. He finally understood that the struggle between elegant women wasn't as loud as he had imagined, but a more obscure and subtle struggle. After Emily brought Phoebe into her chamber, perhaps to prevent the conversation between the two from leaking, Emily carefully laid down layers of barriers around the room. Phoebe coldly watched as Emily laid down the soundproof and vision-blocking barriers, not saying a word. After Emily had arranged everything properly, Han Shua's two mystical demons sensed a dark aura gradually spreading in all directions. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua withdrew the two mystical demons and left them outside the room where the two women were talking. In this way, the mystical demons would definitely not be discovered by Emily's barriers. However, they wouldn't be able to hear the conversation between the two women either. Sigh. Things like women are really troublesome when there are too many of them. Han Shua couldn't help but sigh. However, he knew that with his temperament, his self-control in this aspect was indeed much weaker. Just as Han Shua was sighing, Steward Kalas found Han Shua and handed a letter to Han Shua. He respectfully said, "Lord Marquis, this is your letter." "Lord Marquis?" Han Shua was taken aback. He then looked at Steward Kalas and asked doubtfully, "Kalas, did you address me wrongly?" "No, there's nothing wrong with my address," Steward Kalas replied. He then smiled at Han Shua and said, "Lord Marquis, although His Majesty's official document has yet to be issued, there's no need for His Majesty to hide it from us. We are your stewards and have only just learned of His Majesty's conferment of your title from the outside." After hearing these words, Han Shua suddenly understood. He understood that His Majesty Uhtred of Lancelot Empire must have started to help Lawrence pave the way for him ever since Han Shuo left the imperial palace. His title of Marquis must have been announced in advance. Now that even Steward Kalas knew of this news, it sufficiently proved that His Majesty Uhtred had spread the news of Han Shuo's promotion. Han Shuo sighed inwardly at His Majesty Uhtred's high efficiency. He then frowned and said, "Oh, that's right. In that case, are there other rumors that are unfavorable to me still circulating? Lord Marquis, His Majesty the King has already proven your innocence. He has also ordered that no one is to doubt your loyalty to the Empire. If anyone dares to harbor any disloyalty towards you, His Majesty will directly sentence them with the crime of slander." Steward Kalas looked at Han Shuo with reverence, replying wholeheartedly. After Han Shuo returned from the imperial palace, His Majesty the King made a series of big moves, suppressing all the negative discussions about Han Shuo and conferring him the title of a noble marquis. This sufficiently proved His Majesty the King's trust and favor towards Han Shuo. Kalas was sincerely convinced by Han Shuo. However, Kalas would never know that when the man with the greatest authority in the Lancelot Empire discussed these matters with Han Shuo, his tone was even pleading. He didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogant attitude a superior would have towards a subordinate. "Whose letter is it?" Han Shuo casually asked as he looked at the envelope. "It seems to be a student from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He said that it was handed to you by their master Fanny. You once instructed me to pay special attention to Master Fanny's matters. Therefore, I didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly delivered it to you." "Old Steward," Kalas replied. Very good." Han Shuo praised and waved his hand, dismissing Kalas. He tore open the envelope, took out the light green letter, and started reading it. Fanny's handwriting was graceful and nimble. The contents of the letter contained a hint of affection, obscurely revealing some of Fanny's longing. She mentioned that today was the day the necromancy major would be recruiting students and hoped that Han Shuo could find time to make a trip to the necromancy major and see if he could give a speech to support the necromancy major. When he finished reading the letter, Han Shuo's nose took in the delicate fragrance on the pale green paper. It was as if he could smell Fanny's body fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Recalling Dean Emma's expectations of him a few days ago, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment and decided to make a trip to the necromancy major of the academy. Winter had passed and spring had arrived. Everywhere was brimming with the scent of spring. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force's annual recruitment was in full swing. Whether it was a noble or a commoner, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as the greatest cradle of talents in the Lancelot Empire, was a place they all yearned for. To be able to become a noble mage or knight was the goal of every young person. If one didn't have outstanding magical talent, it wouldn't be a bad choice for a commoner to take a step back and become a swordsman. As the largest academy in the Empire, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was located in the Empire's capital, Awesome City. Every year's recruitment was extremely lively. Often, the most talented people in the Empire would flock to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, hoping to become a student of the academy. Generally, as long as one entered the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and successfully graduated, regardless of whether they were commoner or noble, they would have a beautiful future. Of course, if the student was a member of a noble family and studied as a mage, then this person's future would naturally be a bit brighter. After the students had passed numerous tests, they could choose the magic major that suited them according to the potential of their mental strength and the strength of their sensitivity to the magical elements. Generally speaking, the stronger one's sensitivity to the magical elements, the easier it would be for them to practice that type of magic. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There were also people who had a weak sensitivity to the dark magic elements at the start, but ultimately became dark grand magi due to their interests and hobbies. The foundation was only one part of it. The final achievements still depended on the individual. Therefore, After the students had passed all sorts of tests, when it came time to choose a certain major, interest and the strength of the major were often the key factors. It wasn't that the stronger the student's sensitivity to the magical elements was the deciding factor. All along, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had advocated and always insisted on respecting the students' interests and choices. No department had the right to force outstanding students to join. The final decision was in the hands of the students themselves. What each department needed to do was to use the power in their hands to attract outstanding students to join. It was the same for the necromancy major. The necromancy major that had declined for a long time had become a branch of the dark major after many years. However, the necromancy major and the dark major were not the same major after all. When it came time to recruit students, the necromancy major also had the right to recruit students independently. In an incomparably wide plaza, the various major magic majors of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force occupied several areas, respectively setting up recruitment points for the light, dark, fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, summoning, space, and necromancy major. Every major was especially eye-catching. They would either pull up a huge banner to write out the advantages of their own major, or invite outstanding seniors who had graduated from this major to come and support them to attract popularity, or even promise preferential treatment after entering this major. In any case, in order to pull outstanding students into their own major, all the major magic majors spared no effort in their activities. Talent was the most fundamental thing for a student of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. As long as a major produced an extraordinary and powerful mage, not only would the entire major gain a lot of glory, it would also gain an advantage in all sorts of academy activities in the future. The more powerful the major, the more funds and resources they would be able to apply for. Take the Earth Major, for example. Due to the arrival of Dempus Gale 30 years ago, the Earth Major had been leading by a wide margin in several consecutive academy competitions. Now, Dempus Gale had become a well-known Earth sacred magus in the Lancelot Empire, causing the Earth Major to rise from being in decline to being a top-notch major in one fell swoop. There were many similar examples. The reason why the Light Major and Dark Major had held the advantage for so many years was also because a few outstanding students had appeared in recent years. The Necromancy Major, which had always been weak and bullied, had also stood out due to the appearance of Han Shuo. There were faint signs that the Necromancy Major was going to walk out from the shadow of the Dark Major and become an independent major. In the remote northeast corner, 5 tall and large skeletal warriors raised a large banner with the words, "The Necromancy Major welcomes you to join" written on it. Behind a large long table, the 2 teachers, Fanny and Jean, sat upright and still. Lisa, Amy, and Athena, as well as a group of Necromancy Major students, were shouting at the top of their lungs. Why did they arrange for us to be here? This place is obviously away from the central area. Those fellows from the Dark Major are clearly trying to squeeze us. Humph! Lisa angrily shouted. She turned her head to look at the calm Fanny and asked, "Teacher, Fanny, do you think that fellow Brian will come? It's been a long time since he's come to the Necromancy Major. Now that he's become a popular person in the Empire, has he forgotten about his friends like us, and you?" After being here for so long, Lisa had long since walked out of her resentment towards Fanny and Han Shuo. However, whether or not Lisa was still bitterly in love with Han Shuo was something that only she knew. Even Fanny couldn't quite see through Lisa. After experiencing the tragedy of her family, Lisa was much stronger than Fanny had imagined. She was no longer that willful little girl who only knew how to cause trouble, and had truly calmed her heart to practice necromancy magic. Now, Lisa had actually become a journeyman mage with Fanny's help. Fanny smiled as she glanced at Lisa, explaining, "Didn't I have Derek deliver a letter to him? If he receives my letter and happens to have nothing else to do, I think he should come over. Don't worry, although our necromancy major's location is a bit remote, I think there will still be students who come because of our reputation." Fanny naturally wouldn't tell Lisa that she was the first person Han Shuo went to when he returned from Bretel City. Back then, when Han Shuo had told her that as soon as he entered Asen City from Bretel City, he had immediately gone to the Babylon Necromancy Major to look for her, Fanny had been secretly delighted for quite a while. During this period of time, Han Shuo was like the sun at high noon in the empire. The nobles and commoners of the empire were all talking about Han Shuo's impressive military exploits, especially the matter of Han Shuo killing Dragon Knight Celt and the Green Dragon together. This matter had spread to every corner of the Lancelot Empire. Han Shuo's rising status had allowed the Necromancy Major to bask in the limelight. Currently, within the Academy, there really wasn't a single major that dared to openly bully the Necromancy Major. Even Dean Emma was obviously biased towards the Necromancy Major, which made Fanny feel much more relaxed. Master Fanny, how many new students do you think we'll be able to recruit this year? Jean and Fanny sat together. Jean had originally been infatuated with Fanny, but after accidentally seeing Fanny and Han Shuo's intimacy last time, in addition to Fanny becoming an archmage necromancy, those feelings had gradually faded. No matter how one looked at it, as a noble of the empire, Han Shuo, whose strength was at the peak of his power as a grand magus necromancer, wasn't someone that a mere necromancy adept mage teacher could compare to. When Fanny also became an archmage necromancer, Jean had completely given up on her. In this way, Jean had truly put his energy into his career. On one hand, he had diligently delved into magical knowledge, and on the other, he had tried to carry forward the teaching profession. During this period of time, he had contributed greatly to the development of the Necromancy Major. Last time when he'd returned to his hometown, Jean had said that he was the former teacher of Bretel City's Count Brian. This had immediately caused a stir in the small town. Jean had basked in Han Shuo's limelight, and his status seemed to have risen a few notches. This had caused Jean's resentment towards Han Shuo to slowly dissipate. Who knows? Perhaps there will be a few. Fanny smiled as she responded to Jean. Excuse me, is this the Necromancy Major? Did the Empire's Grand Magus Necromancer, Count Brian, graduate from here? A youth dressed in exquisite clothing, with a steward behind him, came over and asked in a refined and courteous manner. That's right, Brian graduated from our major. Jean was overjoyed and hastily responded. I've finally found it. Why is it so remote? The youth cried out in pleasant surprise, then said excitedly, My mental strength test was excellent, and the dark magic element was the strongest. However, I've chosen the Necromancy Major. I hope you'll accept me. After the youth had finished speaking, he loudly called out to his companions who were pacing back and forth in the distance. Friends, I found the Necromancy Major. It's over here. All of you come over. As soon as the youth's words fell, the faces of the other boys and girls all lit up. They excitedly ran over to Fanny's side. After the mental strength test, these people's potential was extremely great. Their backgrounds were also incomparably noble, and they were figures that the teachers of various majors had coveted for a long time. Who would have thought that they would all run over to the Necromancy Major? Chapter 390. Welcome, welcome. Choosing the Necromancy Major was the correct decision. Jean hurriedly stood up with a chuckle when he saw the young students heading their way. He took out a few small booklets and handed one to each of them. He smiled. Fill in your information. Our Necromancy Major doesn't have that many rules, and the tuition is the lowest. These youths had obviously come because of Han Shuo's fame. When they heard this, all of them excitedly leaned on the table and filled in their information. There were a few youths that had been pacing back and forth in the distance. They didn't seem to be with this group of people, but their goals were the same. They were also searching for the Necromancy Major's location. When they heard the shouts, all of their expressions shook, and they also walked towards the Necromancy Major's corner. Hey, Carlyle, your mental strength is excellent, and your affinity with the dark element is also extremely high. As long as you're willing to practice dark magic, you'll definitely become a dark grand magus. Don't leave. Our dark major has many benefits for students like you. A dark major teacher hastily shouted when he saw youth walking towards the necromancy major's corner. My apologies, I came because I thought that the dark major and necromancy major were together. I didn't think that the necromancy major could recruit its own students. My apologies, I came because I want to become a grand magus necromancy like Marquis Brian, not because of your dark major. This youth was able to know of Marquis Han Shua's identity so quickly. His family background was definitely not simple. He responded in a manner that was neither overbearing nor servile, performed a standard bow, and strode away from the dark major recruitment point without a trace of hesitation. Dark Archmage Deo, who was sitting at the back of the dark major's seat, gradually had an ugly expression on his face. Carlyle was a student that he had his eye on for a long time. When Carlyle had first entered the Babylon Academy to take the test, Deo had immediately determined that Carlyle was good material for practicing dark magic. In order to get Carlyle, Deo had even sent a few teachers to persuade him. Carlyle had also shown great enthusiasm at the beginning and had been very happy all along. Who knew that at the last moment, Carlyle would directly walk towards the necromancy major without even looking back. He even said that the reason he had been friendly with them was purely because he had misunderstood the relationship between the dark major and necromancy major. This was simply a slap to Deo's face. Isn't it just a lowly slave who got lucky? What's so great about that? Humph! The dark major teacher who had been rejected by Carlyle couldn't help but snort angrily, trying to vent the resentment in his heart through this method. Deo, isn't the necromancy major subordinate to the dark major? No matter how I look at the situation, it seems that the necromancy major is faintly suppressing the dark major. I didn't think that after I wasn't in the dark major for so long, you wouldn't have made any progress. You actually managed the dark major to this extent? Beside Deo, a tall and skinny middle-aged magus frowned as he berated the person in charge of the dark major. Crowley, although you've become a dark grand magus, you've always been away from the Lancelot Empire. You used to be very famous, but the youngsters who know of you have long since disappeared. However, this Brian has recently been like the sun at high noon. In the hearts of the young children of the Empire, he is the true hero. Your era has passed. Deo shot a glance at the middle-aged magus and replied with a bitter smile. Crowley was once from the Dark Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, just like Deo. Back then, when Crowley was in the Dark Major dominated the competitions between the various majors in the Academy for a few consecutive years. This person had advanced to an adept mage and became a dark archmage very soon after graduating, causing a sensation in the Lancelot Empire for a few years. However, Crowley had been unable to break through to become an archmage. Not long after, he left the Lancelot Empire and traveled to various countries on the profound continent. It was only a few years ago that he became a dark grand magus. Deo was in the same batch as him back then, but he clearly didn't have as much talent as Crowley. Up until now, he was still a dark archmage. This time, it was only because he heard that Crowley had returned to the Lancelot Empire that he invited him over to support him. It was a pity that Crowley had left the Lancelot Empire for too long. Even some of the elderly had forgotten his existence, not to mention the young students who worshipped him as a hero. He had been standing there for so long, and although Deo had deliberately introduced him, no one had noticed him. Deo, that kid called Brian, has he really become a grand magus necromancer in such a short period of time? Mages that practice dark magic would naturally have a sinister aura lingering around their bodies. Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the dark mantle, was like this. This grand magus Crowley was also the same. He looked at Deo with a gloomy expression that would definitely cause an average person to feel some fear. When Deo heard Crowley's question, although he was extremely unwilling to admit it, there was nothing he could say. He could only force a smile and nod as he replied, "That kid is a monster." He really did become a grand magus necromancer in such a short period of time. What's even more frightening is that he basically didn't stay in the necromancy major for too long. He only appeared once or twice during crucial moments. Nobody knows how he actually trained. So it's like this. It's really somewhat interesting. It's a pity that this person isn't here. Otherwise, I would really like to meet him. I've been forgotten by the people of Lancelot Empire for far too long. I really need to find an expert to practice my skills. Only then will more people know that I've returned. Crowley muttered to himself with a pensive expression. Deo glanced at Crowley and instigated. That's right, Crowley. Right now, that kid's reputation is like a rainbow in the Lancelot Empire. If you want to make a name for yourself, defeating him will be the fastest way. You really can try. That kid has just advanced to Grand Magus Necromancer. I think he definitely isn't your match. Deo and Crowley were in the same year. Deo was very clear about Crowley's personality. He knew what Crowley was thinking with a single look at his expression and couldn't help but instigate Crowley. Back when Crowley was in the Dark Major, he was also a well-known arrogant character. Even after so many years, Crowley's temperament hadn't changed. Deo could see this. It's a pity that that kid didn't come today. Otherwise, I could take advantage of this opportunity to kill his spirit. Deo's suggestion was exactly what Crowley wanted. He had absolute confidence in his own strength and couldn't help but become restless. While the Dark Major was muttering, the teachers of the other major were also silently cursing. This was especially true for the Light Major. At this moment, the person in charge of the Light Major, Archmage Voigtlander, also had a deflated expression as he angrily shouted, "What's going on?" Licca is so close to the light element, yet she actually went to the hostile necromancy major. Could it be that she doesn't know that the light major has the best future for her? How could a dark creature like the necromancy major be a match for light magic? This is simply preposterous. Behind the light major's seat sat a familiar figure to Han Shuo, one of the three heavyweights of the dark mantle, Light Grand Magus Ames. At this moment, Ames was sipping on a pot of good tea, leisurely sitting there and looking at Voigtlander with a smile. He didn't express any opinion. Behind Ames, there were two swordsmen protecting him. The two were doing their best to protect Ames and didn't pay attention to Voigtlander's words. In their eyes, Ames' safety was the most important. Voigtlander angrily grumbled, before turning to Ames, who was invited over. "Lord Ames, don't you think this matter is preposterous? A small necromancy major actually snatched our light major's student source because of a little errand boy's luck." Ames had originally graduated from the light major and had become a minister of the current Lancelot Empire who wielded great power. In the eyes of any noble in the Lancelot Empire, Ames was a god of plague that everyone feared. Once Ames set his sights on a noble, that noble would definitely suffer a great misfortune. However, to Ames, although he didn't have a good impression of Voigtlander, who was 2 realms younger than him, he still had some feelings for the light major. Therefore, after receiving Voigtlander's invitation, Ames did the honor of coming over. Now that he heard Voigtlander's complaints, Ames only smiled slightly and said elegantly, "Brian is a marquis of the Empire and is highly regarded by His Majesty. You better be careful with your words." Han Shuo was a member of the Dark Mantle. Voigtlander didn't know this and rashly ridiculed Han Shuo in front of Ames. Hearing Ames' words, Voigtlander looked at Ames with some astonishment, not understanding why a person like Ames would speak up for Han Shuo. You better busy yourself with your own matters. Those students who enter the necromancy major all do so out of blind worship of heroes. After a few days, when they discover that they aren't suitable to practice necromancy magic, I believe they will still recognize the truth and return to the light major. You don't have to worry so much. As a member of the upper echelon of the Dark Mantle, Ames could see through the crux of the matter with a single glance and couldn't help but console Voigtlander. I I just can't take this lying down. Voigtlander thought for a moment and understood that Amy's words were reasonable. However, he still angrily shouted in a low voice. Amy's shot an obscure, disdainful glance at Voigtlander. In his heart, he thought that the current Brian wasn't someone a mere light major teacher could contend against. After thinking for a moment, Amy's reminded Voigtlander out of consideration for his relationship with the light major, Voigtlander, I'll give you a word of advice. This Brian isn't someone you can provoke. Even if you can't take this lying down, you have to forcefully swallow it down. Otherwise, it would be self-destruction. Amy's controlled a department of the Dark Mantle and had a close relationship with His Majesty the King. He could already see some clues from His Majesty the King's series of arrangements today. He understood that before His Majesty the King died, no one in the Lancelot Empire would be able to touch Han Shua. Even he, Amys, couldn't do so, let alone a mere light major teacher? Lord Amys, why do you say this? Voigtlander was startled in his heart and asked somewhat strangely, You can figure it out yourself. The reason why I'm giving you this advice is because you invited me here. Look at those dark major fellows on the other side. I guarantee that they will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Oh, it's not sooner or later. Perhaps they will suffer a great loss very soon. That fellow actually came. Didn't he just leave His Majesty's place not long ago? Amys first warned Voigtlander. Suddenly, he took a glance and discovered a tall and imposing figure in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Following Amy's line of sight, Voigtlander also saw Han Shua walking over from afar. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Heavens! How did this fellow grow so tall? The last time Voigtlander saw Han Shua, he wasn't even 8 meters tall. Every time Han Shua came to the necromancy major, he would directly look for Fanny. An average person wouldn't even have the chance to see Han Shua. Han Shua, who cultivated in demonic arts, was currently as imposing as a demon god, naturally exuding a demonic and alluring aura. Even in a sea of people, Han Shua's tall and imposing figure and aura would attract everyone's gazes, causing people to uncontrollably focus their attention on him. As a matter of course, he became the focal point of the crowd. Master Fanny, it's Brian. Brian is here, he really is here. Lisa had originally been looking around in boredom, not expecting Han Shua to really return. When she saw Han Shua's handsome figure appear from the corner of her eyes, her heart was thrown into chaos, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It looks like only when I truly see him will I know that my forgetfulness these days was all fake. I still haven't forgotten him. After Lisa exclaimed in surprise, her charming face suddenly dimmed as she sighed in her heart. Under Lisa's exclamation, Fanny's bright eyes exploded with a light of inconceivable joy. Her delicate body couldn't help but stand up, but then she remembered that they were in full view of the crowd and couldn't help but blush and sit back down. She cursed herself for losing her composure in her heart as she pretended to take a sip of water. She tried to keep her tone as calm as possible and said to the excited young boys and girls in front of her, Yes, that's Brian. He counts as your senior. The dozens of necromancy major students who had come because of Han Shua's name had just completed the procedures to join the necromancy major. Hearing this, their faces all flushed red as they stood on their tiptoes, desperately trying to see further, searching for traces of the hero in their hearts. Their tender hearts were filled with excitement and agitation. As Han Shua walked over, he discovered that due to his appearance, numerous gazes were uniformly focused on his body. However, Han Shua's eyes swept around in a circle and didn't immediately see the necromancy major's recruitment point. He couldn't help but feel puzzled for a moment. However, Han Shua understood that the necromancy major was affiliated with the dark major. The dark major's position was rather conspicuous. A mystical demon suddenly pulled up and looked down. Only then did Han Shua see Fanny's existence in a corner behind the dark major. 5 skeletal warriors were holding a banner, The words on the banner made Han Shuo feel somewhat amused. He thought to himself, why does the largest magic academy in the Lancelot Empire look like a vegetable market when it comes to recruitment? As he pondered, Han Shuo walked towards the necromancy major. Just as Han Shuo was about to pass by the dark major's recruitment point, Deo hastily pulled Crowley and said in a low voice, "That kid is Brian. If you're planning to seize this opportunity to become famous, defeating him is a good method." Crowley followed Deo's line of sight and couldn't help but be speechless. "Deo, are you mistaken? Is this kid really a necromancer? Why do I feel that he's even taller and more muscular than a barbarian warrior?" Deo was somewhat at a loss for words, his expression ugly as he explained, "That's right, it's him. However, it's said that he also practices a mystical martial technique and last time defeated Brute Merchant Alliance's Leah Kane." "Crowley, you're not afraid, are you?" "He also practices a kind of martial technique." Crowley stared blankly for a moment before letting out a mischievous smile and saying, "This kind of inattentive mage is the easiest to deal with. If you didn't mention this, I really would have some misgivings. Now that you mention it, I can be at ease." Han Shuo walked towards the necromancy major and was a little surprised by the gazes of so many people in the surroundings. He didn't expect that his appearance would actually cause so many people to be startled. The light major's recruitment point was located in an extremely conspicuous location. Han Shuo easily discovered Ami's existence through a mystical demon. When Han Shuo passed by the light major's recruitment point, he couldn't help but nod his head in greeting to Amis, who was leisurely sipping his tea. Amis was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle and could be considered as Han Shuo's immediate superior. In addition, Amis was also Emily's blood brother. Whether it was official or private, Han Shuo had to show some respect when he saw Amis. Amis, who was originally sitting there leisurely sipping his tea, didn't dare to be the slightest bit arrogant when he saw Han Shuo nod his head in greeting. He actually stood up from his sitting position and returned a greeting to Han Shuo with a smile. With Ami's position in the Lancelot Empire to be so respectful towards Han Shuo, this upstart caused Voigtlander beside him to be somewhat astonished. Recalling Ami's advice to him just now, Voigtlander suddenly understood something. On the contrary, he looked towards the Dark Major's side with some schadenfreude. Seeing Crowley's restless appearance, Voigtlander started to watch a good show. Facing Ami standing up to return the greeting, Han Shuo was similarly astonished. No matter how he looked at it, with Ami's status, returning the greeting by sitting there was already giving Han Shuo face. He really didn't expect that Amis would actually stand up to show respect to him. This meant that Amis treated Han Shuo as someone on the same level as himself and didn't have the intention to treat Han Shuo as a subordinate. Otherwise, no matter if it was his age or his qualifications in the Dark Mantle, there was no need for him to stand up to return the greeting. Revealing a brilliant smile, the somewhat baffled Han Shuo headed straight for the necromancy major, not bothering to investigate the reason why Amis was so friendly. Suddenly, a sinister-looking, middle-aged magus blocked Han Shuo's path. Crowley glanced at Han Shuo's body and suddenly said, "You must be Count Brian?" Let me introduce myself. I am Crowley, a graduate of the Dark Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I have always been fascinated by the exploration of magic and have only recently returned to the Lancelot Empire. If you have something to say, just say it." Han Shuo creased his brows and didn't wait for Crowley to finish his string of words, directly interrupting him. Crowley's expression froze, his expression somewhat awkward. He didn't expect that, as a noble count, Han Shuo would actually rudely interrupt his speech. This caused Crowley to stare blankly for a moment. "I heard that Count Brian is a necromancy Grand Magus. I wonder if Lord Count would grant me the honor of comparing notes with me in magic?" After Crowley's speech was interrupted by Han Shuo, who was somewhat displeased and straightforwardly issued a challenge. When these words were spoken, the expressions of some of the Dark Major students and instructors were all shaken. Not far away, the tension of the various majors were all focused here. When they heard Crowley's relatively loud challenge, they all became excited in that moment, hastily abandoning what they were doing and rushing over. On the necromancy major's side, when Han Shuo had appeared, Fanny had been staring at Han Shuo and had clearly heard Crowley's challenge from the dark major. Without waiting for Fanny to express anything, Lisa and some students had already rushed over. Fanny hesitated for a moment before turning her head to say to Jean, "Master Jean, please look after this place. I'll go take a look." "All right, go ahead, I'll look after this place." Jean understood the true relationship between Fanny and Han Shuo and nodded in understanding. "Let's go, we'll also go take a look." "Haha, where did this fellow come from to actually challenge our hero?" The new necromancy major students who had heard of Crowley excitedly ran over. Ames, who had just sat down, fiercely spat out a mouthful of tea. He looked awkwardly at Voigtlander, who had been sprayed all over him, and said with an embarrassed smile, Sorry, I really guessed correctly that fellow." He wanted to take the opportunity to stand out, hee. It's fine. My lord is indeed formidable." Voigtlander used a tissue to wipe the tea stains on his body as he flattered Ames with a smile. How would he dare to blame Ames? Chapter 391. Han Shuo looked at the mage in front of him, who was no longer young. This was a dark, grand magus named Crowley. Ordinary students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force might not have any impression of him. But Han Shuo, who had once worked as an errand boy in the necromancy major, knew of this person's existence. Back then, Han Shuo and Jack had always been in charge of cleaning the statues along the road early in the morning. Every batch of outstanding graduates of the academy would have a statue erected there. This Crowley was impressively one of the many statues. Han Shuo had even cleaned it for a period of time. Crowley's days in the Dark Major were also the Dark Major's most glorious period. Ever since Crowley became a mid-level mage, the Dark Major's team, led by Crowley, had won all the competitions of the various major in the Academy of Magic for 4 consecutive years. After Crowley left the Dark Major, he also quickly became a Dark Archmage. Crowley had indeed done some great things in the past few years when he was traveling around the various countries of the profound continent. However, as too much time had passed, due to Crowley's obsession with improving himself, his reputation slowly faded and was gradually forgotten by the people of the Lancelot Empire. Even some of the new teachers and students of the Dark Major had never heard of him before. Han Shuo looked at Crowley, who had challenged him, and recalled the scene of Crowley looking up at his statue when he was still an errand boy. He suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. Not so long ago, Han Shuo had actually become the opponent of such a character. Moreover, he was even the one being challenged. A sense of pride involuntarily arose in Han Shuo's heart. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo smiled, an extremely brilliant smile. However, in the eyes of the provocative Crowley, Han Shuo's brilliant smile was completely filled with contempt. Crowley felt as if he had been insulted. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Earl Brian, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are looking down on my challenge and intend to reject it? Smiling and shaking his head, Han Shuo couldn't help but straighten out his mind from letting his imagination run wild. Only then did he start to size Crowley up more seriously. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo furrowed his brows and said, You've misunderstood. I was just recalling the past. Back then, when I was still a necromancy major errand boy, I had once cleaned your statue. I didn't think that you would issue me a challenge today. To be honest, I feel very honored. Crowley's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his old friend Deo of the Dark Major, as if he wanted to seek confirmation from Deo of the Dark Major. That's right, a few years ago, as an errand boy, he had once cleaned the long corridor leading to the Dark Major's teaching building. When you became a Dark Grand Magus, I had once applied to the dean to have your statue erected there. He was right, he had indeed cleaned your statue before. Deo himself felt a bit awkward as he said these words. However, under Crowley's puzzlement, he still replied in full detail. Hearing Deo's explanation, Crowley recalled that Han Shuo had once cleaned his statue. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart and didn't really want to challenge Han Shuo. No matter what, Han Shuo had once expressed respect to him. If he were to do this again, it would be a bit inappropriate. When Deo, the person in charge of the Dark Major, saw Crowley's hesitant expression, he couldn't help but hurriedly signal Crowley with his eyes. He then smiled faintly and said to Han Shuo, "Earl Brian, do you intend to accept Crowley's challenge or not?" "Of course. Didn't I just say that I feel extremely honored?" Han Shuo smiled cheerfully. He shot a glance at Deo and understood what Deo was planning. However, Han Shuo had absolute confidence and wasn't afraid of defeating Crowley here. "Very good. Then I'll be the witness. The two of you wouldn't mind, right?" Suddenly, Ames walked out from the Light Major's side and said with a graceful smile. The person in charge of the Light Major, Voigtlander, also walked over together with Ames. Voigtlander looked over with a face full of schadenfreude. No matter if it was the Dark Major's Crowley or Han Shuo, they were both considered Voigtlander's enemies. He would be happy to admire no matter who won or lost. "Crowley, this is Lord Ames. You should have heard of him before." When Deo saw that Ames had come uninvited and even made the suggestion, he hurriedly introduced Ames to Crowley, who had left the Lancelot Empire for too long. Back when Crowley left the Lancelot Empire, Ames was only a Dark Star envoy of the Dark Mantle. They naturally didn't recognize Ames. However, when he returned to the Lancelot Empire, he understood the current nobles of the Lancelot Empire. Now that he heard Deo's words, he couldn't help but bow towards Ames and said with a smile, "Of course, it's best to have Lord as a witness." "I'm also very honored." Han Shuo bowed towards Ames and said courteously, causing Ames to return the bow once again. The teachers and students of the various major in the surroundings all rushed over. These people had all heard of Han Shuo's great name. Seeing that Han Shuo, this upstart necromancy Grand Magus, was about to exchange pointers with a dark Grand Magus of unknown origin, all of them were indescribably excited. In the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, there weren't many Grand Magus level characters. Most of the teachers of the various major were only adept, magi, or archmages. The students would rarely even see a spar between teachers, much less a spar of this level. It was unavoidable that they would be indescribably excited. "Brian, do your best. You'll definitely win." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded by his ear. Han Shuo turned his head to look and discovered that Lisa was excitedly clenching her fists and cheering him on in a corner. Han Shuo's heart warmed as he recalled that Lisa had always believed in and supported him like this. After a period of time, Lisa had matured from an unruly and willful young girl. Not only did she appear more youthful and energetic, she also had an additional heroic and strong temperament. It looked like when life brought her pain, it also gave her some good things at the same time. When Han Shuo gazed at Lisa, he also saw Fanny beside Lisa. Fanny was different from Lisa's unconditional trust towards Han Shuo. Her gaze was forever filled with worry. No matter how strong Han Shuo was, as long as there was a trace of danger to Han Shuo, she would feel uneasy for Han Shuo. Grinning brightly at the two girls, Han Shuo then turned his head to look at Crowley. He asked in a refined and courteous manner, "Then, how do you want to compete?" "With my usual habits, no one has ever survived a fair and square duel with me." Crowley was startled when he heard these words, an obvious astonishment on his face. Crowley only knew about Han Shuo's background and past from Deo. He himself didn't know too much about Han Shuo's past. Now that he heard Han Shuo's words, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "I can explain this on behalf of Brian. Including Brute Merchant Alliance's Leah Kane, Brian has killed a total of 13 opponents on the spot. And let me remind Mr. Crowley, Brian also killed the Redbud Knight's Dragon Knight Celt. Hee hee, I'm afraid you don't know, so I'm telling you in advance. Amy saw that Crowley was somewhat astonished and knew that he might not be too clear about Han Shua's past, so he couldn't help but remind him. Hearing Amy's words, Crowley's heart trembled once again. His gaze towards Deo carried a bit of anger. Deo saw Crowley's angry gaze towards him and obviously felt a bit guilty. He awkwardly turned his head away. After hesitating for a moment, Deo suddenly opened his mouth. Forget it. Hee hee, the two of you are actually considered to be members of our Dark Major. Let's not compete on such an auspicious day, so as to avoid harming the harmony. Under Crowley's furious gaze, in addition to Amy's reminder, Deo finally realized that he had been blinded by anger. Crowley was invited to the Dark Major. If he was killed by Han Shua's hands, he, Deo, would definitely be scolded to death by others. Perhaps even the teachers and students of the Dark Major would push the blame onto him after the matter was over. Mr. Crowley, I think it's better to forget it. Hee hee, Mr. Deo's words are reasonable. Let's not harm the harmony. You guys are still considered to be on the same side. Amy smiled faintly and said to Crowley, No, I still want to compare notes with Count Brian. Crowley was in a difficult position to back down from everyone's gazes, so he braced himself and insisted. At this moment, a white light flickered in the center. Babylon Academy of Magic and Forces Dean Emma appeared. She looked at Han Shua and Crowley respectively and said with a smile, Comparing notes in magic is a common method for mages to improve themselves. However, there's no need for enemies to fight to the death. Brian, today is the annual recruitment. You wouldn't be thinking of not giving face to your alma mater, right? Of course not. I was just joking earlier. Hee hee. Anyway, it's just for fun. If Mr. Crowley doesn't mind, how about we change to another place? When Han Shua saw Emmy appear, a friendly smile immediately hung on his face as he invited Crowley. Crowley clearly heaved a sigh of relief as he laughed dryly and said, I've left for too long, and I'm not too familiar with this place. Where do you think is more suitable? Don't choose. Let's go to the Dark Major's #1 training ground. There's a large-scale magic barrier inside. You guys just have to be careful and don't harm the harmony. When Emma saw that Han Shua didn't take it seriously, she also heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. In this way, Han Shua and Crowley both agreed. The student recruitment meeting was suddenly halted midway. When Han Shua and Crowley entered the large-scale training field, the teachers, and students of the various faculties also hurried over. Chapter 392. The Dark Major's #1 training field was extremely spacious. The spar between Han Shua and Crowley had attracted many teachers and students to come and watch. Amies and Dean Emma were among them as witnesses. In addition, the two of them were responsible for ensuring everyone's safety. The training field was set up with a boundary to prevent the might of magic from leaking out. With Emma's help, a small space was set up, allowing everyone to hide inside and watch. The recruitment outside was temporarily halted. Dean, on such a day, why are you willing to let the two of them spar? Amies and Emma stood together. Amies, who was dressed in a pure white robe, looked scholarly and extraordinary as he asked Dean Emma with a smile. Emma shot a glance at Amies, who had just walked out of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Back then, when Amies was cultivating in the Light Major, Emma was already the person in charge of the Space Major. In the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Emma could be considered as Amy Sr. Hence, Amies had some respect for her. Crowley was arrogant and haughty in the past. I see that he hasn't changed much after such a long time. Dampening his spirit isn't a bad thing. In addition, Brian has just become a necromancer archmage and shouldn't have a good grasp of necromancy magic yet. A friendly spar between the two of them would actually help the two of them improve. Emma explained to Amies with a benevolent smile. Her face was covered in wrinkles. Then, who do you think will emerge victorious? Amies thought for a moment before asking again. Hee hee, I think you should be clearer than me on this point. Emma shot a glance at Amies with a smile that wasn't a smile, hinting at something as she said. Amies laughed softly when he heard this, nodding his head and not saying anything else. As one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Amies was well aware of Han Shua's recent accomplishments. In the baptism of blood and fire, Han Shua, this necromancer who had grasped miraculous martial arts, had already accomplished many great things that were unknown to others. In addition to the Red Bud Knight's commander, Dragon Knight Celt, Amies had also learned some information about the several fights between Han Shua and the Church of Light's Cardinal Koss. Han Shua was able to kill Light Grand Magus Ferguson before becoming a Grand Magus. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shua's chances of winning were much higher. This time, the reason why Amies was interested in coming over was because he wanted to personally witness Han Shua's improvement. Actually, the outcome of the battle wasn't a pleasant surprise for Amies. Han Shua was naturally able to defeat Crowley. This was something that both Amies and Emma were well aware of. Every major excitedly looked at the two Grand Magi in the center. The necromancy majors Fanny, Lisa, and the other students' eyes were even brighter. Their gazes focused on Han Shua's body, not moving even for a moment, wanting to clearly see each and every one of Han Shua's movements. In the Lancelot Empire, it's not that there aren't any Grand Magi necromancers. However, those people are all infatuated with the exploration of magical knowledge and rarely show themselves in front of others. This might be the only chance for your generation to witness a Grand Magus necromancer in action. No matter what, watch carefully. Although Fanny was worried about Han Shua, there was nothing much to say since things had already developed to this point. As the necromancy major's teacher, Fanny was extremely serious as she taught the new and old students. Even Fanny herself was completely focused. Master Fanny, don't worry. We will seriously watch Brian in action. Lisa excitedly cried out, her bright eyes constantly focused on Han Shua's body. Although it's just a spar, Mr. Crowley doesn't need to hold back. Hee, I'm a necromancer. If you give me time to summon dark creatures, I believe it won't be beneficial to you. Han Shua had a calm smile on his face as he said to Crowley, who had taken out a green magic staff. Han Shua had full confidence in dealing with Crowley. Han Shua, who had just returned from another dimension and had his mental strength greatly improved, was in an unprecedented state of mind. Han Shua, whose magical arts had reached the separate demon realm, could use the help of a few mystical demons to spy on Crowley's every move. The tyrannical strength and speed of his physical body was not something that Crowley could compare to. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shua firmly surpassed Crowley. Therefore, he appeared unfazed. Then, I won't be courteous. Count Brian, please be careful. Before entering the training field, Crowley, who had heard from Deo and Amies how terrifying Han Shua was, did not underestimate Han Shua just because he was older. Instead, he treated Han Shua as the strongest opponent in his life, not daring to lower his guard at all. After Crowley's words fell, the magic staff in his hand emitted a dark grayish-brown luster as he chanted an incantation. The dark magical elements in the training field suddenly became lively like little spirits. As Crowley slowly chanted his incantation, 6 enormous hands of death suddenly formed around Han Shua and fiercely pressed down towards Han Shua in the middle. Crowley, who was in the Grand Magus realm, was indeed extraordinary. His first move was already the powerful hands of death. Moreover, he even made 6 of them at once. It was obvious that he treated Han Shua as a formidable opponent in his life. Those 6 hands of death were much more vivid and lifelike than the ones that Emily had condensed. The 6 incomparably enormous hands of death even had some fine lines on the palms, as if they were the hands of some dark creature. The thick and long fingers also had sharp hook-like nails, appearing extremely terrifying. It could be seen that Crowley was extremely cautious and did not immediately attack Han Shua. He only nimbly manipulated the 6 hands of death to inch closer to Han Shua. While slowly giving Han Shuo terrifying pressure, it could also be considered as abiding by the rules of exchanging pointers. When Han Shuo saw the 6 hands of death pressing in step by step, he understood that Crowley indeed did not have the intention of fighting with his life. It was really just purely exchanging pointers, according to what Emma said. This made Han Shuo, who was originally prepared to deal with any sudden changes, have a better impression of Crowley. Taking out the white bone staff, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy spell, Soul Vortex. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of wraiths appeared and rapidly spun in the air in front of Han Shuo's chest, creating a vortex that absorbed the surrounding magical elements. The 6 hands of death that were slowly pressing towards Han Shuo suddenly felt the intense pulling force produced by the soul vortex. One by one, they involuntarily fell into the soul vortex in front of Han Shuo's chest. Soul vortex was a necromancy grand magus level magic that Han Shuo had just grasped. This necromancy magic used the power of wraiths. In the netherworld, the power of a single wraiths was negligible. However, when hundreds and thousands of wraiths were pulled by Han Shuo's mental strength and formed the soul vortex that was in accordance with the law of necromancy, it could produce an extremely great power. Toward some peculiar magic that contained magical elements, this soul vortex could produce an intense pulling force, pulling those magic attacks into the vortex and using the hundreds and thousands of wraiths to grind them down bit by bit. In addition, if a creature with a soul was pulled into the soul vortex formed by the hundreds and thousands of wraiths could directly bind the creature's soul and drag its soul from the profound continent into the netherworld. Once a creature of this world was dragged into the netherworld, its soul would never be able to find its way back. To the people of the profound continent, creatures that were dragged into the netherworld were considered dead. After the soul vortex was formed, Han Shuo's mental strength was like thousands of strands of silk that entered the magic, aiding in the operation of the wraiths and the vortex. The powerful pulling force increased with the infusion of Han Shuo's mental strength and the operation of the vortex. The 6 hands of death that were slowly pressing towards Han Shuo suddenly became as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Like a stream returning to the sea, they slowly entered the soul vortex. Crowley and Han Shuo were separated by a short distance, so he wasn't affected by the pulling force of the soul vortex. In addition, the pulling force formed by the soul vortex was only effective against attacks formed by magical elements and creatures with souls. It had no effect on ordinary material objects, including physical attacks. When Crowley saw that the 6 hands of death were actually all sucked in, his expression became even more grave. He understood in his heart that the strength of Grand Magus Necromancer Han Shuo was indeed extremely frightening. The disappearance of the 6 hands of death caused Crowley to be even more cautious at the same time. The cyan magic staff in his hand started to slowly emit a dark light as he chanted an incantation. When Crowley finished chanting an incantation, the cyan magic staff pointed towards Han Shuo. A mysterious contract suddenly linked him and Han Shuo together. Dense dark element suddenly condensed together and madly surged into the space around Han Shuo. Han Shuo's body tightened and he was actually unable to move. Not only his hands, feet, and even his mouth seemed to be covered by someone. The dark element was like a rope that bound Han Shuo tighter and tighter. Dark imprisonment was a high-level dark magic. It used mental strength to gather the dark element and form a contract with the enemy, firmly imprisoning the opponent and causing the enemy's body to be unable to move. Suddenly, apart from being able to circulate his mental strength and magical yuan in his body, Han Shuo's physical body was firmly bound by the dark element. During this process, Crowley once again waved the green magic staff in his hand. 5 balls of destruction slowly condensed and formed, slowly inching towards Han Shuo. Crowley revealed a trace of pride. This was the magic that he was most familiar with and most confident in. However, Han Shuo, who had just advanced to Grand Magus Necromancer, definitely wouldn't have as strong a mental strength as him. Dark imprisonment was actually a contest of mental strength. For example, the high-level Dark Grand Magus Crowley could completely use dark imprisonment to lock down a mage with a lower mental strength than him, causing them to be unable to move. He had seen through the weakness of Han Shuo, who had just advanced to Grand Magus Necromancer, and believed that Han Shuo's mental strength definitely wasn't as abundant as his. That was why he suddenly used dark imprisonment. When Han Shuo was locked down by dark imprisonment, he had a trace of pride in his heart. He thought to himself that this Brian was actually so careless and was actually locked down by dark imprisonment. Emma and Amies at the side were staring at him. In addition, Crowley only wanted to make use of Han Shuo to become famous and didn't plan on killing Han Shuo. Therefore, after the balls of destruction with great destructive power formed, Crowley didn't immediately shoot towards Han Shuo with lightning speed. Instead, he slowly approached Han Shuo. "Duke Brian, you've lost. Admit defeat before the balls of destruction hit you." Crowley had a face full of confidence as he smiled and looked at the motionless Han Shuo from afar, speaking with a smile. When these words were spoken, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar. It was obvious that they didn't expect such a situation to occur. Those youths and maidens that came to the necromancy major because of Han Shuo's fame all revealed doubtful and hesitant expressions. This caused Lisa to suddenly angrily say, "What's with your gazes? How could Brian possibly lose to this old fellow?" Lisa's fiendish appearance actually intimidated these little fellows, causing them to jump in fright. They couldn't help but turn their heads away, not daring to look at the enraged Lisa. This was to prevent Lisa from being unable to control her temper and taking action against them. Crowley is Crowley after all. He saw through that kid's weakness in mental strength and didn't wait for him to summon his undead creatures before using the prison of darkness to lock him in place. Who would have thought that Crowley would really win? The person in charge of the Dark Major, Deo, was somewhat unable to suppress his joy. His voice was even higher than usual as he explained to the surrounding Dark Major teachers and students. On the other hand, Dean, Emma, and Amies had an unperturbed appearance, as if they weren't worried for Han Shuo at all. They both looked at Han Shuo with an amused gaze, planning to see how Han Shuo would respond. After absorbing a serene luster crystal, Han Shuo's mental strength wasn't any weaker than Crowley's. However, Han Shuo didn't use his mental strength to forcefully resist Crowley, but instead mobilized his magical yuan to once again strengthen his physical body. When Han Shuo suddenly struggled, a clear "pa" sound was heard. "I don't think so." Han Shuo smiled as he replied. The prison of darkness spell had already been broken. With a wave of the white bone staff, rows of bone spears shot out, shattering the 5 balls of destruction that had yet to reach him. He first summoned an old fey demon to charge at Crowley, followed by a few evil knights and the undead army. Crowley lost, Emma said with a smile, then looked at Amies and asked, "But how did Brian break Crowley's prison of darkness?" "I didn't sense any abnormal movements in his mental strength." Amies, did you see anything?" Shrugging his shoulders, Amies elegantly said, "Headmaster, even you couldn't see clearly. How would I know?" However, Brian has always been following Lord Candide. I believe that with your relationship with Lord Candide, you should be clearer than me about his situation." Amies had focused his attention on Han Shuo just now to see how he would deal with it. He didn't doubt that Han Shuo would win, because a person who could defeat Celt and Red Archbishop Koss was definitely not someone that Crowley could deal with. However, what made Amies astonished was that he couldn't see how Han Shuo won, even though he had focused all his attention. However, the only thing that Amies could be sure of was that Han Shuo indeed didn't use mental strength. That's right, it must be that mystical martial technique. This fellow has such frightening strength just by relying on martial technique. In addition to his strength as a Grand Magus Necromancer, it looks like the Lancelot Empire will indeed be his in the future. What kind of person is this fellow's teacher that possesses such mystical martial technique. Why have I never heard of it, nor was I able to investigate it? This is really too strange. Amis silently thought as he stared at Han Shuo. Did you see that? Did you fool see that? Lisa was excited as she shouted at those youths, cheering for Han Shuo's easily dispelling the dark imprisonment. When Han Shuo summoned the undead creatures, those youths all cried out in surprise. Some youths were incomparably excited when they saw those sinister dark creatures, shouting to their companions, "Did you see that? That's called an evil knight. It's as powerful as a human's earth knight, and its body is even more sturdy." The youths had an instinctive fear towards those sinister undead creatures. However, after those youths' explanation, their hearts were incomparably curious. Lisa's loud shouts made them relax, and they began to timidly size up those undead creatures. From the moment Han Shuo opened his mouth, Crowley knew that he had lost. Especially when the enormous army of undead creatures appeared, Crowley completely lost the confidence to fight for victory. In the profound continent, the nemesis of necromancers were light magi. Apart from that, in a battle between magi of the same realm, once a large number of undead creatures appeared, it would basically mean that the necromancer had won. For example, the old fey demon that appeared this time. Just this one undead creature was enough to give Crowley a headache. In addition, there was still a sea of undead creatures, other than light magic, that could quickly purify them. The other magi didn't seem to have any good methods. Sure enough, before the old fey demon could reach Crowley, Crowley let out a dejected sigh. He put down the green magic staff in his hand and shouted from afar, "Earl Brian, I admit defeat." Chapter 393. The old fey demon with its sharp claws had already rushed in front of Crowley. Hearing this, Han Shuo's mind moved, and all the undead creatures instantly froze. Han Shuo's extraordinary control was fully displayed. Although Crowley was conceited and vain, he still abided by the agreement during the spar. When he thought that he could easily defeat Han Shuo, he didn't increase the speed of his ball of destruction to attack Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo have a good impression of him. Therefore, when he saw him concede, Han Shuo immediately stopped his undead creatures from attacking. Crowley was flustered as he looked at the old fey demon in front of him. Following Han Shuo's lengthy incantation, groups of undead creatures gradually disappeared from the periphery. Only when the old fey demon in front of him suddenly disappeared did Crowley truly heave a sigh of relief. "Mr. Crowley, your strength is extremely profound. I believe that an ordinary Grand Magus shouldn't be your match. If Mr. Crowley is interested, I can help introduce you to the third prince, His Highness Lawrence. You might as well consider it." After Han Shuo sent the undead creatures back to the other dimension one by one, he walked to the side of Dark Grand Magus Crowley and said in a low voice, This Crowley's strength was indeed not bad. There weren't many mages that could become Grand Magus in the Lancelot Empire. Every one of them had a high status. Since he had returned from his travels in various countries, he definitely wanted to have an illustrious identity in his homeland. This kind of person was someone that every power would fight to pursue. It was the same for Lawrence. Therefore, Han Shuo invited him on Lawrence's behalf. Crowley was clearly aware of Lancelot Empire's current situation. He couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression when he heard this. As the illegitimate son of His Majesty the King, Lawrence was the most unpromising successor. If Crowley were to follow Lawrence, he simply didn't know if he would suffer a calamity once the throne was settled. "Mr. Crowley, I know what you're worried about. However, some things can't be judged by the rumors of the outside world. Ha! Give Lawrence some time, and also give yourself some time. You can decide which power to choose after a few days." Han Shuo said with a smile when he saw that Crowley didn't reply. "All right, for the sake of Earl Brian, I will consider it for a few more days." Crowley heard a different meaning from Han Shuo's words and hesitated for a moment before replying. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "In the future, You will definitely be proud of today's decision." Without saying anything else, Han Shuo left the training grounds and headed outside, disregarding the surrounding crowd's astonishment and the necromancy students' cheers. Han Shuo first nodded his head at Amis and Emma from afar before walking over to Fanny's group of necromancy teachers and students. He smiled and said, "Teacher Fanny, we can continue with the recruitment." When Fanny saw that Han Shuo's eyes had been on her since he came over, she was both shy and happy in her heart. She hurriedly said, "Let's go, let's go. Everyone, don't stay here anymore. Let's continue our unfinished business." When Han Shuo and Fanny left together, Ami's gaze kept roaming over Han Shuo's body. When Han Shuo disappeared from the training grounds, he muttered to himself thoughtfully, "This kid is still a playboy. Why do I feel like I've seen that female teacher somewhere before?" Beside Amis, Dean Emma shot a glance at the pensive Amis and was a little surprised. She didn't think that Amis's gaze would be so venomous. He seemed to have recalled something with just a glance at Fanny. This caused Emma to be inwardly startled, thinking that Amis, who was one of the 3 heavyweights like Candide, was indeed not to be underestimated. "All right, the matters here have concluded. I will also be leaving. Ha ha, Amis, have a good walk. It seems that you haven't returned to your alma mater for a long time." Seeing Amis's expression of deep thought, Emma suddenly spoke up, as though she didn't want him to quickly figure out Fanny's identity. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Empire's Dark Mantle, Amis knew the private matters of every noble like the back of his hand. Even Firenze at the southern border of the Empire was no exception. Amis, who had browsed through a lot of information, had seen some information regarding Firenze's relatives. However, Fanny wasn't this old at that time. Back then, Amis had only seen some drawings. Just based on this point, he was able to feel a sense of familiarity when he saw the real person after a few years. This person's memory was already extremely shocking. Amis, who was deep in thought, was interrupted by Emma's words. However, Amis didn't continue to think in detail. Hearing Emma's words, he smiled elegantly and said, "Dean, you can busy yourself with your matters. I will just take a walk and will leave in a while." Emma smiled and nodded. With a flash of white light, she disappeared from the spot. After Emma left, Amis couldn't help but glance at Crowley, who had just walked out of the training field. He suddenly said, "Mr. Crowley, you better carefully consider Marquis Brian's words just now. Ha ha! As an alumnus, I still hope that you can make the right choice." Marquis? Crowley, who was tasting the bitter taste of failure, raised his head and saw that the one who spoke was Amis. Thinking about the contents of Amis's words, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Yes, Marquis Brian. Just today, His Majesty has already officially conferred the title of Marquis to Brian. All the big and small towns around Bretel City, including some of the bandit areas that he has occupied, will become Marquis Brian's territory. Furthermore, I'm afraid that no Grand Magus of the same level can defeat him. It's not shameful for you to lose to him. You don't need to be too concerned about this matter. Instead, you should properly think about what he has just said to you. That's all he has to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Amis smiled as he explained. Without waiting for Crowley to ask any more questions, he left with the 2 swordsmen. "Marquis, he's actually a marquis," Crowley muttered to himself. Then his eyes slowly lit up as he muttered to himself, "This Amis, as His Majesty's Hand of Darkness, must know something. It seems that apart from failure, I've also gained something from this trip to the Academy. I need to properly consider it." While Crowley was unable to decide on which side to rely on in the future, Han Shuo and Fanny's group had already arrived at the Necromancy Major. With Han Shuo overseeing the Necromancy Major, the recruitment for the Necromancy Major this time was incomparably smooth. In the end, there were actually more than 50 students who joined the Necromancy Major. Among these people, there were more than 10 with superior mental strength, far surpassing the other major. Haha, that's great. According to the rules of our academy, according to our academy's regulations, as long as the number of students in a magic major exceeds 100. Then this major can become an independent and completely self-sufficient major. Master Fanny, we currently have a total of 132 people. We can completely apply to the dean to become independent of the dark major. Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud in excitement after arranging all the information. Hearing Jean's words, Fanny's brows were also filled with joy. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said, "That's right. Our necromancy major can now completely become independent and no longer be a vassal of the dark major. This shouldn't be a problem." "That's great. I've long had enough of the faces of those fellows from the dark major. This way, we no longer need to mix with them in the future. Our necromancy major is the necromancy major and no longer a branch or vassal of any major." Lisa was extremely excited as she loudly shouted. Lisa's voice was extremely loud and transmitted far away. The dark major and necromancy major weren't far apart, and the person in charge of the dark major, Deo, had obviously heard Lisa's purposeful shouting. However, Han Shua was currently at the necromancy major's side, and Crowley had just been defeated by Han Shua. In addition, Deo had learned from Crowley that Han Shua had already become a marquis. This made Deo even more afraid to provoke Han Shua. Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything else. Amidst the cheers of the necromancy major, the two teachers, Fanny and Jean, brought these newly accepted young students to the necromancy major to handle the relevant procedures. After arriving at the necromancy major's area, Jean was in charge of this matter, while Han Shua and Fanny were in the necromancy major's training field, explaining the essence of necromancy magic and dispelling some of the difficult questions the students had. Having trained necromancy magic to the level of Grand Magus Necromancer, Han Shua's theoretical knowledge and actual combat knowledge far surpassed Fanny's. His comprehension of necromancy magic was also much higher. Many of the questions that Jean and Fanny couldn't explain were easily answered by Han Shua. In the end, even Jean, who had finished his business, also returned. After hesitating for a while, Jean also asked Han Shua about some of the questions he usually encountered. The atmosphere in the necromancy major was harmonious in that moment. Due to Han Shua's existence, the necromancy major's status in the academy had also risen. It was as if from this moment on, the necromancy major, which had always given people the impression of being weak, no longer existed. While Han Shua was at the height of his power in the Empire's military and political circles, the necromancy major's status in the academy had also risen with the tide. They had gradually gained their own sense of propriety and separated themselves from the dark major's many years of subservience. Only when the sky gradually darkened did everyone disperse after Fanny and Jean spoke. When Jean also left in the end, Lisa hesitated for a moment and stared at Han Shua, saying, "Brian, if I want to find you, can I go to your residence?" "Of course, if you have nothing to do. You can find me there to play at any time." "Ha ha, of course. I'm not in the residence most of the time. Don't blame me if I'm not there," Han Shua said with a smile. He, it's fine as long as you agree." All right, I'll take my leave first." "Master Fanny, Brian is quite popular right now. You have to keep an eye on him." Lisa first smiled happily and then winked at Fanny, making a funny face as she left. Fanny's face flushed red after Lisa had disappeared. She looked affectionately at Han Shua and said, "Brian, thank you. I didn't think you'd come today. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do. Even if I don't give face to anyone, I'll give you face. If you really want to thank me, don't just say it. I usually prefer people to express their gratitude through action." Han Shua chuckled evilly and looked at Fanny with a smile. Fanny first rolled her eyes at Han Shua in embarrassment, then hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Then, what kind of action do you want me to show my gratitude?" Han Shua suddenly appeared in front of Fanny and lowered his head to look at Fanny, whose blush had spread to her fair neck. He extended a finger to point at the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile, "Take the initiative to kiss me as thanks." You perverted fellow. You've already become a great noble. Why can't you change your lustful heart? Fanny was greatly embarrassed and couldn't help but punch Han Shua's chest, pouting coquettishly. Come on. Who asked teacher to be so beautiful and alluring? Ha ha, my soul has been hooked by you. If I don't show my lustfulness to you, then who should I show my lustfulness to? Han Shua grinned cheekily as he moved his mouth closer to Fanny, clinging to Fanny. Fanny's mood had never been better today. In addition, she really liked Han Shua. After bashful for a while, she finally couldn't dissuade Han Shua and kissed Han Shua's big mouth like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, when Fanny moved away, she was hugged by Han Shua and his big mouth kissed her forcefully. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Fanny immediately responded passionately, giving Han Shua a carefree and unrestrained sense of beauty. Overwhelmed by the favor, Han Shua's two hands started to become disobedient again, roaming all over Fanny's moving and wonderful body. When Han Shua kissed Fanny until she was out of breath and her body was incomparably hot from Han Shua's actions, she finally pushed Han Shua away with a light moan and gasped for breath. She moved a bit further away from Han Shua with a blushing face and calmed down her full breasts. She said in a sweet voice, "Brian, my father is about to arrive at Awesome City. If you don't see him this time, he said he'll bring troops to attack your Bretel City." Her words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Han Shua abruptly came to his senses and asked Fanny with a frown and a wry smile, "You told your father my identity?" Nodding her head, Fanny hurriedly explained with a red face. He kept asking and even investigated. "I only told him because I knew I couldn't hide it from him. In addition, you might not know my father's identity. Don't think that he was joking. My father is different from ordinary people. He's capable of doing anything." "I know. Your father is the true master in the eyes of the people of the southern border, the madman who dared to beat up any great noble of the empire at his majesty's private banquet. Firenze of the Howling Legion, right?" Han Shua took a deep breath and said while looking at Fanny, How did you know? When did you know?" Fanny was taken aback and exclaimed softly, "A few days ago, when I just returned from Bretel City, Dean Emma told me when I came to the academy to look for you." Han Shua honestly explained to Fanny, then said with a headache, "All right, when your father returns, I will go with you to see him." Han Shua knew that since Firenze was aware of his background and his relationship with Fanny, he couldn't avoid this person. Currently, Emily and Phoebe had already caused Han Shua to be badly battered. He didn't know what the two girls were talking about and hadn't come out until now. If Fanny were to be added into the mix, and the three girls found out about this matter, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? Emily was the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family. Her brother was one of the three heavyweights, Amies. Behind Phoebe was sacred Swordmaster Corell. Fanny's father, Firenze, was even more famous for being a madman who was difficult to provoke. Once this matter was completely exposed, just thinking about what Han Shua would have to endure would give him a headache. "Don't worry, my father loves me the most. He won't do anything to you. Besides, you might just be the type that my father likes. Hee, you don't have to worry." Fanny thought that Han Shua was worried about her father and couldn't help but smile as she explained. Han Shua nodded his head with a bitter smile and said, "All right, I understand. It's getting late. I'll take my leave first." All right, I'll send you off." Fanny's mood was obviously better after she saw that Han Shua had agreed to see her father. She happily approached Han Shua and with a blushing face, tiptoed and gave Han Shua a light kiss on the cheek. Only then did she pull the infatuated Han Shua and said, "Let's go, I'll send you off." Han Shua, who had been kissed by Fanny, suddenly made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, as long as Fanny was willing to follow him, no matter if it was Firenze or sacred Swordmaster Cola or Amies, no one should think of interfering with his matters. If it really came to a point of no return, He wouldn't hesitate to use force to resolve it. After making up his mind, Han Shuo no longer had a headache. With the mentality of dealing with the situation as it came, he chatted and laughed as he walked outside with Fanny. "All right, I'll be heading back first." Han Shuo turned around and said to Fanny with a smile before heading back to his own mansion. After Han Shuo left, Fanny returned to the necromancy major alone. Halfway through, Amies happened to be returning and coincidentally saw Fanny. When Amies saw Fanny again, the sense of familiarity became even stronger. He frowned as he watched Fanny disappear from his sight. After a while, Amies, who was deep in thought, was suddenly startled and lightly exclaimed, "She can't really be that madman's daughter, right?" "My lord, what's wrong?" One of the sword masters beside Amies asked. "No, nothing. Let's go. Quickly return to the dark mantle with me. I have some matters to investigate." Amies replied, and his footsteps suddenly became hurried. Chapter 394. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo had originally intended to return to his own mansion. However, halfway through, he spied through the mystical demons that Emily and Phoebe had walked out of her chamber together. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Emily's eyes were red, and she had faintly cried. Phoebe, who had originally come to denounce Emily, wasn't as unforgiving as Han Shuo had imagined. Instead, she continuously tried to persuade Emily. The two held hands, and were even more friendly than when they were in the Valley of Sunshine. The red-eyed Emily continuously wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue, her face filled with sorrow. Phoebe gently held Emily's arm in a friendly manner and sighed. "Elder sister, I was rude. I didn't know that elder sister's life was actually like this." "Forget it, Phoebe. It's already not easy for you to forgive elder sister. I am indeed responsible for this matter. A freak combination of factors just had to happen." Sigh. Emily gently wiped the corners of her eyes as she confided to Phoebe. All right. We're almost at the door. Elder sister should return to the room and not let others see your current appearance. Everything was that fellow's fault. It has nothing to do with you, elder sister. I'll just settle the score with him. I shouldn't have messed around with elder sister." Phoebe persuaded Emily, forcing her to return to the room. "Thank you, Phoebe. You're a good girl. No wonder he likes you so much." After entering the room, Emily held Phoebe's hand and said sincerely, "Sigh, I didn't expect elder sister's life to be even more bitter than mine. I originally thought that as the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family, and with a brother who wields great power, you would definitely be much happier than me. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going back first. It's getting late. Elder sister should rest well." After saying this, Phoebe let go of Emily's tightly clasped hands and walked away from Emily. Han Shuo, who had clearly seen the conversation between the two through a mystical demon, was momentarily filled with doubts. He had originally thought that even if the two of them didn't make a scene, they would at least be at each other's throats and taunts. Who would have thought that this would be the final outcome? Han Shuo changed his direction midway and headed straight for the Betteridge family. Emily, who had just cried, needed consolation. No matter what the situation was, Han Shuo did not wish for Emily to get hurt. He had already made a decision in his heart, so his speed was very fast. Han Shuo had been busy in the academy for a long time. The sky had already darkened by the time he came out, and there were fewer and fewer people on the streets now. The night had silently descended. Han Shuo was like a ghost in the dark night, a wisp of smoke drifting along the desolate streets as he silently flew towards the Betteridge family. Han Shuo did not pay any attention to Phoebe, who had boarded the carriage and left. He only separated out a mystical demon to keep an eye on her movements and safety. From the conversation just now, it seemed that Phoebe's emotions were still rather stable, and there shouldn't be any problems. Only the red-eyed Emily needed consolation the most at this time. Han Shuo naturally knew what was more important. The Betteridge family's defenses could be considered tight. However, to Han Shua, who possessed a mystical demon, these defenses were similarly of little use. Easily avoiding the guards, Han Shua silently arrived at Emily's door. Emily's magical barrier was still present in the room. Han Shua did not forcefully barge in, fearing that Emily would misunderstand and resist. Instead, he lightly pressed against Emily's door and knocked on it. "Who is it?" Emily called out softly from within the room as the sound of footsteps gradually approached. "It's me," Han Shua shouted in a low voice. Emily's footsteps had obviously quickened, and she had already arrived in front of the door in the span of a breath. After pulling the door open, Emily saw that it was indeed Han Shua. Her bright red eyes suddenly brightened as she extended her head to look left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, Emily pulled Han Shua inside. "Why are you here? This is the Betteridge family. What if someone sees us?" After pulling Han Shua inside, Emily hurriedly shut the door tightly and added a soundproof barrier before asking Han Shua, "I'm worried about you." Han Shua suddenly pulled Emily into his embrace and softly said, "I'm fine. Phoebe just left this place. Did you see her?" After being hugged tightly by Han Shua, Emily felt her heart calm down as she replied softly, "No. After she found out about this matter today, I was afraid that she would make a big fuss, so I did not follow her. However, I have been paying attention to the situation here. Did Phoebe do anything to you? Did you cry?" Han Shua's heart ached as he reached out his hand to caress the corner of Emily's eye and said gently, "Hee, it's fine as long as I know that you are worried about me. Phoebe is a good girl. She did not come over and make a big fuss with me. On the contrary, after we had a heart-to-heart talk, Phoebe continuously persuaded me that your eyesight is not bad." Being treated tenderly by Han Shua, Emily suddenly felt that all the grievances she had previously suffered were all worth it. Han Shua did not say anything more. He hugged Emily and kissed her. At this time, Emily also needed Han Shua's comfort. She could not help but respond enthusiastically. She took the initiative to help Han Shua undress. She led Han Shua to the inner chamber as they kissed intensely. Han Shua could feel Emily's fiery passion today. Out of a kind of compensation, Han Shua deliberately fawned on Emily. His big hands moved gently and considerately on Emily's body. His lips kept kissing with Emily. When Emily had difficulty breathing, he whispered some gentle and pleasant words in Emily's ear. "Brian, oh, Brian." Emily moaned in a low voice. It seemed that she was very emotional. When Han Shua's big hands were kneading Emily's full and smooth buttocks, Emily had already taken the initiative to help Han Shua take off all her clothes. Suddenly, she fell back on her pink, soft big bed. Her jade body was spread out in front of Han Shua. Her almond-shaped eyes blurred as she looked at Han Shua. She softly panted and said tenderly, "Brian, I don't want your gentleness. Be rough." Han Shua was stunned. He immediately roared and threw himself at Emily. He did not continue to be gentle and protective of the fairer sex. Instead, he treated Emily fiercely. Today, Emily was even crazier than usual. She intensely catered to Han Shua until her delicate body could no longer bear Han Shua's violent storm. In the end, she directly fell into a deep sleep without a trace of strength. Han Shua looked at Emily, who had fallen asleep like a pear blossom. He suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Emily was actually Han Shua's first woman. Han Shua raped Emily from the beginning. Especially for a long time, Han Shua only treated Emily as a tool to satisfy his lust. As Emily quietly sacrificed for Han Shua gradually developed feelings for her. However, because of Emily's special identity, Han Shua did not give Emily a title. In principle, Phoebe should be the target of his crusade. Because of her special identity, Emily was the woman who had followed Han Shua from the beginning. She was the real victim. Since Emily and Han Shua got together, she had always been thinking for Han Shua. She put Han Shua as the center and sacrificed everything. Looking at the sleeping woman in front of him for a long time, Han Shuo unconsciously fell into memories. The more he recalled the past with Emily, the more guilty Han Shuo felt. "Sai, I owe you too much. It's been hard on you." Han Shuo sighed softly. He gently touched Emily's face and muttered to himself, "I did everything willingly, and I never blamed you. Also, I know you are very good to me. You don't have to feel guilty." Suddenly, Emily's lips curled into a blissful smile. After saying that, she opened her big, bright eyes. "Hey, why did you wake up so quickly? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Han Shuo saw that Emily had woken up. He couldn't help but frown and softly scold. "It's fine. After making love with you, I could feel the mysterious power you left in my body. This power helped me improve my body. That's why I was able to recover so quickly. Brian, really, I'm willing to do all of this. I know that your heart aches for me, but as long as you love me, that's enough. I don't expect too much from you. After all, my identity is there." Emily reached out a hand to caress Han Shuo's hard face and said softly with a smile, "You will definitely have an official identity. This day won't be too far away. I swear I will give it to you. This is what you deserve." Han Shuo looked at Emily, who knew how much she had sacrificed and promised, in a low and powerful voice. "Brian, do you want to know Phoebe's attitude towards the matter between us?" Emily looked happy. She lightly kissed Han Shuo's chest. Then she smiled and asked Han Shuo, "No matter how Phoebe treats this matter, it won't affect our relationship. Even if she firmly disagrees, it won't change this. Don't worry. I will talk to Phoebe about this matter." Han Shuo promised again. He was determined to not let Emily feel wronged. "Hee, I'm really happy to hear that." Emily was happy. Then she said, "But Phoebe agrees." Chapter 395. Agree? Agree to what? Han Shuo stared blankly and asked in confusion, "Of course I agree to the matter between you and me." Emily exclaimed happily and explained, "I told Phoebe everything about the two of us. I especially emphasized the fact that I couldn't show my face due to my identity. Also, I told her about how my husband suddenly died on the battlefield when I had just joined the Betteridge family. Phoebe even tried to persuade me for quite a while after listening to me." Han Shuo was stunned. He suddenly felt that Phoebe was indeed reasonable. However, Emily had stayed in the dark mantle for so long and was indeed very intelligent. To be able to make Phoebe acknowledge her identity with just a few words was enough to prove Emily's ability. Han Shuo finally relaxed after hearing Emily's words. He lightly kissed Emily with a smile and said, "Emily, you're really capable. All right. Don't try to bewitch me anymore." Emily joyfully pushed Han Shuo and said, "It's getting late. You shouldn't stay here anymore. I still have to go greet Father." Hearing Emily mention the Betteridge family's patriarch, Han Shuo thought for a moment and asked Emily, "Oh, right, which prince does Han favor?" "I don't know. Perhaps it's because Father has retired from the military for too long. When the Empire was in turmoil, Father didn't appear in the eyes of the Empire's military and government. He also didn't talk to me about the matters between the princes." Emily replied with a frown when she saw that Han Shuo was talking about serious matters. After a moment of silence, Han Shuo said to Emily, "If old Han talks about these matters or has plans to lean towards one side, it's best if you advise him not to act rashly in the next few days, lest he leads the Betteridge family down a wrong path." Emily was startled and asked in surprise, "Why would you say that?" "No one is optimistic about Lawrence. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the throne should be Lawrence's. For the next few days, just wait and see. I think it won't be long before His Majesty makes a big move." Han Shuo discussed with His Majesty Uhtred and understood that Lawrence's situation would change greatly. That was why he reminded Emily. "Are you sure this news is true?" Emily clearly knew how important this news was. She asked Han Shuo with a solemn expression. Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shuo said, I went to the palace today and heard it from His Majesty's own mouth. There's no way this is wrong. In that case, I have to go out immediately. Not only my father, but my brother as well. I have to tell them immediately. In addition, there are some friends who are watching, and I must warn them as soon as possible. After Han Shuo finished speaking, Emily had already started to put on her clothes, her expression somewhat anxious. This matter concerned every noble in the Lancelot Empire. Every noble with status could forget about staying out of this matter. If they made a wrong choice, they could lose the prosperity and decline of a family for 100 years. They had no choice but to treat this matter with caution. Seeing Emily so anxious, Han Shuo could understand. Standing up, Han Shuo gently helped Emily put on her silk robes. He also helped Emily tidy up her messy long hair, which was a rare occurrence. He even helped her put on some rouge amidst Emily's blissful, sweet smile. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, be careful on the road." Emily obediently waited for Han Shuo to finish helping her with everything. Only then did she move her fragrant lips closer to Han Shuo and gave him a light kiss. She smiled coquettishly and said, "I know. Don't stay here for too long. This is the Betteridge family. I'll be leaving now." Han Shuo replied with a smile and tidied up his clothes. When Emily walked over to old Han's side, Han Shuo silently left the area. As soon as Han Shuo returned to the mansion, he immediately sensed the dense killing intent on Ballins's body. With just a glance, Han Shuo had already spotted Ballins, who was hibernating in the remote shadows. Lord Marquis. Before Han Shuo had even entered the room, Ballins suddenly called out softly and walked out from the shadows. Within Han Shuo's mansion, there weren't any powerful guards. Apart from Han Shuo, who was an important character, there wasn't anyone else worthy of Han Shuo's worry. Therefore, he didn't arrange any defensive formations. An expert like Ballins naturally wouldn't be able to be seen by ordinary people. Wearing a gray robe, Ballins walked out from the shadows. He had a sinister and terrifying face and a dense, killing intent. An ordinary person would definitely feel fear upon seeing him. "Let's talk inside." Han Shuo shot a glance at Ballins and replied with a smile before walking straight into the room. Ballins similarly followed him in. After entering the room, Han Shuo used the mystical demons to survey the surroundings and didn't find any suspicious characters in the surroundings. Phoebe had also left Han Shuo's mansion without waiting for Han Shuo and had already returned to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. After sitting down in the room, Han Shuo smiled at Ballins and asked, "How is it? Have you thought it through?" Nodding his head, Ballins had an excited expression as he replied, "Yes, I want to learn that martial technique from you. Lord Corell has already agreed. It's just that Lord wants to meet you." Han Shuo wasn't surprised at all. In this world, only Han Shuo could bring what Ballins needed. With Ballins's obsession with this martial technique, he would definitely agree to Han Shuo's suggestion. However, what Han Shuo didn't expect was Carol's invitation. He didn't understand why Corell wanted to meet him. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shuo frowned as he looked at Ballins and asked in astonishment, "What does Mr. Corell want to meet me for?" Shaking his head, Ballins replied, "I'm not too sure either." "Is that so?" Han Shuo muttered to himself, "When will it be? Where do I meet him?" "If you're free, Lord wants me to bring you to meet him." Ballins replied respectfully, "In that case, there's no time like the present. Let's do it now. Oh, it's getting late. Could it be that Lord Corell is already resting?" Han Shuo intended to go now, but changed his mind after thinking about it. "It's fine. Lord will only rest very late at night. If you're free, we can leave now." Ballins replied, "All right, let's go then." Han Shuo said straightforwardly before heading towards the Northern Rose Garden with Ballins. Under the dim moonlight, Han Shuo, who had just returned to the mansion, went to the Northern Rose Garden with Ballins. Ballins's many years of experience as an assassin had caused his speed to be as fast as lightning. In addition, he was used to walking in areas where light couldn't reach. Basically, most people wouldn't be able to discover his presence. Han Shuo, whose demonic arts had entered the separate demon realm, had a few mystical demons spying on his surroundings. With a few mystical demons keeping a panoramic view of the surroundings, Han Shuo was like a drifting spirit, openly roaming the streets without fear of being discovered. As his speed was similarly fast, Han Shuo's shadow was like a light wisp of smoke brushing past. Compared to Balin's cautiousness, Han Shuo appeared calm and unruffled. With the mystical demons, Han Shuo could easily avoid areas where people roamed. Moreover, he wasn't far from Balin's and wasn't left behind by Balin's in the slightest. Only when they entered the northern rose garden did the two simultaneously slow down. In the dead of night, it was the most suitable time to carry out some debauchery. On the streets leading to the northern rose garden, gorgeous carriages were stealthily approaching, with a few stewards and servants gracefully leading the way. Their destination was the rose garden. As a famous brothel in the Lancelot Empire, the northern rose garden's business was extremely good. With sacred swordmaster Corel overseeing this place, the safety of this place was second to none in the empire. Lawrence was also extremely adept at management, forcefully turning the northern rose garden into a nest of ecstasy. It was precisely because of the sudden increase in the flow of people around the northern rose garden that Han Shuo and Balin's had no choice but to slow down. Balin's was incomparably familiar with this place. He brought Han Shuo directly towards the back door. The back door of the rose garden was relatively remote. Generally, only internal personnel would come here, or they would receive some sensitive figures. Those nobles seeking pleasure wouldn't pass through here. Han Shuo and Balin's, on the other hand, were happy and relaxed. Balin's, since you've decided to join my faction, there are some things I need to explain to you first. As Han Shuo and Balin's walked towards the back door, Han Shuo smiled at Balin's and said, "Please speak." Balin's tone towards Han Shuo was very respectful. "Balin's, don't be too courteous. In the future, you don't need to call me Marquis. You can just call me Senior. Our sect is called the Heavenly Demon Sect. There aren't many people in the entire profound continent who know of us. Our master was once an expert from another plane, and only came to the profound continent by chance. After teaching me this martial technique, he turned into a demon and left." Han Shuo lowered his voice and made up a series of lies. Balin's listened attentively. After waiting for Han Shuo to finish his series of narration, Balin's said with astonishment and excitement, "I didn't expect Master to actually be so amazing. He's actually an expert from another plane. No wonder he has such a miraculous martial technique that has never been heard of in the entire profound continent. It's such a pity that I don't have the chance to meet Master. Hee. Master's strength is unimaginable to the average person. I will teach you the martial technique of the Heavenly Demon Sect on Master's behalf. With your aptitude, you will definitely achieve great things. Don't worry, the application and concealment of the killing intent will be the most basic Heavenly Demon secret art. Not only will you be able to quickly grasp it, you will also possess even more powerful killing moves." Han Shuo solemnly vowed to bewitch Balin's. The demonic art that Han Shuo imparted to Balin's was called the God-slaying demonic way. It wasn't considered an orthodox cultivation method for demonic cultivators. Even if Balin's cultivated it to the extreme, he wouldn't be able to reach Han Shuo's achievements. However, for Balin's, if he could familiarize himself with and master this demonic art, his strength would indeed improve substantially. However, this kind of improvement was a little like pulling a seedling to help grow. It was purely using the dense killing intent surrounding Balin's to greatly improve his strength. However, it couldn't be like the demonic art that Han Shuo cultivated step by step, which had unlimited possibilities for improvement. What Han Shuo needed was a junior who could help him eradicate dissidents, and not someone who could contend with him in demonic arts. Therefore, no matter how much Balin's grew, He wouldn't be a threat to Han Shua's position. Senior, thank you. When Ballins was about to enter the rose garden, he respectfully bowed to Han Shua. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry to enter the rose garden. After receiving Ballins' bow, he smiled and said, "You haven't officially entered the sect yet, so I can't immediately teach you the heavenly demon divine art. After I meet Mr. Corell, I will help you handle the initiation ceremony. After you officially join our heavenly demon sect, I will help you be reborn and then teach you the martial techniques of our sect." "I will listen to Senior." Ballins was already quite old, but he was still respectful to Han Shua and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Smiling and nodding, Han Shua said, "All right, bring me into the rose garden." Ballins brought Han Shua all the way to the secret room that Lawrence had entered previously. After opening the passage, Ballins brought Han Shua all the way down. After passing through some complicated paths, Ballins finally brought Han Shua to the spacious space where he met Sacred Swordmaster Corell last time. In a spacious white space, Sacred Swordmaster Corell was sitting on a boulder. Although the tall and big Carol's hair was white, he was full of vigor. His kind gaze was leisurely looking forward. After seeing Han Shua enter, Corell smiled and said, "Little fellow, you really aren't simple." After Ballins brought Han Shua over, he himself withdrew. Currently, only Han Shua and Corell were left in the entire space. When Han Shua saw Corell praising him so much, he couldn't help but smile and say, "You're overpraising me. You gave that divine weapon, Starry Sky, to Phoebe. Hee, it's good that you have this intention, very good." Corell smiled and said, "As for the matter of you teaching Ballins, I won't ask. You don't have to worry. I have never treated Ballins as a servant. He has always had his own freedom. This time, he was so excited to learn martial arts from you. You must have something that attracted him. I will respect his decision. Then, why did you summon me here?" Han Shua's expression relaxed as he asked with a smile, "I only wanted to see how the old astrologer, Madame Grace, predicted that you would bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire. What exactly do you intend to do for the Lancelot Empire?" Carol's eyes brightened as he stared at Han Shua and said with a smile. Han Shua was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why Uhtred would speak and behave in such an odd manner. Chapter 396. So everything was because of old astrologer Grace's divination. It seems that I will really become a noble of the Lancelot Empire in the future. Last time at the Dark Mantle headquarters, Grace had looked at me with such a peculiar gaze. Could it be that she had seen something at that time? After hearing Carol's words, Han Shua suddenly understood something. He creased his brows and thought for a while before smiling bitterly at Corell and said, "To be honest, I've only just learned of this news. I don't have any intentions of doing anything for the Lancelot Empire. I'm only thinking of what I should do for myself." Corell laughed involuntarily when he saw Han Shua's honest reply. "Perhaps when you're helping yourself, you've unknowingly helped the Lancelot Empire complete the change of authority and complete the expansion of its territory. For example, you helped Lawrence seize the throne, or your ambitious conquest of the 7 Grand Duchies. These are actually your own actions, but the final result is that you've changed the structure of the Lancelot Empire." After hearing Carol's words, Han Shua couldn't help but ponder for a while before suddenly realizing that Carol's words were reasonable. When he descended into this world, he was considered a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. Han Shua felt that his life in this country wasn't bad. He also had friends and loved ones in this country. In this way, while Han Shua realized his ambitions, he could also be considered to have helped the Lancelot Empire. Haha, a great personage is indeed a great personage. What you said is indeed reasonable. Han Shua looked at Corell and complimented him without the slightest bit of concealment. When Corell saw Han Shua flattering him so brazenly, he looked at Han Shua with a somewhat strange expression. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said to Han Shua, "Phoebe is my most beloved disciple. Your relationship with Phoebe can be considered to be settled." In addition, Lawrence is also my disciple, so we aren't considered outsiders. There isn't much difference between Balins following you and me. I'll tell you some things. Elder, feel free to speak of your teachings. I will definitely remember your words. Originally, Han Shua was a little worried that Carell wouldn't let Balins learn martial arts with him. Now that he heard Carol's words, he felt that it was right. With Carol's relationship with Phoebe and Lawrence, he and Han Shua really weren't considered outsiders. Walking together with him, Balins could be considered to be on the same side as him. However, Han Shua faintly understood that the reason why Balins only came to find him today was most likely because Carell had obtained information from old astrologer Grace and understood that he and Lawrence were the future hope of the Lancelot Empire. That was why he was willing to let Balins learn martial arts with him. Seeing that Han Shua's attitude was sincere, Carell smiled and nodded, saying, "You might have learned a bit about Balins's background from Lawrence. Back then, when Balins was an assassin, his hands were truly stained with blood. After so many years, Balins's bloodthirsty habits haven't diminished at all. I hope that you can guide him towards the right path and not let him become a crazy and irrational killing tool. Can you promise me this?" It seemed that Carell treated Balins pretty well. Not only did he respect Balins's decision and allowed Balins to leave him, he was also worried about Balin's future. However, after practicing the god-slaying devil path taught by Han Shua's goal was to nurture Balins into a tool to eradicate dissidents. However, with the correct demonic arts, Balins wouldn't lose his rationality and become a madman who only knew how to kill. Han Shua hesitated for a moment, knitting his brows as he pondered. Only then did he honestly answer Carell. "After Balins and I practice martial arts, we similarly can't change the bloodthirsty obsession in our hearts. However, my martial arts will guide him correctly and won't make him lose his rationality. Once he is able to break through his own shackles, he won't be able to increase his strength purely through killing. Therefore, I can only guarantee that he will always be clear-headed and won't become a tool who only knows how to kill, like you said. However, the growth of his martial arts in the early stages indeed requires this method to stimulate his potential and release the killing intent that he has been suppressing all these years. Only then can he advance by leaps and bounds." After hearing Han Shua's explanation, Carell stared at Han Shua in astonishment. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "The martial arts you want to teach him, what kind of special cultivation method is it? Why do I feel that it sounds a little like some malicious magic from the evil church? You aren't really from the Calamity Church, like what the outside world says, right?" Shaking his head, Han Shua smiled bitterly and explained, "It's completely different. My martial arts is a cultivation method that fuses fighting aura and magic. I don't know how to explain it either. In any case, my teacher said that this kind of martial arts doesn't belong to the profound continent." Carell was startled when he heard these words. He stared deeply at Han Shua for a long time before saying with an excited expression, "A martial art that doesn't belong to the profound continent? What kind of miraculous person is your teacher?" "Indeed, that's what he told me. My teacher possesses the formidable power to break free from the bindings of the plane of existence without the use of magical matrices. He has the remarkable ability to move mountains and drain the seas." Han Shua described to Carell through his understanding of Chu Kanglin's strength. Ever since Han Shua revealed his demonic arts, King Uhtred of the Lancelot Empire knew that Han Shua possessed a mystical martial art. This sacred sword master Carell naturally knew about it long ago. Where did this martial art come from was always a question that they were curious about. Han Shua naturally needed a set of lies to make up for this point. Therefore, he told Carell the same words he told Balins. When Han Shua finished his description, Carell looked at Han Shua in astonishment and said, "Your teacher might be a true godly character. I really don't know how you were so fortunate to meet such a character. No wonder Grace prophesied that whoever you help will become the new king of the Lancelot Empire. It seems that Grace's astrology is indeed miraculous. Whoever I help will become the new king of the Lancelot Empire." Han Shuo was similarly shocked and once again sighed ruefully. No wonder when Uhtred spoke to him. His tone even carried a trace of pleading. It seemed that the old astrologer had really helped him. However, since the old astrologer could predict the future, could he also see the past? He wondered if he could see through his true origins. Could he see that the original Brian had already died long ago? "Brian, is your teacher still on the profound continent? Can I go over and pay my respects to him?" While Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, Sacred Swordmaster Carol's emotions suddenly became a little chaotic. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Han Shuo and asked. Han Shuo abruptly recovered from his wild imagination. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, using the same words he used on Ballins to brush off Corel. "After teacher imparted me the martial art, he left the profound continent by himself. I also don't know where he went. I'm sorry." "So it's like that." Corel was obviously a little disappointed as he muttered, "What a pity. I've been stuck in this realm for too long. If I had the chance to meet such a deity, perhaps I could ask him some questions and break through the shackles of my body." At Sacred Swordmaster Carol's level, perhaps the only thing he was concerned about was the continuous improvement of his strength. At his age, glory, splendor, wealth, fame, and power were all indifferent to him. Even the power of the country was unable to restrain him. Only the rumored strength of the demigod realm was his unchanging desire and pursuit. "Last time in the underground world, I once encountered a rank 5 magical beast. Perhaps you've heard some information about him through the Dark Mantle. That ancient lizard king called Degasi left this place after reaching the demigod realm. I guess that he might have also left the profound continent for an even vaster plane." Han Shuo was silent for a moment before he suddenly opened his mouth again. Corel, who was deep in thought, was roused by Han Shuo's words. He then sighed and said, "Legend has it that when a character reaches the demigod realm, the profound continent's planar protector will take the initiative to look for them and help them break away from the profound continent's shackles. This information was told to us by Tanai's old monster Statholm the last time we went to the 7 Grand Duchies. Statholm is only a step away from the demigod realm. He faintly knows some of the deeper secrets of the profound continent. It seems that the demigod magical beast should have the qualifications to leave." Old monster Statholm. Han Shuo creased his brows, hearing this character once again, this time from Carol's mouth. Han Shuo thoroughly understood Statholm's true strength. He was only a step away from the demigod realm. It seemed that he should be even more terrifying than Sacred Swordmaster Corel. Only experts with demigod strength had the qualifications to be summoned by the planar protector. It seemed that the profound continent was indeed full of unknown mysteries. Han Shuo was secretly alarmed before he replied, "I reckon that Degasi has indeed left. He, such a long distance. I really don't know when I will have the qualifications to do so. You still have a long time to explore. In addition, you have a good teacher and should be much faster than us. Sigh, we are already too old. That step is always obstructing us. If we can't break it, we will have to bitterly wait forever." Corel sighed. His snow-white hair and soft skin proved the mercilessness of time. An expert like him could indeed live much longer than an ordinary person. However, that step was incomparably far away. Looking at Corel in front of him, Han Shuo knew for the first time that an aloof character like him in the Lancelot Empire also had worries. Perhaps this was his only worry. Han Shuo didn't know what to say and could only remain silent in front of Corel, waiting for Corel to walk out from his emotions. After a while, Corel seemed to have a trace of enlightenment. He looked at Han Shuo with interest and said with a smile, "I've heard Ballins talk about many of your miracles. However, I have never truly seen your martial arts. Perhaps your martial arts will give me some inspiration." If you don't mind, we can exchange pointers. With Carol's status, proposing to exchange pointers with Han Shuo indeed caused Han Shuo to be somewhat shocked. However, Han Shuo understood that Carel was interested in the demonic arts that he practiced and not Han Shuo's personal strength. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shuo smiled and said modestly, "It can't be said to be exchanging pointers. I can't ask for more if you're willing to give me pointers. That brat is being presumptuous." Carel seemed to admire Han Shuo's straightforwardness. He smiled and nodded, saying, "It doesn't matter. Just use your martial arts to attack me. I'm really curious about your martial arts. I want to see how it's different from the fighting aura that I practice." When he said this, Han Shuo was also somewhat excited in his heart. Han Shuo, who was in the separate demon realm, had never known his true strength. Han Shuo felt sufficient confidence when facing experts of the great Sword Master realm. However, he had never met an expert like a sacred Sword Master. Although the elven matriarch Adele that he previously met in the underground world was extremely powerful, when Han Shuo truly stood in front of Carel, he understood that Adele should still be inferior to Carel. In addition, Han Shuo did not truly exchange blows with Adele last time. He purely used the evil nature of demonic arts to suck Adele to death by harvesting Yin to replenish Yang. He did not exchange blows with Adele with real swords and spears. Perhaps through this exchange with sacred Sword Master Carel, Han Shuo would be able to truly understand the current position of the separate demon realm. It would also be good for him to have an accurate judgment the next time he meets a powerful enemy. Therefore, when Han Shuo heard that Carel wanted to exchange pointers with him, he was indeed somewhat excited. "The martial arts that I practice is called demonic arts. It has some similarities to fighting aura, but its nature is somewhat different. Perhaps you will be able to sense it in a while." Han Shuo took a few steps back. With a thought, the demon's lair edge suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's palm. "Since Ballins thinks so highly of you, it means that your martial arts must have some peculiarities. Hee, Brian, you don't need to hold back. Just attack me as much as you want." Carel stood up from the boulder and took out a sparkling long sword from his space ring. The long sword was 3 fingers wide and 3 meters long. The sword hilt was engraved with a cross pattern. Chapter 397. Han Shuo was fully aware that someone who had cultivated fighting aura to Carel's level would definitely have terrifying strength. Furthermore, Han Shuo was preparing to use Carel to test his true strength and did not hold back. Demonic yuan poured into the demon's lair edge, catalyzing the demon's lair edge's innate malicious spirit energy, causing the demon's lair edge to suddenly erupt with a soaring, killing intent. With the demon's lair edge in Han Shuo's hand as the center, the killing intent was like ripples that spread outwards in circles. The circles of killing intent seemed to be substantial as they rippled in the air, causing friction with the air to emit a peculiar chi-chi sound. Waves of evil and ruthless aura could no longer be contained as it overflowed from Han Shuo's body. Sacred Sword Master Carel's expression changed as his snow-white brows knitted together. A pair of deep starry eyes emitted a resplendent radiance. For Carel to be able to cultivate to the level of Sacred Sword Master, his talent was naturally extraordinary. He had fought all over for many years and had seen countless experts. His wealth of battle experience was enough to show disdain for the entire Lancelot Empire. Carel could clearly feel the shocking killing intent that erupted from the demon's lair edge in Han Shuo's hand. The circles of killing intent that spread in all directions carried a dense evil and ruthless aura, as though they contained a violent, explosive force, causing Carel to be truly shocked. In the profound continent, most experts would gradually realize the importance of imposing aura before the battle. However, there had never been anyone who was able to turn their aura into strength to face the enemy. This was exactly the same as how Ballins used killing intent to destroy a person's willpower. The difference was that Han Shuo's killing intent was more traceable. Corel understood that this kind of aura definitely existed, unlike Balin's killing intent that could only intimidate one's soul. Just as sacred Swordmaster Corel was staring at Han Shoa with sparkling eyes, Han Shoa, who had poured demonic yuan into the demon's lair edge, shot a bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts towards sacred Swordmaster Corel. The demon's lair edge suddenly rotated at high speed, a bloody radiance blossoming like a flower petal. Every time it rotated, a ray of blood-red light would take shape like a blade. Halfway through the battle of 10,000 blood-red lights, it had already formed a hedgehog-like blood-red ball of blades. Carrying a dense, baleful aura and a soul-stirring screech, it rapidly shot towards sacred Swordmaster Corel. What a mystical martial skill! Corel suddenly praised in a loud voice. The long sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and the golden-colored aura was activated. The sword pierced towards the blood-colored ball of blades that was flying at high speed. The golden fighting aura could only be released by sacred swordmasters and sacred knights. This was a sign that the fighting aura had been condensed to the pinnacle. Han Shoa could clearly sense the destructive power contained within. Although the golden fighting aura was different in nature from the magical yuan, it still contained a frightening, explosive power. Corel raised his long sword. The brilliant golden radiance was incomparably dazzling. He raised his hand and drew a circular arc. Suddenly, cross-shaped sword rays shot out from the tip of his long sword. After the cross-shaped sword rays shot out from the tip of his sword, from small to large, they continuously collided with Han Shua's blood-colored sphere of blades. Carol's title as the Cross Sacred Swordmaster was indeed well-deserved. Each and every one of his sword lights formed a cross and shot onto the ball of blades that Han Shua's bloody light had formed, rapidly grinding away the demonic yuan contained within the demon's lair edge. Before this tyrannical, bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts could reach Corel, it was neutralized by the cross-shaped sword lights. Carol's expression was relaxed from beginning to end. It was obvious that he had yet to use his full strength. When the blossoming 10,000 lights were annihilated one by one and finally returned to the original form of the demon's lair edge, Han Shua's mind stirred. He saw the demon's lair edge that was originally shooting straight towards Corel suddenly freeze in the air. Soon after, the demon's lair edge fiercely moved in a mysterious curve, chopping towards Corel from above. "Oh, interesting!" Corel lightly exclaimed. He raised his head to look at the demon's lair edge chopping down. He raised his hand and brandished his sword, pushing aside the demon's lair edge that Han Shua was chopping towards him. Han Shua's eyes were fixed on Corel. At this moment, he suddenly closed his eyes and fully controlled the demon's lair edge with his mind, using the demonic arts to continuously slash at Corel from all directions. In the beginning, the demon's lair edge's speed wasn't very fast. However, Han Shua gradually increased its speed. The demon's lair edge's initial slashes gradually turned into lightning-like phantoms. After the tens of thousands of malicious spirits within the demon's lair edge were activated, waves after waves of endless resentment spread out. At the beginning, sacred Swordmaster Corel was still able to deal with it easily. However, his expression became solemn as his entire body was wrapped in a brilliant golden light. With Corel as the center, one cross-shaped sword light after another shot out explosively. On one hand, he needed to use his long sword to defend against the demon's lair edge's rapid attacks. On the other hand, he also needed to use his mind to defend against the malicious spirits spreading out from the demon's lair edge. One had to admit that sacred Swordmaster Corel was indeed not an ordinary person. Corel, who could proudly stand at the peak of the Lancelot Empire, did not show the slightest sign of being defeated when facing Han Shua's all-out attacks. He still appeared calm and unruffled. Han Shua had depleted half of his demonic yuan. Seeing that Corel still did not show any signs of fatigue, he once again infused the mystical, glacial spell fire into the demon's lair edge. Blossoms of purplish-red spellfire were attached to the demon's lair edge with every slash of the demon's lair edge. The energy of extreme cold and extreme heat continuously fluctuated, causing many troubles for Corel. In the end, the 12 mystical demons materialized, turning into sinister and terrifying demonic faces as they attempted to enter Carol's body from every opening. Corel let out a soft cry of surprise before suddenly shouting, "It is indeed miraculous. This martial technique is indeed different from any of the cultivation methods on the profound continent." Facing so many attacks, Corel still had the leisure to shout loudly. Shortly after, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out a resplendent golden light. An enormous cross-shaped sword light suddenly appeared, carrying an unstoppable force as it spread out in all directions. For a moment, a fierce explosion actually occurred with Corel as the center. The boulder he was on was the first to be unable to withstand the explosion and exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the flying rocks, the ground actually started to terrifyingly collapse. It was as though an enormous force had bombarded the ground, shattering everything in the surroundings. Han Shuo was shocked and immediately recalled all 12 mystical demons. With a long roar, he soared into the sky and instantly landed beside Corel. The demon's lair edge that had been attacking Corel for a long time flew back and landed in Han Shuo's palm. The remaining demonic yuan frantically poured into the demon's lair edge. A stream of killing intent and resentment from the malicious spirits within the demon's lair edge formed a 7-meter-long blood-colored waterfall. Coordinating with the mountain-like strength of the demon's lair edge, it ferociously chopped towards Carol's enormous cross-shaped sword light with astonishing explosive force. A fierce explosion sounded from the point of contact. The boundary that enveloped the entire space collapsed with a loud bang. The vast expanse of white space suddenly returned to its original appearance, revealing the original shape of the spacious underground stone room. At the same time that the boundary was destroyed, a violent wave spread out, causing the earth to tremble along with the overflow of the wave. The astonishing explosive force suddenly poured into the demon's lair edge and rushed into Han Shuo's body along the sword hilt. Han Shuo's body that had been chopped down couldn't help but fly up at high speed. Finally, his body crashed into the rock wall above with a loud bang, breaking a 3-meter deep hole. What's going on? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Oh, the bed is still moving. In the rose garden above Han Shuo and Han Shuo, the nobles that were having fun with the beauties suddenly felt the tremors coming from the bottom of their feet. Each and every one of them was shocked and started to discuss one after another. Some of the guards in charge of the rose garden were also shocked. They didn't know what was going on and were like headless flies trying to find the cause of the tremors underground. Right at this moment, the sinister-looking Ballins suddenly appeared in the midst of the guards in the rose garden and coldly berated. "What are you panicking for? It's just a small earthquake. This is the center of Awesome City. Apart from some natural phenomena, what else could there be?" In the eyes of the guards in the rose garden, Ballins was a true fiend. When Ballin's words fell, the guards calmed down one after another and followed Ballin's instructions to comfort the frightened nobles. The majority of the nobles calmed down after hearing the guards' descriptions. However, there were still some timid guards who immediately abandoned the beauties on the bed and hurriedly fled the rose garden. They were afraid that there would be 1 or 2 more tremors under the rose garden and their precious lives would be left here. Ballins calmed the panicked emotions of the guards, but he himself was apprehensive as he didn't understand what was going on underground. He had just brought Han Shuo underground. Whether it was his old Master Corel or this newly acknowledged senior brother, Ballins didn't wish for anything to happen to the two of them. However, the tremors underground were so violent that it was clearly caused by the two of them fighting. Ballins understood that Sacred Swordmaster Carol's strength was terrifying and could also see that Han Shuo was an extremely daring and fearless person. He was really afraid that the two of them would have a huge fight, After waiting for the people above to calm down with great difficulty, Ballins hastily headed to the secret underground area. The flustered Ballins had just entered the underground area and had yet to arrive at the area where Carell was when he heard Carol's hearty laughter. When Ballins heard Carol's laughter, his heart suddenly relaxed before he was somewhat apprehensive. The spacious stone room where Carell was located was surrounded by a complex enchantment set up by a space archmage. Not only was it able to cut off sound and scene, once one fell into it, one would have a feeling of entering another world. Now, Ballins had yet to approach that area when he heard Carol's hearty laughter, which explained a shocking fact. The enchantment was destroyed. When Ballins confirmed this fact, he hastily entered that spacious stone room. The scene that entered his eyes was beyond his expectations. He saw sacred swordmaster Carell sitting cross-legged on the boulder that had been shattered into small stones. Carell was standing in an area that seemed to be the epicenter of an earthquake, smiling as he looked at a cave in the rock wall above. Within the cave, Han Shuo shook his shoulders and twisted his body that was deeply sunken in the cave. The hard rock shattered and fell. Han Shuo similarly smiled as he leaped from above and landed on the ground. Ballins, it seems that your choice was really good. The martial skill on this brat's body is shocking. I have traveled the continent for many years and have never seen or heard of such a martial skill. He has only cultivated for a few years and already possesses such terrifying strength. Who knows how powerful he will be in the future? No wonder that old astrologer Grace had that kind of prophecy. Sacred Swordmaster Carell smiled as he looked at Ballins, who had walked in and praised him. Facing Sacred Swordmaster Carell, Ballins appeared to be very respectful as he opened his mouth and said, I have seen Senior Brother's martial skill before. It is naturally very mystical, what I have bitterly studied for many years but was unable to comprehend. He has long been able to skillfully use it. Moreover, it has far exceeded my imagination. Han Shuo leaped down, his bones crackling. When Han Shuo moved his muscles and bones, traces of blood-colored black radiance flowed on the surface of Han Shuo's skin like electric arcs. Shaking his neck, Han Shuo smiled and said, Mr. Carroll's reputation is indeed well-deserved. It seems that you have yet to use your full strength. Hee. I have truly benefited greatly from this battle. Carell was only a sword, and with the addition of his golden fighting aura, he was able to stand firm under Han Shuo's storm-like attacks. The explosive power of his final strike possessed an unparalleled ferocity that was completely inconsistent with his old appearance. This truly shocked Han Shuo. The older the ginger, the spicier. Han Shuo understood that he shouldn't be able to defeat Carell just by relying on the demonic arts of the separate demon realm. However, if he summoned necromancy magic, Little Skull, and the other 4 elite zombies, he was confident that he could defeat Carell. After experiencing the last trip to the other world, Han Shuo knew that Little Skull's strength was not ordinary. I have yet to use my full strength. Didn't you also not use necromancy magic? Hee. The undead creatures summoned by a grand magus necromancer are very troublesome. You're not bad, really not bad. Phoebe still has a good eye. Carell smiled as he spoke. He paused for a moment before continuing. After sparring with you just now, I understand that your martial technique is very peculiar. It's like a combination of fighting aura and magic. It seems that it is indeed suitable for Ballins to train in. Fighting aura only possessed pure destructive power. However, Han Shuo's demonic yuan could temper the body, guarantee the treatment of some illnesses, and even influence the opponent's soul. When manipulated, one would possess all kinds of remarkable abilities. Fighting aura was only formed slowly through pure physical training. However, demonic yuan could form the consciousness and demonic infant. Using some killing aura, the peculiar aura of heaven and earth, and even some elixirs and rare items could increase one's demonic yuan. From certain aspects, demonic yuan was indeed much more mystical. Ballins, you and Brian go out. I need to think about it properly. I have gained a lot from this battle." Corel smiled as he instructed Balins, while Han Shuo was deep in thought. Chapter 398. Walking out of the northern rose garden, Balins followed closely behind Han Shuo when they reached the entrance. While Han Shuo was staring at Balins in astonishment, he respectfully said, "Senior, from today onwards, I will officially leave the rose garden and follow you." Han Shuo didn't expect Balins to be so straightforward. He thought for a moment before saying with a smile, "How about this? You will still be responsible for protecting Lawrence during this period of time. When he no longer needs your protection, you will return to my side. I will make some preparations and arrange an induction ceremony for you after a period of time. Once the ceremony is complete, I will immediately impart you martial techniques. All right then. Since it's like this, I will continue to protect Prince Lawrence." Han Shuo's orders were now higher than Carol's. Balins was used to listening to others' orders and nodded in agreement. Under Han Shuo's orders, Balins gradually disappeared into the darkness. Han Shuo understood that he had gone to secretly protect Lawrence again and headed back to his own residence alone. Currently, Asen City was in a sensitive period. Late at night, the streets were heavily guarded. The city guards shuttled through the streets and alleys in an endless stream. While the various nobles were having fun at night, they didn't forget to discuss official matters. In the northern rose garden, Han Shuo had previously heard many nobles discussing the princes through the mystical demons. They were debating about which prince they should attach themselves to. It was also just now that Han Shuo suddenly understood that His Majesty King Uhtred had already started his thunderous actions. All of a sudden, the military ministers who were close to Lawrence were more or less promoted due to various reasons. Lawrence, who was originally the least favored by others, was suddenly the subject of intense attention. His Majesty King Uhtred's obvious favoritism caused the nobles and princes to feel uneasy. They didn't understand what had gotten into Uhtred's head. Sacred Swordmaster Corel, who had always remained neutral and had never openly supported Lawrence, had already declared that anyone who dared to privately deal with Lawrence would have to bear his wrath after leaving the imperial palace. He even vaguely pointed out how despicable Grand Duke Ashburn was. Even the Dark Mantle organization that was the Empire's hand of darkness had suddenly become close to Lawrence. Ames, who was feared by all nobles, was even seen going to Lawrence's mansion at night. This seemed to prove that the Dark Mantle and Lawrence had also faintly teamed up. Lawrence, who had been bullied and humiliated by the princes for a long time, had suddenly become the topic of discussion among the nobles late at night. Some of the great personages of the Lancelot Empire, who had never taken Lawrence seriously as an illegitimate child, had suddenly changed their views on him today. King Uhtred has ruled the Lancelot Empire for many years. It seems that before Uhtred dies, the entire Lancelot Empire is still under his control. The final successor of the princes will still be decided by him alone. Han Shuo pondered inwardly as he unhurriedly walked towards his mansion. The road was quiet late at night. Han Shuo swiftly passed by, not leaving a trace on the street. There were a few mystical demons spying on him from the surroundings. Han Shuo easily avoided the city guards and quickly returned to his mansion. After Han Shuo returned, he discovered that other than a few guards and the old steward, the servants in the mansion had all fallen asleep. When Kalas saw Han Shuo appear, he hastily walked over and greeted Han Shuo. Shortly after, he said in a low voice, "Lord Marquis, there's someone in the house who wishes to see you." Han Shuo stared blankly, finding it strange that someone would actually come so late at night. He couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. A mystical demon immediately flew towards the location Kalas had mentioned. After that, a handsome and elegant figure suddenly entered his sight. "It's actually him." Han Shuo was shocked. Afterwards, he nodded towards Kalas and instructed, "All right, it's getting late. You should rest early. I can go over by myself." Kalas didn't say anything else. He bowed towards Han Shuo and immediately withdrew. After walking all the way to the guest's room, Han Shuo entered and the door closed automatically. Looking at the extraordinarily handsome, grand Magus necromancer in front of him, Han Shuo creased his brows and asked, "Why are you here?" Wolf smiled and leisurely looked at Han Shuo, saying, "I've come to thank you. Due to the skeletal staff, you've allowed me to recover my youth. I'm very grateful for this. Recently, there have been some unfavorable news circulating outside. I don't want your arrival to cause me to be unable to wash away other people's misunderstandings. If there's nothing important, it's best that you don't come and cause trouble for me in the future. Your identity is really too sensitive. I can't afford to provoke you." Han Shuo didn't have any enmity towards Wolf, but he also didn't have any favorable impression of him. Currently, within Asen City, Kos and his group were constantly trying to ruin his reputation. Although Han Shuo had Uhtred's help, if Kos really managed to obtain concrete evidence, it would really be very difficult for Han Shuo to deal with it. "Don't worry. It's precisely because I don't want to cause you trouble that I chose to appear so late at night. In addition, most people don't know my identity. Even some of the enemies of the Church of Light in the past wouldn't be able to recognize the current me. Therefore, you don't have to worry. I won't bring you any trouble," Wolf explained. After he said that, Han Shuo carefully looked at Wolf's appearance. He couldn't help but admit that Wolf's words did make some sense. The current elegant and handsome Wolf, brimming with the aura of nobility, couldn't be connected to the previous Wolf, who was neither human nor ghost. If it wasn't because of the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hands, Han Shuo wouldn't believe that the elegant youth in front of him was the several hundred-year-old Wolf, even if he was beaten to death. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Shuo slightly relaxed, but he still frowned and looked at Wolf unhappily. We should be friends. Moreover, we really are friends. From the beginning to the end, our Calamity Church has always treated you as a friend. Moreover, I'm a necromancer. You shouldn't be so cold to me." Wolf spread out his hands and said somewhat sorrowfully. Han Shuo was stunned. After thinking for a while, it was indeed as he said. The Calamity Church, the evil power feared by everyone in the profound continent, had been throwing him an olive branch ever since he revealed that he could refine necromancers that weren't afraid of light magic. They spared no effort to protect him. When Han Shuo's skeletal staff was discovered by Wolf, the Calamity Church's friendly attitude towards Han Shuo made Han Shuo somewhat vexed. Looking at the sincere Wolf in front of him, Han Shuo really didn't know how to treat him. Han Shuo's expression softened and was no longer as cold. A faint smile appeared on his face as he walked over to pull a chair and sat down. He asked, "Then, Mr. Wolf, can you tell me why you're looking for me? Also, how does the Calamity Church want to treat me?" Wolf saw that Han Shuo's expression was no longer as cold and cheerfully smiled. "That's right. We'll be friends. Very good friends. There aren't many necromancers in this world, and necromancers of the Grand Magus Necromancer realm are even rarer. You and I, as Grand Magus Necromancers, should have a lot of common interests." I really didn't expect that you would actually become a Grand Magus Necromancer so quickly. It seems like the Holy Land must have given you many things." "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Han Shuo stared blankly and asked in puzzlement. Wolf seemed to know that Han Shuo would ask him this and straightened his body upon hearing the question. He appeared to be slightly excited as he said, "The Holy Land is what our Calamity Church calls that place. Most people in the profound continent call that place the Cemetery of Death. Since the skeletal staff is in your hands, I think you can't deny the fact that you've been to the Holy Land. In addition, you've only been cultivating necromancy magic for less than 5 years, yet you've already become a Grand Magus Necromancer, just like I've cultivated for hundreds of years. This is enough to explain the problem. There are also undead creatures that aren't afraid of light magic and other miracles that prove the fact that you've been to the Holy Land." When these words were spoken, Han Shua's heart was in turmoil. He understood that he hadn't been cautious enough, or that his understanding of the Calamity Church and some of the secrets of necromancers was too little. This was why Wolf was able to see the problem from the skeletal staff. Wolf's words were certain, and it was obvious that he had guessed the truth. For a moment, Han Shua's expression was unsettled, and his eyes faintly revealed an ominous glint. He was contemplating whether or not he should kill everyone who knew about this. However, after thinking about it again, it was already too late. Wolf had most likely already reported this information to the Calamity Church. Wolf, who had lived for who knew how many years, was inwardly shocked by Han Shua's fierce gaze. Wolf, who had high attainments in necromancy magic, could clearly sense Han Shua's concealed killing intent. When Han Shua stared at him, Wolf actually felt his heart palpitate. This caused Wolf to be somewhat dumbfounded and puzzled. Only when he was reprimanded by someone of the level of the Calamity Church's Pope of Darkness would he, Wolf, feel his heart palpitate. He didn't want to be stared at by this young man who was countless times younger than him. Wolf actually felt his heart palpitate. He was very clear on what this feeling meant to Wolf. He understood that only when an expert who could threaten his life revealed dissatisfaction with him and had thoughts of killing him would he instinctively feel his heart palpitate. Could it be that this young man in front of him, who had just become a grand magus necromancer, had the strength to kill him? A misconception. It must be a misconception. Wolf explained himself and awkwardly said to Han Shua, "Don't be hostile towards me. Really, our Calamity Church will absolutely not become enemies with you. Since the skeletal staff has recognized you as its master, you are our Calamity Church's benefactor. Our Calamity Church will need to rely on you for many things. Moreover, you must be alive. So you're saying that if I died and you could obtain even greater benefits, you would have already made your move?" Han Shua narrowed his eyes and slowly said as he sized up Wolf, Wolf's expression became even more awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "If we could kill you and not cause any harm to our Calamity Church, and could even benefit our Calamity Church, I believe that the higher-ups would have already issued the order to kill you, and not to protect and cooperate with you with all their might." Wolf could still be considered frank. It wasn't that Han Shua hadn't seen the Calamity Church's methods of doing things. The first time he saw Belinda, who was only an alchemist, tried to kill all the living people in an inn without any scruples. She didn't care about the lives of strangers at all and acted as if everything was just as it should be. Snorting coldly, Han Shua understood that Wolf already knew about the matter of the Cemetery of Death. However, Han Shua naturally wouldn't reveal any details, and once again replied with a straight face, "It's none of your business to interfere in my affairs. You'd better be honest and tell me your intentions for coming here." Seeing that Han Shua was once again displeased, Wolf hastily explained, "We can temporarily not discuss matters regarding the Holy Land. I've only come this time to tell you some secrets regarding the skeletal staff and the Holy Land. These should be the information you're most eager to know." Didn't you say last time that if I didn't join the Calamity Church, you wouldn't tell me the secret of the skeletal staff? What? You've come all the way here to tell me this information again. I've clearly said last time that I won't join the Calamity Church. You'd better not make a rash decision." Han Shua said to Wolf indifferently. For some unknown reason, Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, who was supposed to be aloof and above ordinary people, was incomparably humble when he spoke to Han Shua. He even seemed to be purposefully trying to curry favor with Han Shua. "From the moment you picked up the skeletal staff, you've already become a member of our Calamity Church." Wolf thought to himself before explaining with a smile, "No matter. The higher-ups have given the order, so I'll naturally tell you some information regarding the skeletal staff and the Holy Land. However, what I've told you is only what I know. There's still some things I don't know that I can't do anything about. Since that's the case, it'd be a waste not to listen." "Just say it," Han Shua said faintly. He didn't seem to be as impatient as before. However, only he knew whether or not he was extremely curious in his heart. Let's talk about the Holy Land first. According to the legends of the Calamity Church, there's a magical transportation array in the Holy Land. That magical transportation array possesses the mysteries of connecting to other planes, especially the netherworld. Necromancers can rely on their original bodies to descend into the netherworld and explore even more unknown areas of the netherworld, allowing them to make even greater progress in necromancy magic. In addition, there's also a legend within the Calamity Church. I'm not sure if the legend is true or not, but I've heard the Pope say that the Holy Land isn't a building from the profound continent. It was originally something that descended into the profound continent from another plane. I'm guessing that that plane might be the netherworld. Wolf took a deep breath and explained to Han Shuo. Chapter 399. After hearing Wolf's words, Han Shuo's heart was in turmoil. The Calamity Church should know something about the Cemetery of Death. What he said might be true. The first level of the Cemetery of Death was an ancient magical transportation matrix. It was precisely through this ancient magical transportation matrix that Han Shuo could travel to various places without the slightest restriction of the region. Now that he heard Wolf say that the magical transportation matrix in the center could actually connect to another plane, Han Shuo was indescribably shocked. The ordinary transportation arrays on a continent usually had a distance limit. For example, the transportation arrays between the major cities of the Lancelot Empire could only teleport a few thousand miles. No one had ever heard of a transportation array that could teleport tens of thousands of miles. The further the distance, the higher the requirements for the transportation array. Apart from the comprehension of the person who set up the transportation array, one also needed to spend a lot of effort in terms of materials and geography. An ordinary space, sacred magus, could only set up a transportation array that could teleport 4,000 to 5,000 miles. However, according to Wolf, the large-scale transportation array in the center of the Cemetery of Death could teleport to another plane. To Han Shuo, this was simply inconceivable. When Wolf said that the Cemetery of Death was a building from another plane, it made Han Shuo feel as if his brain was lacking oxygen. Seeing Han Shuo looking at him in shock, Wolf continued, "Of course, there's another saying about the Holy Land. It said that it can move. In addition, it has the same self-sufficient offensive and defensive power as a magic tower. These are all legends passed down within the church, but I think it should be credible. As for the skeletal staff in your hand, it can be seen as the key to opening the Holy Land. The tricolored skulls of the skeletal staff contain 3 kinds of strange powers. One is to multiply the power of a necromancer's necromancy spells. I think you should be very clear about this. The other strange power, which you've tried on me, is to allow necromancers to regain their youth. Not only for necromancers who possess the skeletal staff, it can also be used on other people. I'm not sure if you've tried the last effect of the skeletal staff before. Legend has it that it allows one's soul to travel to and from the netherworld unimpeded. One can enter the netherworld with a single thought and return to the profound continent with a single thought. This effect is the most mysterious and unfathomable. It allows necromancers to have a clearer understanding of the netherworld, allowing them to walk further in the field of necromancy magic. Each of the 3 skulls of the skeletal staff contains a type of power. However, these 3 types of power are just legends passed down by the Calamity Church for a long time. As for whether there are more secrets hidden within the skeletal staff, it's not something I can understand. What I've told you is only what I know. Han Shuo had seen the 3 peculiar powers of the tricolored skeletal staff, so he firmly believed Wolf's words. Han Shuo had tried all of the 3 mysterious effects of the skeletal staff, multiplying one's magic power, regaining one's youth, and freely traveling to and from the netherworld. However, apart from the first effect of multiplying the power of necromancy magic, Han Shua had never comprehended the two mysterious powers of regaining one's youth and traveling to and from the netherworld. Han Shua was even more clueless about the last mysterious power, which allowed one's soul to travel to and from the netherworld. The 2 times he had entered the netherworld, he had gone there inexplicably, and he had also returned inexplicably. It wasn't like what Wolf had said, where he could travel to and from the netherworld with a single thought. It seemed that it wasn't because of the skeletal staff, but because Han Shua hadn't truly grasped the knack of using the skeletal staff. According to Wolf, once Han Shua truly grasped the power of the skeletal staff, he would indeed be able to travel to and from the netherworld with a single thought and reunite with the souls of Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie in the netherworld. He would then be able to easily explore the unknown secrets of the netherworld and ascertain whether the Cemetery of Death was a peculiar structure in the netherworld, as Wolf had said. I came here according to the orders of the higher-ups to tell you about the skeletal staff and some of the secrets of the Holy Land. I think that once you know these things, you should have a direction to explore. Hee, the Calamity Church will be your solid backing. You, who wields the skeletal staff, are an important part of our Calamity Church. You can deny this, but we have long since acknowledged it internally, Wolf explained with a smile as he looked at the contemplating Han Shua. What you guys acknowledge should be the skeletal staff and the Cemetery of Death, right? Han Shua's contemplation was interrupted by Wolf. He immediately glanced at Wolf and said meaningfully, "It's all the same. The skeletal staff is extremely useful to our Calamity Church. When you truly grasp all of the uses of the skeletal staff, the higher-ups will personally come to find you." Wolf didn't directly answer Han Shua's question and continued to speak. "The skeletal staff is very useful to you guys? Is it mainly because of the effects of the last 2 mysterious powers?" Han Shua hesitated for a moment before asking. Wolf stared blankly and thought for a moment before nodding and answering, "You can say that. I'm not too clear about the specifics, but I do know that there are some powerful existences in the Calamity Church. Due to their old age, their physical bodies have already reached an extremely fragile state. Some of their physical bodies have fatal flaws. If the skeletal staff bestows them with the power of rejuvenation, these incomparably powerful people will make the Church of Light tremble, and you are the one who can bestow them with new physical strength, allowing them to live longer. Therefore, your importance to the Calamity Church is self-evident. Moreover, only you can open the Holy Land. In the future, some of the secrets of the Holy Land will similarly need to be opened by your hands." These words shouldn't be instructions from the higher-ups to Wolf, but rather Wolf's initiative to express his goodwill to Han Shua. Therefore, Wolf paused for a moment before adding, "Brian, I'm telling you this personally. I hope that you can leave a good impression on me. This way I will be grateful." Han Shua was still shocked by Wolf's words and nodded slightly upon hearing this. However, he didn't guarantee anything. "All right, it's getting late. I'll be taking my leave." After Wolf said this, he respectfully handed a card to Han Shua and said, "There's a way to contact me here. If you need my or our strength, you can find me at any time. We will spare no effort in helping you." Han Shua casually put the card away and nodded indifferently once again. His mind was filled with the secrets of the Cemetery of Death and the skeletal staff. These things coming from Wolf's mouth gave Han Shua a great shock, making him want to quickly sort out his thoughts. All along, Han Shua knew that the Cemetery of Death hid many secrets. However, Han Shua had stayed in the Cemetery of Death for a long time, yet he still hadn't figured out its true secrets. However, Wolf's words had pointed out a direction for Han Shua to explore, allowing Han Shua to understand which aspects of the Cemetery of Death were the most attractive. Perhaps I should go to a deeper layer of the Cemetery of Death to explore. Perhaps the lower layer of the Cemetery of Death has the answer I need. Han Shua silently pondered for a moment before making this decision. While Han Shua was silently pondering, Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf had already left without a sound. Han Shoa raised his head to look outside and discovered that the full moon in the sky was gradually disappearing. Unknowingly, a late night had already passed. Han Shoa thought for a moment. His curiosity towards the secrets of the Cemetery of Death and the skeletal staff grew stronger and stronger. With the magical transportation matrix that led directly to the Cemetery of Death, it was incomparably convenient to travel between the two places. Since there didn't seem to be anything important tomorrow, Han Shoa directly entered the secret room and activated the transportation matrix. As soon as he arrived at the Cemetery of Death, before Han Shoa could uncover the secrets of the Cemetery of Death, the connection between him and Dark Dragon Gilbert was immediately established. Lancelot Empire's Awesome City and the Valley of Sunshine were too far apart. Although Han Shoa and Dark Dragon had the power of the contract, he could only sense whether Dark Dragon Gilbert was dead or alive. He couldn't sense his consciousness or location. However, the Dark Forest was very close to the Valley of Sunshine. As Han Shoa and Gilbert's strength increased by a large margin, the connection between the two became increasingly clear. As soon as Han Shoa and Dark Dragon Gilbert established a mental connection, he immediately sensed Dark Dragon Gilbert's urgent desire to see him. Han Shoa, who had originally planned to immediately explore the secrets of the Cemetery of Death, deeply understood Gilbert's urgency. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plans to immediately explore the Cemetery of Death. He immediately walked out of the Cemetery of Death and rushed in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Along the way, Han Shoa used the art of the demonic Ninth Heavens and arrived at the cliff where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was hiding in the Valley of Sunshine. Dark Dragon Gilbert had long sensed Han Shoa's presence and was waiting far below. Beside Dark Dragon Gilbert stood a coquettish woman. This woman had a voluptuous figure and a gorgeous appearance. Her long brown hair was braided into 9 small braids that draped over her shoulders. She appeared coquettish and mature, giving off a unique, alluring feeling. After Han Shoa came down, this woman was obviously a bit fearful and subconsciously leaned against Dark Dragon Gilbert. Gilbert casually embraced this coquettish woman and explained to Han Shoa, "This is Lania. I conquered her in the Dark Forest. You've seen her before." "Hydra." Han Shoa stared blankly and immediately understood. He couldn't help but take another look. Lania respectfully bowed towards Han Shoa and sweetly said, "Master." Han Shoa didn't ask any more questions about Hydra Lania and only nodded to her. Then he furrowed his brows and asked Gilbert, "Why are you in such a hurry to have me come? What happened?" "Trunks has disappeared. There's no news of him in the entire Valley of Sunshine," Gilbert said worriedly. Chapter 400. What's going on? Han Shoa was a bit in disbelief. Trunks was now a great sword master, and the only one who could beat him in a one-on-one battle in the entire Valley of Sunshine was perhaps the thrice berserker Loreton. However, even Loreton shouldn't have the ability to kill Trunks alone. Trunks was a cautious person and was incomparably familiar with the terrain around the Valley of Sunshine. There shouldn't be any problems. But now that he had actually disappeared, this really surprised Han Shoa. After returning from Janet's place, there was no trace of him for 4 days in a row. When there's no mission, he would never be so late. Even if he didn't return, he should have sent a message. But this time there was no news at all. We sent people to find Janet and learned from her that Trunks had indeed left from her place. He also brought a dozen brothers with him, and they also disappeared without a trace. Dark Dragon Gilbert explained to Han Shoa with a somewhat distressed expression. Frowning, Han Shoa pondered for a while and asked, "Has Trunks had any disputes with any forces recently?" 10 days ago, under Trunks' leadership, we ambushed Butcher's bandits with Janet. Even Butcher Gustav was killed by Trunks and Janet. His bandits can be said to be done for in the Valley of Sunshine. Apart from that, we didn't have any relations with any other forces. The one speaking was Grant. As an old friend of Trunks, He was really very worried about Trunk's safety. The Valley of Sunshine was located in the center of 3 countries. For many years, the Valley of Sunshine had become a special region. From there, the richest resources of the 3 countries could be gathered. Han Shuo had funded Trunks to establish the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with the intention of taking the Valley of Sunshine for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a rebirth pill to help Trunks be reborn. Now that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually grown to become one of the major forces in the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks' sudden accident had already affected the development of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. This was definitely not an outcome that Han Shuo was willing to see. Listening to Gilbert and Grant narrate the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shuo remained silent. "Honored Master, do you think something has happened to Trunks?" Seeing Han Shuo's silence, Gilbert couldn't help but ask. "Nonsense," Han Shuo snapped. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. "We don't know how Trunks is for the time being. Everyone, don't act rashly. Don't take any missions for now. Wait until Trunks' matter is settled." "Master, we've been searching for Trunks for a few days, but haven't received any news of him. Should we continue searching?" Gilbert scratched his head and asked in distress. "Gather the men. I think we've run into big trouble this time. Currently, the forces in the Valley of Sunshine that dare to make a move against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band can be counted on one hand. Since something has happened to Trunks, I think the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be next." Han Shuo took a deep breath and instructed Grant and Dark Dragon. "Right, why don't I see Odysseus and the others?" Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Odysseus' unique team wasn't here and couldn't help but ask in astonishment. "They have a mission on hand and haven't returned to the Valley of Sunshine yet. They should still be roaming around the Orc Empire." Grant promptly answered. "All right, Gilbert, you go out with me. The rest of you stay in Tanai. It's best if you call back some of our brothers from the outer perimeter and guard this place well." Han Shuo shot a glance at Gilbert and directly left. The Hydra Lania, who had transformed into her human form, was casually embraced in Gilbert's embrace. When she heard this, she couldn't help but say to Han Shuo, "Master, I can also help." The Hydra was also a lascivious race. In this aspect, it was exactly the same as the Dark Dragon bloodline in the underground world. Last time in the depths of the Dark Forest, this Hydra had attempted to secretly kill Han Shuo and Gilbert. However, it didn't want to benefit Gilbert. Instead, the battle with Gilbert evolved into a physical battle and was subdued by Gilbert using the demonic arts taught by Han Shuo. Currently, the Hydra Lania's strength was obviously inferior to Dark Dragon Gilbert. Once she, who was greedy for sex, was subdued by the Dark Dragon's body, she unknowingly became the weaker party when interacting with the Dark Dragon. Even Dark Dragon Gilbert was Han Shuo's magical pet. She, the Hydra, naturally also addressed Han Shuo as master. Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a while before shooting a glance at the Hydra and said, "You stay here for the time being. It's not good to have an expert overseeing this place." "All right, you stay here." Gilbert glared at the Hydra Lania and berated, "Whatever Master says, you don't need to have any objections in the future." Lania smiled coquettishly and softly. "All right, I'll stay here and help you guard the door." Seeing that Han Shuo didn't have the ruthless appearance of the last time, the Hydra Lania slowly relaxed. Her speech and actions were also no longer as restrained. Han Shuo didn't say anything more. He shot a glance at Dark Dragon Gilbert and leaped into the sky. Gilbert understood and flew under Han Shuo's feet, bringing Han Shuo and flying high in the sky. "Master, where should we go?" After flying high in the sky with Han Shuo, Gilbert couldn't help but ask. "We're not going anywhere. Just stay high in the sky for me," Han Shuo instructed. 12 mystical demons floated out one by one and flew towards the various major powers in the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine was only so big. There shouldn't be many people who would dare to make a move against Trunks. It was nothing more than those who were afraid that Trunks would threaten their positions. Han Shua didn't need to think to know that Trunks' disappearance was definitely related to those people. Come to think of it, when the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength gradually rose and possessed the power to govern the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks naturally became a serious thorn in the flesh for some other powers. They wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't eradicate Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The 12 mystical demons scattered and lingered around the Valley of Sunshine. They flew towards the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the House of Menlo, and the Catter Orc tribe. Even Janet's bandits and some of the smaller powers had a mystical demon pay them a visit. With the existence of these 12 mystical demons, all the major powers in the Valley of Sunshine were under Han Shua surveillance. The Valley of Sunshine was only so big. Those who made a move against Trunks would definitely be exposed. Han Shua was absolutely certain of this. Asterisk, 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 in the depths of a dense forest, dozens of miles away from the Valley of Sunshine, there was an extremely secretive cave. The surroundings were tightly covered by tree branches, and the inside of the cave was extremely narrow and difficult to walk through. However, in the depths of such a cave, Trunks' miserable cries could be heard. A pair of thick black shackles had bound Trunks' hands and feet. There was even a long and thin iron chain fastened to Trunks' shoulder blade. Thunder Archmage Asa, who followed Florida from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, was glaring viciously at Trunks. As he waved the magic staff in his hand, streaks of snake-like lightning struck Trunks' body, adding even more black scars to Trunks' already heavily injured body. Trunks, to think that you would have such a day. You didn't think that this day would come when you killed my father Gustav, did you? Thunder Archmage Asa stared hatefully at Trunks, chanting venomously in a low voice as he happily struck Trunks' body with bolts of lightning. That old dog deserves to die, Arg. Trunks suddenly howled in pain as a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his mouth, leaving a black scar on his lips. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Trunks, who was covered in cuts and bruises, was firmly shackled. There were experts from various powers watching over him in the surroundings. Asa had come to vent his anger on Trunks because of his endless hatred towards Trunks. If it wasn't for the tacit understanding between the experts, Trunks would have likely been cruelly killed by Asa on the first day he was captured. Trunks' heart was also filled with endless hatred as he looked at Asa, who was continuously striking him with lightning. He had never expected that this Thunder Archmage Asa, who had always followed Florida, would actually be the biological son of the butcher Gustav. No wonder the butcher and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were so friendly, and Florida regarded Asa so highly. So this was the reason. Ha ha! Although I can't kill you, I will slowly torture you. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band has developed rapidly these 2 years. But so what? Ha ha! In these 2 days, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be annihilated by our combined forces. When the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is finished, I will slowly skin you alive, slice by slice. Ha, you still want revenge? You will never have the chance. That Annie that you treat like your own sister. Ha ha. Not only has Florida ridden her, my father and I have also played with her. What can you do? Aren't you still tied up by me like a dog? The only thing you can do is wait for death, haha. Asa hooted crazily as bolts of lightning descended. Ah, I will kill you bastards, I promise. Trunks couldn't help but roar in anger as he listened to Ace's narration. The chains on his body clanked as if he was about to go crazy. Chapter 401. Without expending much effort, Han Shua had discovered the whole story through the mystical demons. The mastermind behind the attack against Trunks and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Not only did the House of Menlo participate, but Loriton of the Cairo mercenary band was also a participant. There were no eternal friends in this world, only eternal benefits. This sentence revealed the essence of the matter. Back when Loriton and Florida were fighting for power, Han Shuo and Trunks had stood together with Loritin. On the night that Loritin was besieged by 4 forces in the Little Valley, it was Han Shuo who helped Loritin walk out alive. From then on, the Cairo Mercenary Band and the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band had a close relationship. Loritin and Trunks had cooperated many times. In the eyes of outsiders, the Cairo Mercenary Band and the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band had already formed an alliance. However, with the rapid development of the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band and Han Shuo's influence in the Lancelot Empire, the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band had actually become the 5th major power in the Valley of Sunshine. In recent days, after Trunks had killed Butcher Gustav, the people in Tanai of Sunshine were in a state of panic. Loritin and Florida, who had originally been the most hopeful to control the Valley of Sunshine, finally realized that something was wrong. When their own interests were threatened, their friendship and alliance were as fragile as a politician's oath, easily torn apart. Florida and Loritin hit it off, due to Han Shuo heavily injuring Agamemnon, who was also very willing to participate in this sinister plot that had been planned for a long time. In the end, Trunks was ambushed by Loritin and the others on his way back from Janet's place. Some of the mercenaries by Trunks' side were completely annihilated. Trunks himself was captured alive and imprisoned in a hidden cave, guarded by experts jointly dispatched by several major powers. The reason why they didn't immediately kill Trunks was because Loritin and the others coveted the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band's wealth. On the other hand, they weren't too clear about the detailed layout of the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band's lair. They planned to ask Trunks about it before taking action. This way, they could also reduce their own losses. However, Trunks' tenacity was somewhat unexpected. Under the layers of torture, Trunks did not reveal the truth as they had hoped. That was why he was tortured until he was covered in cuts and bruises and was on the verge of death. Currently, in a mansion guarded by Tanai and the Cairo Mercenary Band, the 3 forces were discussing when to attack the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band. The Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band had existed in the Valley of Sunshine for such a long time. Even if Trunks didn't mention their true location, Loritin and the others would already know. If it wasn't for the fact that they understood that the terrain of that place was indeed too dangerous, they would have already joined forces to flatten the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band. They definitely wouldn't have waited until now to act. Over the past few days, the 3 parties had sent people to search the area. They had a rough understanding of the defensive strength on the surface and were prepared to take action in the next few days. The major forces in the Valley of Sunshine had gone through a series of expeditions. All of them had suffered great losses. Ever since Light Archmage Ferguson had been killed by Han Shuo, Florida's relationship with the Church of Light had weakened. However, due to the existence of a mithril mine here, Florida's relationship with the Church of Light had stabilized. Due to Han Shuo's existence, Dark Grand Magus Edwin of the Calamity Church naturally wouldn't go against the Seoul Destroyer Mercenary Band. Edwin and the Calamity Church, who had originally cooperated with Loritin, had gradually distanced themselves from Loritin. However, Edwin had sought out Trunks a few times, but Trunks had rejected his kind intentions to help. After Trunks had gone missing this time, Edwin of the Calamity Church had indeed put in quite a bit of effort and had already found out the general truth of the matter. However, with the 3 major powers in the Valley of Sunshine working together, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band and the Church of Light aiding them, Edwin didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, even though he understood the ins and outs of the matter. The 12 mystical demons spread out. One scene after another was reflected into Han Shuo's mind through the mystical demon's vision. Han Shuo, whose brain had been miraculously expanded by the demonic arts, methodically absorbed each scene into his mind. He analyzed the content and movements of their speech, slowly prying into the truth. He had also found out the true location where Trunks had been imprisoned. Dark Dragon Gilbert hovered in the air above the Valley of Sunshine. White clouds floated around Gilbert. Gorgeous sunlight sprinkled into the Valley of Sunshine from above, illuminating Gilbert's body with a pitch-black luster. Sitting cross-legged on Gilbert's back, which was even wider than a horse carriage, Han Shuo, who had been receiving information with his eyes closed, suddenly slowly opened his bright eyes. He glanced at the lush trees in the Valley of Sunshine beneath his feet. Han Shuo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I need to settle the matters in the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible. My footsteps cannot stop at the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shuo murmured. The matters of Bretel City, the matters of the 7 grand duchies, the struggle for power within the empire, the constant harassment from the Church of Light, the secret of the skeletal staff in the Cemetery of Death, the exploration of demonic arts and necromancy magic, the jealousy between a few women, all these matters were placed in front of Han Shuo. There were simply too many matters waiting for Han Shuo to deal with. Han Shuo felt as if he couldn't split himself into two. Han Shuo's horizons were growing higher and higher. His ambition and desire were directly proportional to the growth of his strength. Now that he saw all the chaos in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with the disturbances in the Valley of Sunshine. Ever since Trunks had been captured, Han Shuo had the idea of settling the matters of the Valley of Sunshine once and for all. Let's go, descend. Han Shuo instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert, pointing out the correct location for Gilbert. Master, you found Trunks. Gilbert couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when he saw Han Shuo suddenly pointing out a location in the sky after having been silent for a long time with his eyes closed. Of course, the place we're going to now is the direction where Trunks was captured. Han Shuo replied, then urged, All right, let's hurry up. Asterisk, 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 in the depths of the gloomy cave, Thunder Archmagesa was still tirelessly torturing Trunks. The originally crazily roaring Trunks' body had been pierced by a powerful electric current. In addition, Asa had also burned him with a red-hot iron. His body and soul had long since been unable to bear it, and he had fainted. However, Asa obviously had no intention of letting Trunks go. Every time Trunks fainted, Asa would cruelly wake him up. After a few times, Trunks was on the verge of death and no longer had the strength to roar. Only a pair of soulless eyes calmly looked at Asa with a bone-deep hatred, containing a light that made Asa's heart tremble. The guilty Asa was somewhat afraid of the bone-deep hatred in Trunks' eyes. However, this feeling of guilt quickly turned into an even more frenzied torture. When a red-hot iron once again landed on Trunks' chest, Trunks could only open his mouth in pain, unable to even let out a single groan. However, his face revealed a terrifying malevolence, as if he was a demon that had just walked out from the depths of hell. Lord Asa, you can stop now. Otherwise, he will die immediately. A sword master named Trulla walked over with a frown. He reached out and forcefully snatched away the iron that Asa had been tightly holding. Asa gloomily glared at Trulla and said with displeasure, Trulla, your matters are none of the business of the House of Menlo. I have no interest in caring about you. However, Trunks' life must be kept. This is a decision that the leaders of the 3 parties have all agreed on. No matter how you torture Trunks, as long as he doesn't die, I have no opinion. However, if you kill him, we will all bear the crime of dereliction of duty. Don't make trouble for us. Trulla wasn't afraid of Asa. He casually put the iron back in its original position and said coldly. Some of the wounds on Trunks' body had already rotted, and pus was still flowing out from his chest and neck. Standing so close, Trulla could smell a nauseating odor. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and waved his hand in disgust. Damn it, you really suffered. Let's forget about it today. You can play with him when his body is better. Otherwise, everyone will have an opinion. As Trulla spoke, he had long since impatiently walked into the distance. The few people from the Cairo mercenary band all looked at Asa with displeasure. One of them replied, Asa, your Florida has already agreed. You better know your place and don't break the rules. The others in the cave all revealed displeasure. Even the people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who had been guarding this place with Asa all advised Asa not to look for trouble. After thinking for a moment, Asa turned his head to look at Trunks, who had fainted once again and was on his last breath, feeling a bit better. With so many people dissuading him, Asa didn't dare to act rashly in order to avoid inciting public anger. Only then did he resentfully drop the matter. He also somewhat understood in his heart that his position in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was no longer as secure due to the death of his father Gustav. What was more hateful was that after his father Gustav died, the group of bandits split up and didn't give him any face at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to continue staying in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to suffer. Just as Asa was letting his thoughts run wild, heavy sounds came from outside the cave. The footsteps were extremely light at first, but gradually became clearer. "Who is it?" Asa was in a bad mood and loudly scolded. "Don't you know to announce your name when coming over?" The footsteps still slowly approached, but the newcomer didn't answer. Asa couldn't help but scold again. "You mother of asterisk her, are you a mute? Don't you know how to speak?" Something's not right. Trulla of the House of Menlo frowned, the long sword in his hand suddenly appearing in his hand as he spoke to the people beside him. "Only we know of this place. What could be wrong? What a suspicious person. Aren't those fellows delivering food now? It must be them." Asa took the opportunity to say a few words to Trulla. The footsteps were still approaching, each step containing a strange rhythm that actually gave people a feeling of trepidation. It was as if a demon was slowly drifting in, ready to slice its ghastly mouth into your neck in the darkness at any time. Trulla disdainfully rolled his eyes at Asa, thinking that this bandit's son wasn't a proper mercenary after all. Whether it was the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, or the House of Menlo, they were all highly disciplined groups. They definitely wouldn't act like this without giving a signal. "Brothers, be careful. The situation is a bit strange." Trulla tightly gripped the long sword in his hand as he instructed the people on his side. Some of the experienced mercenaries of the Cairo mercenary band had already gathered together cautiously without Trulla's orders. Even the people of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band on Asa's side had clearly separated themselves from the other two powers. At such a crucial moment, the three powers that had united because of benefits would still only believe in the people around them, and not this kind of fake alliance that had reluctantly cooperated because of benefits. The Valley of Sunshine was such a place. They were, and would be enemies in the future, but now they were standing together safe and sound, intending to face a common enemy. Tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer and closer, clearer and clearer. Trulla flicked a glance at the fire adept mage beside him and said, "Send a stream of flames in." After the fire adept mage heard Trulla's orders, a fire serpent slithered into the tunnel. The grayish-brown stone walls were clearly visible as the fire serpent slithered past. At this moment, even Asa knew that something was wrong. He carefully looked at the only tunnel entrance with Trulla. The people on the Cairo mercenary band's side had tacitly formed a square formation, ready to deal with the incoming attack at any time. Just as everyone's gazes and attention were focused on the only tunnel entrance, a series of crisp sounds suddenly sounded from Trunk's position behind them. Everyone who had been staring at the tunnel entrance with glittering eyes turned their heads in unison when they heard such a loud noise in the silence. Next to Trunks, Han Shua, wielding the Demon's Lair edge, had a gloomy expression as he cut off the iron chains on Trunk's body one by one. The highly durable iron chains mixed with newly mined mithril shattered with crisp sounds. The slender and long iron chains that were embedded into Trunk's shoulder blades were also carefully removed by him. Trulla and the others who had suddenly turned around didn't know how Han Shua had entered. There was only that one tunnel in the belly of the mountain where the sound of footsteps could still be heard. All of their attention had been focused on that area, but they really hadn't seen anyone walk out from within. However, Han Shua had suddenly appeared out of thin air. as if he had been standing there all along. His arrival was so abrupt and strange, giving people an incomparably awkward feeling. Seeing the gloomy face of Han Shuo appear, the hearts of all those guarding Trunks in the cave trembled in an instant. Seeing that Han Shuo didn't look them in the eye and only focused on removing Trunks' restraints with a gloomy face, for some unknown reason, a feeling called fear gradually grew in their hearts. Han Shuo wasn't in the Valley of Sunshine, but legends about him had always been circulating in the Valley of Sunshine. The group of people in the belly of the mountain, including Asa and Trulla, were all experts of the three forces. Not only did they all recognize Han Shuo, some of them had even seen Han Shuo's methods with their own eyes. Now, Han Shuo had appeared soundlessly in the middle of this narrow mountain belly, like a ghost. He only had a gloomy face and didn't say a word as he helped Trunks remove his restraints. The silent pressure was as heavy as a mountain, giving everyone a flustered and palpitating feeling. Ace's lips were a bit dry. One of his hands had been cut off by Han Shuo, and Tanai had personally witnessed every heavy blow Han Shuo had used to kill Ferguson. After Han Shuo had left, his legend hadn't disappeared. It had spread to Tanai through the mercenaries who had traveled far and wide, especially the story of Han Shuo killing Dragon Knight Celt. Asa was well aware of the relationship between Han Shuo and Trunks. Seeing Han Shuo's gloomy face removing the restraints for the dying Trunks, a chill suddenly spread throughout Asa's body. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he only looked at Han Shuo for a dozen seconds before he suddenly made an incomparably wise decision. Whoosh! Asa was the first to drill into the passage to leave the cave. He actually made the move to flee without a fight. Damned bastard! Trulla glanced back and cursed Ace's shamelessness and cowardice in a low voice. Soon after, he also became a bit timid. He tightened the long sword in his hand, looked at the cold and detached Han Shuo, and pretended to be strong as he said, "Earl Brian, this matter has nothing to do with you. You have no right to interfere in the matters of our Valley of Sunshine. If you leave now, we won't stop you. Otherwise, Asa, why have you returned?" Before Trulla could finish speaking, the fire archmage beside him suddenly cried out in surprise. Trulla was stunned, but didn't blame his subordinate for interrupting his threatening words that he had finally mustered up the courage to say. He looked back and saw Asa retreating step by step with a bitter face. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps still echoed in the passage, but the hearts of those present grew even heavier.